Yeah, bitch.
All chatfish are queens when you think about it.
Are you gonna do it? Rapier, or am I
Yeah.
doing it? You
Hello,
do it.
chat, and welcome to today's fireside chat. It's been a while since we've done one of these. We were focusing a lot on paid requests, and to be honest, while there was news, that was a bit sporadic, and a lot of it was kind of hearsay. But now that the dust has settled, now that things have settled, more specifically, certain games have come out and we've played them, I can now talk about them with definitive actual opinions, which we'll talk about Halo. We're going to talk about Warhammer. We're going to talk about upcoming Total War stuff. And we're going to be talking about a lot of things because there's actually a lot of news that have nicely piled up. And a special thank you to all the chatfish who grabbed news. And a little shout out for Spunky Monkey because Spunky Monkey grabbed quite a few articles, which is very nice. But yes, chatfish can always tailor their news by helping grab articles as well, and we'll cover them. You'll see in the bottom right that I had to reinstall Helldivers 2, and I'm not looking forward to that. We will not be streaming Helldivers 2 until the Warbond launches. So that's like the general news, because I don't really want to, I honestly still don't want to play the game, to be honest with you, but I'm going to be doing it after stream, purely to get medals for the stupid fucking Warbond. So I'm still very much not a fan of Arrowhead at the moment. But yeah. Welcome to the stream, chat
Same.
fishers.
Now, before we get into it,
Mm-hmm.
Space Monkey donated $1.99. Says new AoE 2 Viking expansion in discussions. We did grab that.
Mm-hmm.
And then Harlot gifts 2 memberships, which does not hit any of the bounty targets. Which, speaking of, Semper Tantrum is in chat, and he has a personal bounty on him.
Oh.
Otherwise, if you hit Depresso with a gifted membership, you will get a Kingfish bounty. And if you hit Trusty, you will get a max tier bounty.
Wow.
Ooh.
Scary.
Big old chubby trusty.
They
All
can
right.
try.
So, before we
You
get
think
into the
efficient.
news, we have one other thing to quickly go over. We have some fan art, and this fan art piece was done very nicely by Little Rapier Kamigawa, very kindly for Little Semper Tantrum for reaching goals. Semper's fat, bulbous belly is very nicely captured here. Very good job on that curve. That's actually a nice, soft curve right there on that belly. It's actually too good, actually. It's kind of scary.
Are you into this, Rapier? Are you into
Yeah,
fat
what's
rat?
going on? What's going on here?
No, I just used the line tool and curved it.
Okay.
Damn.
That's why that line is so smooth, all right. Because, like, I can see that echoed over here, because it's like, oh, that's very nice, and then all of a sudden it goes... So I was thinking maybe you
Line
just kept
tool.
doing it. When you're doing art or digital art, one thing I've found, at least back when I used to draw and have time to do it, is that I just keep deleting the line until it turned out like that. And so you'd be like, and Control Z,
I
Control Z,
mean,
Control Z, Control Z, Control Z.
I am using a mouse.
Mouses are terrible for drawing. Some people are really good at them, but not me.
I mean, I drew the Beano fan art with a mouse, so
God dang.
it can work.
So we've got a Semper Tantrum Chatfish by Chumpa. We've got a Zeratul Fancy Fish by Indio. Who is this for, Indio?
For Pendulum.
Yeah, I knew it
Wonders
A
was.
very nice fish.
It's very nice. Zero Fish looks very good. My god, Protoss Fish. That's a terrifying thought. Very good.
Indio didn't mark it off as complete, though, on the Trello. Beat him, Chatfish.
Tear out his little legs to it now.
What can a chatfish do?
But we'll
Slap ya.
swim. And then we have one final chatfish. A plump one by Lycanfish for Whitehawk. He has finally his own very nice, beautiful chatfish. A little chicken fish. Look at that. Just like, As Grumpy Rat just gets out a little barbecue pit. He's like, having chicken wings.
Scrum diddly umptious.
Maybe we will do another draw stream in the future. I have to go and clean up some things, though. And I have to also cannibalize the other PC, so we'll see what we do.
I do have the list of things you have to draw.
I know. But with all the project being so busy as it is, it's probably not going to happen soon. Especially if my attention is constantly badgered at every waking moment. As I see the developer server light up for a second. God damn. All right, next up, we have as our first article. Actually, no. Because Chumpa's time is limited, we're going to do the Gears of War stuff first. So, I changed my mind. We're going to do Gears of War E-Day first. So first we'll watch the multiplayer reveal trailer for E-Day. Start playing. I'm not ready. There. All right. Now we'll play the trailer.
Welcome to the fight, Gears. City is overrun with locusts. Bastards are dug in deep.
It's game time. Locked and loaded.
Be on the lookout for these breaks in the field.
I like the noble looking dude.
This city is under locust control. Happy hunting.
Goodbye, Ed Revenant.
You never needed a kid.
Here they come.
You listen to old man rock.
Doesn't really fit Gears.
Not very, no. Hey, no. You know what? Fuck that, no. It's not rap.
I mean, just because it's
I'm-
not as
I-
bad as
no,
it could
it's
be.
fine. It's fine. I don't care.
It's not generic rap they
Yes.
paid for. Yeah.
Let's take this city.
I will settle. I'll be okay with this. Hell, I'll even defend it. We gotta raise the standards. I don't want to hear rap. Look at the orange glowy spots.
You mean lower the standards, kids?
So you can fight Brumax in this mode. It's got a very much Vietnam era feel to it. With some of the unit. Well, there goes Marcus. No, not 4-player co-op. 12-player co-op is what the game said. 3 squads of 4.
And it's now Horde Siege mode. It does look like Gears, which is nice.
The multiplayer looks actually pretty solid. So that's...
Well,
What?
if it's similar
Least from
to
that
how, unless they redo it a bit, if it's in line with how 4 and 5 feel multiplayer, it's not going to be as good as
I'm
3
more
was.
worried about the campaign than I am for the multiplayer. I think the multiplayer is going to be good, mostly because the multiplayer scene for Gears is usually the strongest part of it. But my concern is this character here. Like, only because, like, this character here and other, like, quote-unquote female characters that are doing in the game is because after playing the Halo remake and seeing what they did with that female character, I'm now on edge about that stuff. So I'm, like, hypersensitive to, like, the idea of, like what do you call it? Like, a female character just kind of, like, just appearing on screen. Because, like, is she going to girl boss at me? Is she going to be like, actually, it
You
was...
gonna girl boss?
Actually, I destroyed
She's going to
the
say
locust.
every third word's going to be Spanish.
It's loco.
Amy.
Oh my god, fucking kill me.
It's crazy, man.
Oh my god. Alright, let's keep going.
Oh, happy late birthday, Hippo.
So, if you do pre-order, you're going to get access to the beta thing. Now, I kind of wish that the beta wasn't a pre-order thing. I think it would have been better to do it a free thing. Maybe they're doing that because they want to limit the stress test. I don't know. But
Okay, so they're doing 2 beta periods. The
yeah.
pre-order and then an open beta.
The early
Okay.
access beta comes out 6/10, but the open beta for free comes out August 13th and 17th. So the free beta,
The servers are going to be so overloaded.
the free beta will be on 13th and 17th. So if you want to try it without having to spend exorbitantly, I would recommend trying the beta on the 13th and 17th of this August, and then there will be another little beta 6th through the 10th. We will be trying.
Well,
Beta mail.
The
we'll be
6th to
trying
10th is
both.
the pre-order to get in beta.
Oh yeah, 6th to 10th because they get to play first.
But I can assure you, Chatfish, based on previous Gears of War experience
It's gonna be
with open betas, that first
congested.
day on the 13th, good luck. Good luck connecting.
super congested servers, if I had to guess, because everyone's gonna want to try. Because
They always underestimate how many people want to play an open beta.
yep, but yeah,
And the fact that this is looking like a return to older gears and less of the more modern gears. It's more closer to 3 than 5. At least aesthetic and how it looks. It's gonna draw people in. For sure.
So let's see. They're gonna talk about it now. Is this the part where they're gonna scare us because the developer's gonna be like funky?
Squad is at the heart of every Gears of War experience. Whether it's in the stories we tell or the modes we build, being a gear is all about fighting alongside someone
yes,
who has your
Corpo
back
speech.
when shit gets intense. Our players have deep connections to their own
Misclicked.
squads. They tell stories about lifelong friends and family that grew up playing Gears together. Strangers they met in battle and became bonded to through the game.
Why would you get that?
That
tattoo?
feeling of fighting side by side
Why would you
is at the
get that
center of E-Day's multiplayer modes. And today,
So they can show it
we're
off
excited
first.
to dive in and show you more. Welcome to Horde Siege. It's an all-new 12-player evolution of Gears' legendary Horde mode. Horde Siege evolves that iconic, back-against-the-wall Horde experience that Gears is known for, with larger, more unpredictable, more cinematic, and more memorable battles for you and your squad. This is 3 squads fighting through their own objectives, crisscrossing with each other through the largest and most immersive multiplayer maps we've ever made. But before you go, you need to choose a class and gear up.
Each class has its own tactical gear to match its strategy,
doing
as
classes?
well as progression journey that
What do you
unlock loadout weapons, armor mods, and tactical
mean,
gear mods so you can tweak your build to
they're
your
good
own
classes,
personal
it's
play
fine.
style. The assault class is
Yeah,
about
apparently
controlling the
based
battlefield
on,
with mid-range weapons while stunning
the deep
waves of
dive,
incoming enemies.
They intend on
using
adding more after launch.
Marksman focuses on
Oh my
precision
god,
If
he's
they
so
make it so-
chubby.
especially useful with
If
Horde
it's essentially
Siege's longer
them
sightlines,
locking off
while
weapons
Horde
behind
Siege
a
has focus units for you and your squad.
behind a paywall, then it sucks. But
Breacher is a
Supposedly,
point-blank cruiser
they're
that
not gonna
pushes
have
hard into
the-
front line to
a lot
make
of
risky
content be
plays,
paid.
using an adrenaline injector to refill health and reduce incoming damage.
Okay, I was gonna
And the
say, like,
medic
how
is
the
a
fuck are you gonna
mid-range
get close when
revive
you get slapped?
specialist. Focus on keeping your squad on their feet while under fire.
Found the
Stim
Mamu class.
Vaporizer revives any gear, even from other squads, within range. Depending on the mission type you've chosen, you'll get a
Shroom
mix
does like
of
the heal
main
slot, doesn't he?
objectives that will have you moving
He's a
around the
healer.
map or hunkering down in a location. These objectives give you more variety than
Caltrops.
ever before, but they're still
changed
focused
that
on the
Caltrop
Horde
look.
feeling of defending and clearing ways of unique
kinda looks
enemy
ridiculous.
combinations. In Horde Siege,
You're ridiculous.
this means securing and protecting rigs, large cog recon devices that have been deployed around the city to scan and map out the enemy's underground tunnel network. They are critical to the defense of Kelowna,
So it's
but
the
have
proto
unfortunate,
resonators.
noisy side effect of attracting locusts
Yeah.
whenever they're activated. Also scattered around the map are secondary objectives. Quick, timed side missions like taking out a high-value target, defusing locust explosives, or delivering a power cord to juice up an active raid.
Secondary objectives are optional, but they earn in-session squad perks, boosting your squad's abilities, as well as weapon parts that can be redeemed after your session to upgrade your favorite guns. As you knock off objectives and kill locusts, your squad earns energy. This can be spent at supply caches. There, you can upgrade squad perks, grab equipment like grenades, sentry turrets, and razor mines, change your loadout on the fly if you need a different weapon. Your objectives will often have you cross paths with other squads, and these are really unique, kind of magic moments in Siege, like running into another squad's defensive setup and helping take out some of their waves.
Okay, so
or
while
when
it
you
is
both
12
get assigned
players, they're all
positions near each
in
other,
different
can set up a
locations.
joint kill
Yes,
zone.
but it sounds like it is a massive
Whole
map.
squad's DD&Os,
Yeah,
you see
so
a
you can-
group of
that's
gears
kinda cool.
sprinting around
I
that
like
corner.
And some of your objectives will cross over with the
Command
other
delivers a
squads,
supply
which
drop.
is
This is
cool.
actually
Any
what I
squad
wanted
that fights
Helldivers to
secure
do,
gets a
actually.
share of the rewards inside. First one in gets
We
the
have
best
multiple
stuff.
squads
So
and they
the
all
confident
have different
quick decision
objectives to
if you can
tackle?
Spare the time and effort while managing your
Interesting.
objectives. But the most intense multi-squad action hits when our bigger boss appears on the map and things get even tougher.
Invasions can happen at any time during a mission. They
had to
add
make
new
up new
chaos
creatures, I
and
guess, I
challenges to
suppose.
the session, buffing locust enemies or restricting certain
No, that's
actions
okay.
until
I
they're
don't mind
defeated. And it can take more than one squad to bring these huge monsters down. These moments of 12 players coming together to take on iconic locust creatures deliver this great Gears feeling, fighting alongside a group of soldiers to hold the line. And of course, anyone that helps gets even more rewards.
That's fucking beautiful.
Once your mission objectives are complete, Command sends in your ride so you can extract. You'll fight through one last intense horde wave to secure the LZ and hold out until your Raven appears. A successful mission will reward you and your squad. While you don't technically all need to make it back to the chopper, your rewards might suffer a bit if you leave your comrades behind.
The more players
Earned
get out, you
XP
get
will
a
progress your
multiplier.
rank, unlocking new loadout weapons, mods, and equipment. But most importantly, any weapon parts you gained can be redeemed to upgrade your arsenal for the next fight. For the first time in a main Gears title, you can mod our iconic weapons. Some mods will apply small tweaks, nudging the gun towards your personal preference.
Make the
Other
chainsaw
mods are more
bigger.
noticeable, changing what effects you get from hitting a perfect active reload.
This actually
Or
doesn't
if you
look
wanna go
bad.
nuts, you can
No,
even
I'm
throw a
actually
bayonet on
interested
your
to
Nasher.
play this.
That intersection
Also, the Nasher
between
getting the
how you
bayonet
set
just
up your
sounds
weapons, armor mods, and tactical gear creates more choice and gameplay strategy than we've ever had before. And of course, when you and your squad combine your builds, it can be the difference that gets you through an especially tough mission. Horde Siege missions mix variety, objectives, difficulty, modifiers, and harder challenges each time you play, shaking things up with things like explosive drone deaths, only perfect reloads, or even friendly fire. Poisons
Only
also
perfect
make a
reload
return,
sounds funny as fuck.
meaning the Locust Horde gets more powerful as you play through a mission.
It's like I
If you're
can't
looking for a
reload.
dose
Why?
of that
I'm bad at
classic
timing.
Horde grind, our Horde missions will set you up in one spot, testing your squad against 10 grueling waves of survival. All of these elements, combined with the variety of objective locations on each map, and of course the chaotic fun of mixing in 2 other squads of real players, means you'll never have the same experience twice.
The ultimate squad challenge in Gears has always been founded on versus modes. 2 squads going head to head, trying to rip each other apart with a mix of practical teamwork and clutch gameplay. We wanted to deliver that pure Gears PvP feeling, but now evolved with E-Day's new movement mechanics. All our launch modes are 4v4, as Locust and COG squads square off on all new maps. PvP is where you hone your skills. No mods allowed here. Everyone starts with the same loadout.
Wait, so mods can be allowed in the PvE?
Claim key weapon spawns across
No,
No, talking about weapon mods,
our
kids.
launch maps
I was like,
are
what?
Battleship, Outpost.
They should
The
do
those
more
slow
regular
lookups made it look
Skyward
like the combat
are
had
all
more
set
weight
in
to it, which
and
was a
around
problem
corner.
in
And they
5.
have that classic Gears feel, focusing on cover, fronts and lanes, but with opportunities to use E-Day's new traversal mechanics.
We're starting off with a tight set of 4 modes. Team Deathmatch and Conquest, our new King of the Hill mode, will feel familiar. But
Well,
with
too
some
bad,
great
kids.
new
You got
updates.
Power
And
Slot.
they're joined by 2 new modes. In
I'm
Demolition,
gonna point out
each squad
a
battles over a neutral
medium
bomb,
skill
and
level
then attempts
and
to
above.
plant
That slide
one
is
of
just gonna
2
be a duck
of the
trap.
opposing team's bomb sites. This is Gears PvP
Sure, it kinda
battles
locks
at their
you in.
best. 2
It
fronts
locks you
collide,
in if you're gonna use to
squads
push someone in
coordinate
cover, they're just gonna
non-stop action as
hip fire you.
constantly flip between attacking and defending. Crucible is a great new mode that revolves around the power core. Whoever holds it gains points, but the scoring zone shrinks and it moves as the round goes on. This means the fight is always coming to you. The power core's one charged shot could strip the flesh right off an enemy, so well-timed defensive play can lock in that win. After launch, we'll be adding in new maps, modes, and events to keep things fresh, including some favorites that we're excited to bring back.
Gears of War E-Day is a new game, built from scratch to feel like Gears, play like new. So whether you're a Gears veteran or jumping in for the first time, it was important to us that there was a place to get familiar with the gameplay mechanics. Our short bootcamp tutorial will walk you through the basics, but we've also included a combat training space where you can test out weapons, movement, and even go up against some short
I do
Locust
have one
encounters
major
to get some
concern
reps
with
in.
We have
Horde Siege.
pre-made control schemes for all types of players. If none of them fit you perfectly, you can always customize one to your liking.
When you're feeling ready to pop some heads, Versus is set up with 2 main ways to play. Jump into social to get into the fight and roll through some matches. Or you can even choose a playlist, play against bots as you continue to train your skills. If you're feeling up to it, join ranked to get sweaty and test yourself in more competitive playlists.
We
while
convert
earning
you to get
exclusive
sweaty.
rewards.
Almost all our character skins are based directly in the lore, themes, and events of the Gears universe. Our legendary
Still, that
skins
won't
are a
last
bit
long.
more over the top, celebrating gritty and imaginative designs inspired by the vibes of our brand. When it comes to collecting and growing your own collection of customization items in E-Day, we've taken a more old school inspired approach. That means nearly every single piece of customization in E-Day can be earned by just playing the game. You'll unlock new items through completing seasonal and event challenges, unlocking achievements, and by earning medals from our classic medal system. Everything else can be obtained by completing matches and earning coins, which unlock items in the barracks. We'll have a few things that are pay only, but they're limited to our premium edition items and charity or partner content like the Ride the Lightning weapon skin set we've created in partnership with Metallica. Every season, we'll grow our lineup of COG and Locust characters, as well as adding new weapon skins, poses, customization elements, challenges, medals.
No, it's got a
events.
campaign.
All
Hippo.
of this is to say,
This isn't the
there's no
multiplayer
battle
trailer.
pass, no pay to win, no bullshit. Play what you want, chase the unlocks you think are the coolest, and we'll have themed seasonal updates that bring in loads of new kick-ass content.
Well, that we'll have to see about.
Horde
Yes,
Siege
and
Gears
it's going to
versions,
be
epic PvE
in-universe
battles,
stuff.
and
That's
tight
not going to last
PvP
long.
combat that
Yeah, 'cause
deliver
they'll
on
exhaust that.
intense Gears action
Yeah.
in a totally new game.
They always do.
So grab
But
your
it
squad
doesn't
and
look
join
bad.
the fight. Early access
No,
to the open
mechanically
beta
looks good.
begins
My
August 6th
main
on
concern,
Xbox,
though,
PC, and Steam. And we can't
nothing
wait for
they've
you to get
mentioned
your hands
about
on Gears of War
custom
E-Day.
games.
We'll see you on the battlefield.
Which means Horde Siege Modes might be matchmaking only.
So yeah, it'll be launching October 6th, 2026. As far as Gears goes, like I think we're all about on the same page. I think you, chat, and us are on the same page with this. I think everybody's of the consensus that the new timeline, or Gears 4 and up, is just bad. And I even think that the developers kind of feel like they're more excited here.
All the
Let's see.
developers we saw there seemed like they at least gave the impression, now it could be purely acting, of course, but gave the
Yes.
impression that they actually are passionate about the game.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Again, you always got to be skeptical with these things because it is
Mhm.
technically under Xbox Game Studios, and the Coalition's track record isn't necessarily the best track
Yeah.
record either. But I will say that
Not
the
a big
record
fan.
is better than fucking Halo Studios. What?
You mean
Not a big
343
fan.
Industries?
Not a big fan of the class thing.
Yeah, we'll see about
So the
that.
class thing in it's not it doesn't it's yeah, classes, but it's not specific characters. The way your character look is entirely independent, at least.
My issue with classes, it implies that you're gonna limit the weapons I'm gonna use.
Yes, that
Yeah.
is a concern. Because if there's a class you don't care for, then
Because
you're just kind of
yeah,
screwed.
because the most fun I have in those games that I can use any type of gun, whatever I want.
Now, the last
I'm-
time I played, I don't recall if I did 5 Horde much. I think I did a little. That also had a class system. I don't recall it limiting the weapons you could pick up. It was just starting equipment. You could use other guns, but you didn't get bonuses for them.
Mhm.
And based on what we saw there, where they were looking at like a loadout thing, you could grab weapons on the fly. I don't think it locks you out of using things. It's just you get bonuses for certain weapon types.
There could also be a custom class option where you don't get as powerful like main things, but you can use any item and using most...
No, I don't think so. Not at launch, at least.
Not at launch, but yeah, but
Not
maybe
from
later.
what I've the deep dive and stuff, like maybe down the line, yeah. But it's launching, and the tests are gonna have 4 classes.
Yeah. I mean, we'll wait and we'll see, right? We'll find out. We'll find out about the multiplayer. We'll find out about that next month on the 6th, because we'll stream it then. And then we'll find out again when the game launches about the campaign. Because if the campaign and the multiplayer are good, then E-Day might not be E-Gay. I like how Plick made the same joke.
E-Gay.
The same.
But I do hope Horde Siege Mode, because that they do keep in custom lobbies, and Horde Siege Mode you could have a custom lobby of 12 people. That's my main hope.
Yes, this is a prequel before the first game, Hippo. So for those who don't know anything about Gears of War as a setting, this is basically takes place after the Pendulum Wars and basically E-Day. This is when the emergence happens, when the attack happens. It's basically the day that the Locusts attack. And
the campaign
game
trailer we saw,
itself
literally locusts were first
is
showing
only
up.
set in one city, so you do not do like the sort of globe-trotting adventure that you do in the later parts of Gears. But you kind of just stick to that city, and then it's kind of within a couple weeks is what the time frame is. Which means, by the way, that if they're only setting the time frame to be within a couple weeks, there's very, very likely to say that the game will not exceed that. You know what I mean? Like, meaning that there will probably be setup, because I think E-Day is setting up for a prequel trilogy, if I had to wager a guess.
Quite possibly. It'll probably depend on how E-Day does.
Yup. Orange Fishy's
would
been
be
a member
nice
for
seeing
26
Gears-
months and says, any new game in August you are looking forward to besides Gears? No, not at the moment. There's a couple things I have my eye on, but nothing that I'm jumping for joy. There's nothing.
All the games that I'm
big.
interested in come in later. So
Yeah, it's mostly later this year. Also, orc or elf, which makes the better waifu? Elf, because orcs are gonna beat me, and I don't want to be
what about
beaten by
what
domestic
about the
violence.
bub orc kips? What about bub orc?
Do you like domestic violence?
I'm talking about bub orc, not anything else. What are you talking about?
A little bit, maybe.
A little beach mimi.
So this game is a glorified demo or a trilogy? No, that's a leap of pretty much every bit of logic we have. What this is probably part one of that, if I had to wager a guess. Because if I had to guess, based on what they're doing here, is that, I mean, well, okay, we shouldn't consign everything to being trilogies, but what I mean is that Gears E-Day is essentially a beginning of a new page. They've looked at the book they were writing, so to speak, for the sequel trilogy, and nobody likes the sequel trilogy. Like, it's not really a question, it's not really a debate, it's just universal. No one likes it. It's just generally panned and genuinely hasn't done well. And no one, as far as I'm aware, liked 5 story. Even the most avid and diehard like supporters of Gears disdained it. So they basically made E-Day as a counter to that, because nobody's getting attached to these new characters. In fact, JD, who's the only character I remember, and then that girl, and then the black dude, nobody likes them. They have no charisma.
I remember old Marcus being funny, but that's because we make fun of it.
Old Marcus was
Doesn't
funny.
Star Wars Galactic Race also come out on October 6th?
Ooh, Galactic Racer is looking pretty good.
Technically, by the way, this is slightly wrong. E-Day technically comes out October 1st. Because if you purchase the special edition, it comes out 5 days early.
Official launch day is that. We'll be streaming it on the 1st because we want to get the lemon fishes, but yeah. But I wouldn't recommend ever buying those super duper retardo editions, because you get it like, what, 4 days early, and it's never worth it.
5, yeah.
Unless you're gaining something from it by being like exclusive early access thing, like as a streamer, it's not worth it. Even then, it's always questionable, because it's like, okay, you spent an extra $20 just to get 4 days early access. Like, is that worth it? And it, like, if there wasn't a business incentive, I would say absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. No, we haven't, Richard. I've said many times that the Bunchcasts and Firesides were just going to be delayed for a bit. I was delaying them because I wanted to get through more paid requests. Because there's been a lot of Chatfish waiting for paid requests, and I wanted to just get some done. And also, there wasn't a lot of interesting things to talk about, to be frank. Like the last Firesides and Bunchcasts that we could have done last week, there was not a lot of development. It was kind of just the same old, like, repeating. And without
RAM prices going up.
Yeah. It wasn't until like this week that things actually developed. It's never that I don't do Firesides. I just don't make them mandatory, or Bunchcasts. The reason why I don't make them mandatory is because when I think about doing that, like when I'm getting like materials for these streams, it's like, okay, we have a lot of stuff to talk about, or we have like 2 things to talk about and no one's going to give a damn. So I'm going to wait until there's something interesting and worthwhile to cover. Because if you do a podcast every week, you're probably just doing it because there's nothing interesting. You're just doing it because it's part of like your schedule. Yeah. And I would rather do it based on there's something worth saying. And now there's something worth saying. Grumpy has been a member for 39 months and says, punish Squealy, crush Squealy, destroy Squealy. That is all. Hashtag Shadowbringers. Hashtag
What have I done to you?
Hashtag soda. Thank you for your generous support, Grumpy. We very much appreciate it. We're already halfway to today's goal. Thank you very much, chat. We very much appreciate your generous donations and support. But back to the Gears subject. This multiplayer trailer looked pretty good, all things considered. Grumpy
is a
also
deep
mentioned
dive
earlier.
thing.
I know. Grumpy also mentioned earlier that note who they chose. Now, in previous trailers, I think they chose some less savory looking individuals. And I would say that Coalition, don't forget, Coalition is a subsidiary of Microsoft, which means they do adhere to DEI practices. And you can see that. Now, usually because Gears kind of already had a diverse cast to begin with, I think Gears is spared. That's why Halo got butchered, because Halo 1 didn't have that.
Gears has the benefit of being smaller, and its primary player base, and like where it's biggest, is Mexico.
Mexico and South America.
And
which,
so
them being hyper-Catholic is actually a shield. I may not be very Christian or Catholic
they
or whatever
will
myself,
not
but, like,
tolerate
yeah, they
the bullshit as much.
Now, because even when they did do some cringe stuff in 6, like, it wasn't like super hyper woke, it was just bad. And nobody liked it. So they can't get away with a lot. So we're kind of hoping that our South American friends are our shield against that. Versus Halo is more universal. It had a very broad appeal because it was a much larger IP. Gears is still huge. Make no mistake, by the way.
Gears
Halo
is
had
huge,
great-
but I flop
Like
for
it had
it.
Sergeant Major Avery Johnson. Yeah, but it didn't have enough women in it for Halo 1. And
that's why they added a new one.
they also
Why they wouldn't like
ruined. If you watched our Halo stream, it's an absolute fucking dumpster fire, dudes. It's worse than you can possibly imagine. Take the worst possible thing. Oh, we'll talk about it. It's on the list of things. I don't want to talk about it right now because I'll just stress out.
But
about
just to touch work back, Halo, as Kibbs was saying, Halo could afford to lose sales because it had it was worldwide success.
And we'll see about that lost sales thing in a bit, by the way.
Yes, but my point by remembering they were pushing the envelope a lot more because they would still sell well because there's enough people that don't pay attention to the news and still just get the game. Gears isn't nearly as big, so a flop or two in a row, kind of. Even though 4 and 5 did all right as far as I'm aware, sales wise, they didn't. They were definitely trending down. Coalition can't afford to fuck up as much as 343 can.
Yeah, because they're gonna get
343's only been fucking up for the last 2 decades now?
Honestly, we'll get to them in a second. But my last closing note on that is that I hope that they pull the power plug on 343, so I can hear the flat line, the the blaring tone of me, like, yeah, because fuck 343. All right, so either way, next Gears thing. Gears of War E-Day multiplayer deep dive, official multiplayer reveal. Is this like a video?
It's going over all the stuff that's coming.
So Horde Siege and Evolution, iconic PvE mode. The Horde Siege is our new 12-player evolution of the iconic Gears wave-based survival mode. For the first time ever, multiple squads fight together on all new maps set within the city of Kelowna. Each squad deploys with their own missions, joining a battle in progress, crisscrossing with other squads, and tackling emergent challenges before facing an intense final fight and extraction. The combination of 3 COG squads, larger horde maps, and a mix of mission types create a more dynamic PvE experience where threats, objectives, and opportunities are constantly shifting. The core objective of Horde Siege is still fundamentally Gears survive the locusts, support your squad, and use every bit of firepower you can to come out on top. Siege maps a bigger battlefield built for squads. A Horde Siege map itself is part of the battle, providing depth and a variety of missions after mission. Built within the sprawling district of Kelowna, each map features multiple city blocks with more detail, more space, and more combat opportunities than any Horde map we've ever made. Yeah, we get it. They're big maps. These larger maps allow for more movement and freedom in how you and your squad decide to tackle your missions. Squads move across the battlefield, respond to changing objectives, collect energy, and make tactical decisions as a team about where to invest and how to approach each fight. That means every match, even when played on the same map, can play differently depending on mission, difficulty, modifiers, and how other squads are shaping the battle around you. So, I wonder about that, but we'll see what they talk about it. That last point is important. Horde Siege is not just about surviving a single encounter, it is about fighting through rolling, persistent battleground where the aftermath of one squad's last stand can become another squad's opportunity. You may come across equipment or fortifications left behind by other squads who have extracted, then use those remains to help turn the tide in your own fight. Gears War E-Day Multiplayer Beta will feature the Golden Quarter Horde Siege map set in the aftermath of the Battle of Kelowna's historic district, featuring iconic landmarks and architecture inspired by the classic Gears. Okay, so they don't really talk about. So they didn't mention whether or not, if the squad's wiped out, if that actually will negatively affect how difficult the map will be, as it also appears that squads can extract whenever. So I'm wondering if how this game works is there's just a running server and a map, and then squads just join the map and then do their mission, then leave, and another squad joins, and it's just like this constant rolling thing. I'm not.
That's kind of what it sounded like.
That's what it sounds like. It's like a rolling instance in which players pop into, do stuff, and then, pop out. Take care, Grumpy. But yeah, I'm curious to see how that actually works out in practice, but we'll have to find out. Choose your siege class. So there are 4 basic classes, if you remember the trailer: Assault, Breacher, Marksman, and Medic. 4 classes. I don't know if you're limited, so let's find out if they talk about that. If one player takes Assault, can we not be Assault? Or can we have a squad of all Medics? If they do that, that would be terrible, in my opinion. But let's find out.
The other Horde modes weren't limited like that.
Well, the other Horde modes didn't have classes.
Yeah, 4 and 5 did.
Yeah, but I didn't play 4 and 5, so me. So before every mission, you'll need to
We
pick...
did play 4 and 5, though.
Well, I didn't play the multiplayer.
Not those modes.
Need to pick your preferred class. Horde Siege District, distinct classes, each defined by its own unique starting loadout, combat bonus, unlock progression, and tactical gear. A powerful piece of combat equipment with a timed cooldown. So it's like an ability, basically. Classes can be combined with any skin you want, as Chumpa said earlier, so you're able to combine your favorite character and playstyle during the beta at launch. We'll have 4 classes, with more coming in our seasonal update. So they intend to do more classes. So eventually there'll be more than 4. There'll be like 7 or 6 or 8.
And you can have multiples of the same.
Yes, that's good. So it means that the choices of other players do not restrict you. Now, as for the classes themselves, I'm very curious to see how they play. But I like them on paper. But my fear is that... like, you won't be able to use certain weapons. But let's read and see if they elaborate on that. Assault, focused on mid-range weapons and flexibility in many situations. The Assault class can deploy a sonic disruptor to stun waves of incoming enemies, crowd control. Particularly useful when defending an objective. This class also receives a damage boost when in cover. So it's sort of lock down a position, crowd control enemy opponents, stuff like that. Kind of what I was expecting.
Standard class.
Breacher. Built to push hard into the front line, the Breacher loadout focuses on a close-range damage, paired with an adrenaline injector to refill health and reduce damage that's going to allow you to charge. Because one of the things, if you remember about Gears, chat, is that when you close the distance in open ground, you're going to take a lot of damage. The injector,
stopping power is also cancer.
The injector is there to help you get over that damage. I wonder if stopping power is still a mechanic when charging forward. Because that
didn't seem as bad in the trailers when people were getting shot. They didn't seem like they full stopped.
Yeah, because in the older Gears, like, you just stop, like you just
it was hell.
Allowing them to rush into high risk areas for a clutch play. The Breacher class also gets more improved resistance to status effects and melee damage, which that might also status effect may be insinuating the stopping mechanic. So it might be that the effect of being shot at doesn't cause them to full stop as much.
Yeah.
I'm not sure because they don't elaborate on what that does mechanically. So we'll have to find
I mean,
out.
that would make sense why when they showed the clip of the guy running forward getting shot, that was the Breacher thing.
Yeah, he ran forward, got shot. But
he wasn't getting slowed, and that might be why that resistance to status effects like stopping power.
Next up we have is the Marksman class. Able to take advantage of Horde Siege's longer sight lines, this class is built around precision damage using a pulse drone to tag locusts units for you and your squad. The marksman class also gets improved damage on criticals. So if you like marksman style weaponry and long shots and stuff like that, yeah, so this will probably be your kind of thing there. What does it also say? Pulse drone tag. Ah, so it can basically spot things for your teammates, units and stuff like that. Medic, which is, our heal slot. A mid-range revive specialist, the medic class is versatile and can hold its own in a fight, while deploying a stim vaporizer to heal and revive any gear within range, even down soldiers from other squads, which is good that they considered that. So inter-squad play, because that's going to encourage other squads to help each other. I also hope that, because that's the, I'll talk about that in a second. This class also benefits from faster health regen. So one thing I want to mention is the zone that you go to, can you join your friend zones? Like if, let's say Grumpy, Richard, and Boulder, and Yingless are in one zone, right? Can we take our squad over there and join whatever game they're in and help them with another squad? Or is it just random? Are these just random things? Because it looks like you party up with 4 and then you go on these missions. But is there any way to determine where you go like you can in Helldivers? Or is it sort of just like, you just sort of do it and then you see what happens kind of situation?
I think it's random because I'm skimming through as well.
So the one thing that I see here that the entire game is principally designed around for the PvE campaign is it's taking a note from Helldivers, it's taking a note from Space Marine 2, with the attempt to delineate between having classes and then having a progression for said classes so that it incentivizes and encourages you to play it so that there's sort of a progression to work towards, if I had to guess. Red Dot Zebra
Okay, it
donates
does
26
go
euros and says, can we get friend zoned? Is what Kibbs is asking. Damn. This is a true possibility.
It does mention what happens if you die later down.
Thank you, Nation. Yep, we're going to keep going. While our classes are meant to complement one another, there is no right way to set up a squad. If you want to drop into a mission with 4 breachers, that's up to you. Exactly. Mix and match experiment, mission to mission, and find a class build and squad competition that matches your style of play. That's good. That means that you won't have people fighting over classes. Like you would in Vermintide, where it's like, I want to play Serena, I want to play Serena.
Yeah,
It's like,
the worst part of Vermintide.
Yeah, the worst part of Vermintide is the issue is that because the classes are unique, it's not just like Left 4 Dead with dialogue. It locks you out. But because the classes are free form, you can choose them when you want them. So that's actually okay. Now I'm still questioning the class design thing, but it's going to have to be seen to really know. Once you've selected your class, it's time to choose your mission type. Horde Siege missions are organized into 3 main playlists that offer matches of differing lengths and objectives. The first among these is Blitz, short, intense missions that feature a 1 to 2 objective, perfect for when you only have time for a quick run, usually around 15 to 20 minute length. So blitzes are fast sieges, standard length missions that contain multiple objectives with more opportunity to traverse across the map. Missions range from 20 to 40 minutes. All right, so we're getting to Helldivers level here. Yeah, with that one. And then they have a really big one called Horde. Horde for when you want a tougher grind. These missions will ask your squad to hunker down in one spot, setting up defenses against 10 grueling waves with limited support. These missions can last up to 50 to 60 missions. 50, 60
So Horde
minutes.
is closer to the classic Horde mode.
So yeah, that's closer to the classic. So I think you just set up defenses and build stuff, I assume. Now, one thing I know they haven't talked about here that I would love to see is a inverse game mode where there's Horde but PvP version. So you can play as the Locusts. Or making an inverted version where you could play as the Locusts. Because that was really cool that Gears 3
Like
had.
Gears 3 had.
Yes. There was something special about being able to play as the Locusts and their unique mechanics and stuff like that. I think that should be expanded on. I don't think that's going to be there in launch, but I think it'd be, if this game's good, I think there should be public voice made to urge the developers to consider that, because Exploring the PvE possibilities, or even just keeping a PvE and having like a locust version inverted, where you like attack things, would be just kind of cool. I like the idea of that. I like the idea of asymmetry. All right, so
Yeah.
the modes looks like they put a lot of effort into this, by the way. It looks like this is quite extensive in terms of how they're handling this, which in my eyes is pretty good. Mostly because it's like, okay, it's not just like a little tacky like game mode. It's got a lot of layers to it, a lot of depth. And the fact that they're intending to build up on top of it more means that the developers themselves see the PvE avenue as a much larger thing. Because while I like Gears of War, I usually only play the campaign or horde mode. I was never particularly big into the PvP modes. Never was really my thing. I know it was for you, Rapier. But it wasn't really usually my cup of tea. And seeing that the PvE side of the game is getting a massive expansion, this is really interesting. I actually am pretty intrigued, to say the least, about that. So let's see. Siege difficulty. Now we get to talk about difficulty modes. When you select a mission playlist, you'll also need to choose your difficulty level. Horde Siege difficulty levels work a bit differently than in the campaign, since they scale with your class level, so okay, that's good to know. What about if we have lower level players, I wonder? The higher your class level, the higher level of difficulty you'll be able to take on as you tackle more difficult missions. Oh, okay, it's like Helldivers. You unlock higher difficulties by completing higher difficulties, I assume. So you can just drag a rookie. Level. You can drag a rookie to hell, basically. Good.
Yeah. So it's based on the level of your class determines what difficulty you can do.
Let's see. You'll earn increased rewards. Horde Siege will always suggest a difficulty based on your class level, but the final choice is up to you. Blah, blah, blah. Rookie. Intended for players who are familiar with the campaign or fighting Locust Horde. Recommended 1 through 10. Infantry. Meant for experienced players who are ready for a challenge. Recommended for class levels 10 through 20. Commander, reserved for the most elite combatants with many successful completed missions, 20 through 30. And the Allfather, missions with a slim chance of survival regardless of your combat record, recommended for max level classes only. So basically, that's your super duper.
So the important
tough
part there is the class level recommendations.
The difficulty name being called Allfather implies something interesting there. Allfather, what does that mean? Is that like?
Well, that's literally the founders of the COG, wasn't it? The Allfathers?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you might be right. My memory's a bit rusty. I was like, is there like a grub called the Allfather or something? Like, interesting.
No, that's a COG thing, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Never mind. I was wondering if that was insinuating like some sort of boss thingy. Alright, so rigs and mission types. So, there are approximately 5 mission types. I don't know if they'll add more, but let's find out. No matter what playlist and difficulty you choose, most missions center around rigs, short for resonation imaging geographer. COG scanning equipment. Yeah, basically it's like the proto-resonator. Used by mining companies for locating underground pockets of emulsion, now repurposed for short-range mapping of locust tunnels beneath the streets of Kelowna. These devices are critical to the defense of the city and the missions and the mission objectives you are assigned. Objective 1 is secure locust forces. Locust forces are occupying a critical area to the COG's defense of Kelowna. Push into the enemy's position and drive them out. So sort of like a attack. Calibrate. A rig requires calibration before it can be used. Defend a series of zones near the rig so it can accurately map the locust territory. Repair. The locusts have attacked a rig, scattering key components. Collect and reinstall all the parts of the rig to get it back online. And defend. An active rig is attracting the attention of nearby locusts. Defend the rig until it finishes its mapping. And then the final mode is Horde. Get ready to dig in and defend, survive 10 waves of incoming locusts with increasing difficulty as they try to destroy a single rig. I wonder if they'll add future modes, but we'll see. Missions combine these objectives, archetypes with difficulty modifiers, and in matches. Events to ensure you and your squad have a thrilling, unique match experience every time. We'll have 5 different types available at launch, with more coming in post-launch. Okay, that answers my question there. So, more mission types, I imagine, is they're going to progress the story of this, sort of like with the season thing, and eventually these missions will probably involve things as such as going into the tunnels themselves, if I had to guess. Which is good, because it would be nice to see more mission variety. Maybe they'll even add like different, like sort of like attacking, like certain like enemy hard points. Rather than just focusing on the rig, you have to disperse a group of enemies that are coming up from the tunnels, or set up an ambush or something. Or like there's a column of Brewmax or some shit, you know? But yeah, sounds interesting. Secondary objectives and rewards. As you navigate the map completing your mission main objectives, you'll come across secondary objectives. These are shorter optional tasks your squad can attempt to earn bonus rewards, such as weapon parts, free equipment, and squad perks. Shared in sessions. Bear in mind, shared in session, you know, so we don't get griefing like we did in Helldivers 2 because of the samples when the game launched. It's shared. You're not gonna like randomly make it a PvP thing, but I guarantee you there's gonna be some idiot that's gonna fucking think that they only get it for themselves and like then get mad. That's just bad game design if they did that. In session squad buffs that can be upgraded at supply caches. So there's like flat squad passives you can get from the sounds of it. Well, squad perks expire at the end of a mission. Any weapon parts you collect during the match can be used to unlock new weapons, mods for your loadout. However, to keep any weapon parts you earn, at least one player in your squad must successfully extract to complete your mission. Meaning that unlike Helldivers, it's not dependent on who's carrying the samples. It means that one player needs to extract, and you'll get all the sample or the parts. So it's basically just squad bound. Secondary objectives will ask your squad to go the extra mile, completing critical tasks such as defusing locust explosives, limiting high-value targets, collecting a vital cog intel, or even delivering a power core to another squad's rig for a midway boost. That could be cool. I like the idea of this quite a bit. This sounds quite interesting. All right. Save and pay energy. Let's see. Save and pay energy. As you complete objectives and defeat enemies in Horde Siege, you and your squad will collect a shared pool of energy. Energy can be used at supply caches scattered across the map to buy equipment, upgrade squad perks, or even purchase a new weapon on the fly. While energy collection is shared across the squad, spending is individualized. Thank God. While earning is easy, deciding what each player invests in is where squad strategy gets interesting. So you get resources in-game, and they have to choose to buy upgrades and stuff like that in the games themselves. All right. They put some thought into this.
Money not being shared for purchasing is nice.
Yes, meaning that we each have our own private accounts, basically, of resources. So
but everyone gets the money when it's picked up.
Yeah. When you open a supply cache, you'll see your own personal options based on your class and progression. Equipment and grenades now occupy the same inventory slot. You can pocket defensive equipment like a sentry or decoy to carry with you, or choose to go offensive with a variety of grenade types like frags and incendiaries. What appears for purchase grows over time as your class progresses and reflects any mods or upgrades you've invested in. In addition to the supply cache, energy can also be used at a specific defensive position to purchase and upgrade turret installations. Sort of like Gears 3 with like the ability to buy turrets and stuff. Plus, since turrets can now be detached, Halo 3, hello?
It's time to finish the fight, Chatfish.
Yeah, we finish the fight. It's a great way to get your hands on a heavy weapon that might be a critical tool. Now, I assume detaching it has negatives, such as, you know, it probably doesn't fire as fast or like accurately, or potentially...
you also probably can't run with it.
Probably has limited resources, but you can detach turrets just like you could in Halo 3. All right, that's interesting. Energy provides your squad with the means to determine the direction of the fight. Do you build up a defensible position, shift your loadout for the next objective, or scavenge what another squad left behind and use it to survive the next wave? The more energy you earn, the more options you have, and all the energy you earn contributes to your mission's score. So tackling a few secondary objectives and events is often worth the effort as long as it doesn't get you killed in action. Sounds like it's a pretty good design here, especially with that, how it's laid out here.
It does sound like they've spent a lot of development time on this, which...
Yeah, because it's got a lot of depth to it, and it doesn't sound bad at all. Let's see. Wow.
They're working on the longevity of the game. Like, What people will play after they go through the campaign multiple times.
Yes, and this is what I like because it shows investment. Like, I'm not just buying a game for a pump and dump experience, right? Like, if I'm doing that, I expect to be paying, like, you know, 20, 30 bucks for, like, a campaign that's really good, and I might revisit in a few years, like an RPG, right? RPGs are great for that. But this is a game that's an action game. Its campaigns usually range from 6 to 8 hours, usually, and then ends, which is always like, okay, that's not a super long time. But the fact that this multiplayer mode exists will extend its runtime to probably 50 to 60 hours, depending on how much depth or layers there are of systems that are interesting. It might even reach hundreds of playtime gotten from this game, which is good. It's a net good thing. I mean, that's why I love RPGs. RPGs, you can get like 30 to 60 hours out of sometimes. And that's like the ballpark you usually see. Usually 30 to 40. So it's like, okay, you buy a game and it's that 30, 40 hours of gameplay. The problem I always had with the older Gears was that, well, you bought the game, you played the co-op campaign, and like for Gears of War 1, but then that's like a 6 to 8 hour run, and it's like, that's it. But then Gears 2 added the Horde mode, which increased its value. Gears 3 added more depth to it, which again did the same thing, increased its value. So that, okay, well, the campaign was only 6 to 8 hours, you get the additional 20 hours out of the Horde mode because it's so much fun, or maybe even 30, you know? It's nice because it means that the investment of buying this game and its entertainment value goes up. Shut up, Chatfish. I see you snarking me in chat. Snarky fishes.
They are snarky.
Yeah, snarky little guys. Red Dot Zebra says the carry should be able to decide to wipe if he thinks the other players doesn't deserve the resources. That should be the law. That's awful. Also,
that is awful.
But fortunately, that's not the case in this game.
I mean, the carry, if someone's carrying the team...
I mean, odds are the team will just die because they can't,
quite literally, like, he just has to not revive them if he's going to be that kind of person.
Also, that kind of person should be basically pushed out of a community, in my opinion. Mostly due to the fact that if you have a player that's not playing together, then what are you doing? Like, go play something else. But that's why we gatekeep. The only people we let play with us is usually people who play nicely. And people who break the rules often get left behind. Because, well, you know the rules. And so do I.
And so do I.
Good, you did it. You paused for a long time.
Say goodbye.
You made me worried there.
Hey, good.
Oh my god, hold up. How long is this? Okay.
The
It's pretty long.
siege mode is... You're about to be done with it, and I'm assuming that's the main thing you care about.
I know. I was just curious. The PvP is interesting, but like, I'll be real, I might.
It's mostly
play it
so. I was
once,
skimming through
and
PvP
that's it.
is mostly about maps and stuff, and like ranked. The other important things at the bottom, which is about cosmetics and the plan for the future in regards to that and monetization.
Every match can be augmented by a mix of gameplay conditions, such as mission modifiers, poisons, invasion events, and more. These variables combine to create unexpected challenges, keeping your squad on its toes and ensuring that no mission ever plays exactly the same. Mission modifiers. Depending on the mission difficulty you've selected, your mission may feature modifiers that put an additional twist on combat. Mission modifiers augment your combat experience with things like only perfect active reloads. Oh, painful. Regenerating health only when you're in cover, or even enemies exploding on their death. That's weird. Poisons. Poisons are back. Whenever you complete a boss... I don't even know. Was poisons ever a thing? Probably in the newer ones.
I think it was 5.
Whenever you complete a boss wave in your main objective, the locusts get stronger as their health and damage increase. Poisons are squad specific, so only the enemies you face are affected. This means deciding to tackle an extra secondary objective to build investment in energy and squad perks becomes an important strategic decision. What?
Poisons is they just get increased health and damage. That's in Gears 3.
Okay, that's what
And
poisons
2.
mean. Poisons was insinuating like some sort of dot or some sort of like damage.
Yeah, I thought it was
over time
something else.
system. Okay, so poisons, what it equates to is enemies get stronger. And this is why you want to probably tackle bonus objectives when you can at a relatively early stage so that you can match their level. Because if you're just rushing through it, you probably are going to be in a bit of a pickle. Invasion events. When an invasion event starts, all squads on the map are notified about impending arrival of a large locust units. These are iconic Gears bosses, like Corpsers erupting out of the ground, or a Brumac crushing its way onto the battlefield. While an invasion event is active, all squads are affected by a temporary modifier. These have major impacts on the entire match. Blocking extraction or disabling supply caches, these enemies also come with their own supporting units, presenting a tough challenge, best taken on when all 3 squads are working together to bring them down and secure the area. Of course, any squad that joins the fight gets a portion of the rewards. Again, incentivization is always a good key, because there's always going to be that squad that's going to be out there like, me, and just like to waddle by. Cog resupply. Cog resuppliers are free rewards that occasionally pop up on the map. They come in 3 different varieties: supply drops, perk caches, and weapons part stockpiles. Supply drops contain free equipment and modded weapons that any player can grab. Perk caches have 3 squad perks, with the best perk going to the squad that interacts with it first. Okay, so basically it's like first come, first choose is how it sounds like. Because I would assume that perk would have to be chosen. How would you determine how it's the best? You know? Weapon parts stockpile will reward various amounts of weapon parts, but only if you can coordinate with other squads. What do you mean coordinate with other squads? What does that even mean? What? All COG resupplies.
As in to,
What?
I guess, complete the objective, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. All COG resupplies have a negative side effect of attracting locust forces, so approach with caution and watch your back. So it means that enemies can spawn and attack you. Extraction. One thing that doesn't change. Chat, it's an extraction shooter. One thing that doesn't change.
Extraction shooter!
To be fair, extraction shooters usually are the most interesting. Usually.
Gears of War Extraction Day? Yeah.
Yes. We got it. That's what E-Day means.
So
Each mission is your squad's final
so proud of
objective.
himself.
Get out alive after you've completed your mission's main objectives. You'll be asked to clear a landing zone and survive until your Raven arrives. While it's always best to get everyone out together, technically only one member of your squad needs to make it out alive to complete your mission. So stay on your feet and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Memento Mori. Life, death, and squad lives. All right, so this is how deaths work. In Horde Siege, death isn't always the end. If you're killed in action, you'll drop your COG tags. Your tags can then be collected by your squad mates and delivered to any supply cache to revive you. Oh, that's cute. I actually like that because it's very referential to the previous game with like collecting the COG tags. Now, that's not how tags work in the lore, in case you were curious, chat. What tags don't bring us
COG
back?
tags didn't just rebuild people? What?
I think so.
Players...
I think if you brought a dog tag to a body, it should resurrect.
Dumb! Put the tags back on.
That's the true tragedy of Gears 3. All the resupply points were gone.
Damn.
Yeah. Everyone was dead.
They use
No
them
more
up.
respawns.
However, if your entire squad is killed, you'll lose a squad life. If your squad consumes all its squad lives, then you'll fail the mission. Okay, so lives aren't tied to individual dudes. They're tied to the squad. That makes sense because then you're not fucking... I see why they did that, though. So you're not going to be ragging on the weakest link that much. I mean, you're still going to rag on them regardless, actually. Actually, no, that's not why that was probably.
Yeah, but them dying doesn't just fuck you entirely.
It doesn't drain your pool. Yeah, so one bad player doesn't drag down the entire squad. So you're not going to kick out, Squealy because he's a drag on the team.
Stura says COG tags are just holy globules.
Oh, God.
Holy globules!
It's terrible. All right, let's see. Next we have is weapons, parts, and progressions. So I like the life system. That doesn't sound like cancer. I was worried about it because I was like, oh boy, like.
Also, other squads can revive you.
Yes, and the fact that other squads can revive encourages cross-team play, which is good. Spig can die 80 times now? Yes, Spig can be the biggest deadweight he wishes to be. He can become the singularity.
And it won't hurt the team.
He was born to be. Helldivers, start screaming. I actually wish Helldivers 2 did the same thing. But to be fair, Helldivers 2 you can revive at will. But yeah. Either way, well, let's hold on to talking about Helldivers 2 just yet. Oh, my tummy. Every completed mission will earn your class XP. Advancing your class levels at launch, Wait, what? Oh, no. Sorry, I misread that. At launch, or I misthought about it. Don't worry about it. At launch, each class features 30 levels of progression. Advancing through each level unlocks new loadout weapons and equipment, armor mods, tactical gear mods, and unique weapon mods. At key milestones, your class will also receive base health and damage increases, so you just get tougher. That's to help encourage you to go towards the Allfather difficulty mode, if I had to guess. Armor mods upgrade your soldier, tweaking things like health, ammo reserves, or weapon swap speeds, or adding unique benefits like gaining perfect active ammo from executions. Oh, that's interesting. Tactical gear mods improve your class's unique equipment, decreasing cooldowns, increasing range, and adding additional effects. I need a drink soon. The weapon mods for the time in the mainline gear games, you can modify your iconic guns to suit your playstyle. Some mods are subtle, gently nudging the weapon in a tactical direction, while others mods can change its functionality. If you want to go nuts, you can even attach a bayonet to your Gnasher. Yes, that did seem like a cute little attachment. The Gnasher always deserved a bayonet, and I'm surprised it didn't have one.
Yes.
Once unlocked, your class your class's level track, sorry, I misread that. Each weapon mod must be purchased with weapon parts before it can be equipped. While you'll earn some weapon parts by simply progressing your class level, the best way to earn weapon parts and unlock new mods is through earning and extracting with them in Horde Siege missions. But to keep any weapon parts you've collected during a mission, your squad must successfully extract and complete the mission. In Horde Siege, weapon customization is shared across all classes. In other words, if you customize a prototype Lancer for your Assault class, those same mods and cosmetics will be used if you equip the prototype Lancer with another class. That answers Indio's question there. You see that? Indio.
He's
He
muted.
wasn't
He
listening.
hates you.
He died.
Damn. Well,
People hate
India was
Chum.
wondering about whether it would lock you out of weapon thingies. From there, it doesn't sound like it. From there, this actually sounds like it incentivizes you to complete all classes to get the different unlocks from all the things. So there's a vested reason to play the other classes because you're going to want to in order to get different weapon builds for your guns that you want to tailor your playstyle. This is going to dramatically increase the playtime due to grind, mind you, but
which is actually one of the topics down at the bottom. Grind.
Oh, did they
For
talk
a bit
about
of a
that?
reason.
Oh, go ahead.
That actually
It's
reminds me a little
after
bit.
versus, yeah.
It reminds me a little bit of the class system in Revenant 2, doesn't it, Rapier?
What was that?
Grinding the classes so you get specific traits for the other classes.
Yeah, well, you permanently unlock their unique class trait in Revenant 2.
Yeah.
Okay. A combination of armor mods, tactical gear mods, and weapon mods create a deep range of opportunities to customize your gameplay. Finding the connections between them to maximize your impact in the heat of battle is key to your success at higher difficulties. Launch and beyond. After launch, Horde Siege will be updated with new classes, maps, missions, modifiers, and seasonal content. I don't know what seasonal content means. Like limited time events as part of our broader E-Day post-launch support. Okay, so like story event thingies or something?
No, seasons. Season pass.
Oh,
that
no.
stuff.
Pumpkin spice lattes?
Their claim of immediately no FOMO was a lie. They're going to have seasons.
Yeah, but I don't give a shit about cosmetics. Unless they start locking like mechanics behind it, then I'm gonna start blowing my brains out.
They were claiming it's purely cosmetics.
They
but
claimed, and I will say that they promised that they wouldn't do it. That way, if they do it, I can be even more mad.
That is under the assumption that the seasons are locked off after season end.
Which is the norm.
That's
the norm, yes, but some games don't.
Yeah, some games don't. Some games actually have seasons, and seasons are just you can play through them at any point.
Yeah, which is always nice.
Which is a new trend I see in newer games. So that's why I'm hopeful that the seasonal system will just be okay. The seasonal system should be just more additional content because locking it behind an explicit amount of time is retarded.
But that's what has me concerned with the limited time events.
I'm going to assume they're going to use the modern interpretation of seasons and have seasons be just this constant pile of things that you can just go through.
Actually, one of the first games that did these seasons don't expire that I played, at least one of the first ones I engaged with, was Halo MCC.
Yeah, their seasons last forever. Classic Recipe. No.
So that's versus.
We already know about Verkus. I'm gonna
And that's
skim
mostly
through
going over maps.
skins and customization items. I don't know if people particularly give a damn.
It's just talking about what you can customize. There was the grind it mentioned.
Where? Respect the grind. Crucially, items that can be obtained directly via a challenge or achievement can only be earned through that acquisition method, so long as the challenge is active. In other words, you can't bypass an achievement or challenge by opening your wallet. We'll see about how you stick to that over time. You also can't bypass an active challenge with coins. We respect the time and skill it takes for players to earn those items. To be fair, I don't think they're going to be able to get away with not doing that, because that's been a staple in Gears for a very long time, and I think the community would fucking blow a gasket at them. Based on the Gears community that I understand, even though I'm not directly part of that, but I have a lot of friends who are, they would probably just rip their little heads off. Don't worry, though. If you miss a limited time reward, you'll have another opportunity to earn it. Once a limited time moment, like a seasonal... Oh, here we go. Or event challenge expires, the corresponding reward will enter the barracks after a cooldown period, where it can be acquired for coins or iron. This allows the players who successfully completed the challenge in time to flaunt their rewards, while still allowing players who missed out on an opportunity to earn the rewards at a later date. So they are
that's
going
at
to
least
give
nice.
They're going to give the seasonal stuff away, which is good.
So basically, if you catch it in time, you can get it for free, and otherwise you have to get it with in-game currency.
Yep. Irons, I assume?
Iron is the...
Free.
Based on previous things, that should be the free currency, and coins is the paid.
Yep, iron. While nearly every single item can be earned through direct unlocks or purchased with our grind currency coins, coins, instant gratification, coins... I don't like how that sentence was worded. Mostly because of the comments.
That should really be a... thing.
Yeah, I know. A bit of a... I've been doing too much writing. I'm seeing flaws in other people's writing now. Instant gratification isn't a bad thing either. That's where Iron E-Day's premium currency... Wait, E-Day's premium
It's
currency...
the opposite.
Iron?
Coins is the free, iron's
Okay.
the paid. Okay.
Iron can be purchased and spent on individual items in the barracks or on featured offers in the shop. Blah, 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 blah. So coins are the free currency. Okay.
I would have expected it to
I
be
would
the
have had
opposite,
it inverted. That's weird. Yeah, that is strange. So irons is your
Earn your
premium.
coins, Chatfish.
Get your coins. That is not what I expected.
Iron sounds so much better.
Yeah, it does. I mean, using a premium currency and calling it coins sounds terrible. But then again, I also don't like premium currency or microtransactions as a whole.
No. And then the challenges, the demons, and then just post-launch saying...
Yep,
Season 1,
it's gonna be
Emergence
titled
is the
Emergence.
launch version. And we're committed to delivering 5 themed post-launch multiplayer seasons.
So they have 5 total seasons planned, and if the game bombs, that'll be the only 5 seasons that it'll ever get.
It also, if I had to
Whatever,
guess, it's 5 seasons with all content themed in universe, and then after that, it's gonna be up in the air if there's more.
After that, here's your Beyond's fucking Lancer.
Yeah, after that, then we're gonna start to see the nonsense, probably. So a longer period than Battlefield 6.
Yeah, Battlefield 6 first season immediately fucking went back on the word. Man, Battlefield 6 broke my heart, dude. Like we played the beta.
Was like, let's pivot to Battle Royale.
Played the beta. Battlefield 6 was actually not bad. Then it had a lot of potential. Then the game came out, and then they dropped the ball so hard. I think I died on the inside, dudes. I was ready to play that game a lot, and then they fucking they abandoned it for Battle Royale shit, dudes. Ugh. Battlefield 6 is okay. Yeah, that's the problem. It's okay. I don't pay $60 fucking for okay. I pay $60 fucking for literally what should be fucking cheesecake with a fucking big juicy steak and a big fucking baked potatoes and some pieces of bacon. And what I got was a half-eaten fucking walnut. I don't want this.
How about instead, Gibbs, you pay $100 for less than 10 hours of content?
And then, not to mention, the Battlefield campaign was also bad too. Goddamn. Oh. The new update is good, map and such. Maybe I'll try coming back to it, but I'm gonna let it simmer on the stove a little bit. I mean, that's how I did it for Battlefield 1. Battlefield 1, I played it on launch, I was like, it's okay. And then when the Revolution edition came out, well, more specifically around the time of In the Name of the Tsar, played it again, I was like, oh my god, Battlefield 1 cooked. It's nice and juicy now. It's like a juicy steak. Before I took a bite and I was like, oh, it's still wiggling. It's still mooing at me. Still moo. Yeah, BF1 made a huge turnaround. It launched and it was kind of okay-ish, and then over time it became spectacular. And then with the Revolution edition, which got rid of the cancerous map packs and just rolled it all into one nice little package, Battlefield 1 became one of the best modern Battlefields. It went from one of the most meh to the most, like, this is what modern Battlefield should be. It actually breaks my heart because we haven't had a Battlefield on that level since then. Yeah, I hear you, Chad. We'll have to take a look at Battlefield 6. I did see that they added the aquatic expansion, and that was well received. And that makes me happy because the aquatic expansion for Battlefield 4 was when 4 started making a turnaround a bit. When they added like the half-sunken carrier and stuff like that, that was a cool map. All right. Next up, we'll get rid of the gear subjects. Okay, let's rewind the clock a little. Let's clean up the stuff we have. And let's get back over here. Ooh, there's a lot of narrating. Oh, God help me. God help. All right. You know what? Let me grab a water. Jeez.
Bindio, you can read instead. He's dead, Chatfish. I guess that leaves Squealy.
I'm back.
Such a downgrade.
I grabbed a little bottle of tea. Ugh. It's down. All right. So, this is a post from Bumbadum14. In case you didn't know, all the allegations of sexual misconduct, abuse, harassment, and frat boy culture was entirely fake, and the state of California even admitted that there was no evidence substantiating any of the claims, in regards to Blizzard, by the way. The entire controversy around Blizzard was set up by California to force the company to stop hiring white men, using Me Too allegations to strong-arm them. Some of these accusations were so bizarre and insane that they included theft and consumption of breast milk during work hours, a rape room named after Bill Cosby, sorry, I don't know why I'm having a hard time today. Sexual harassment to the point of an employee ending her own life. All of these claims were essentially a theater performance over the fact that only 1 in 5 of Blizzard employees were women. So the breast milk allegations were indeed false, chat. They sounded outlandish to begin with. As a result, Blizzard agreed to pay roughly $18 million in fines and set up HR hiring practice that would discriminate against white men. That's racist, by the way. Internal messages between California Civil Rights Division officials showed that an entire thing was a ploy to send a message to the industry to literally ruin video games. It was so fucking fake that Brack and Kotick literally paid their own employees to stage a walkout. This is terrible. The insinuation of this is, if you feel mad and you feel anger, I ask you to temper yourself so don't like blow a gasket. But like that anger you feel is good though. That is justified.
So in other words, modern gaming problems literally stems from California again. It's always Chatfish. Can we just cut off California?
Yeah.
Sink it into the ocean.
Can we take Japan? Japan, come here. We'll trade.
Can we swap places?
Like trying to go ahead and invade California. Like,
let's just build a device to rip out California, and replace it with Japan.
Okay. I'm angry, not for the reason you think. I was busy taking care of some of my fucking chores around the house. Real quick, right? And I hear over my headphones that the breast milk story isn't fucking real?
It's fake.
What the fuck?
It's fake.
That was the funniest fucking shit, and it's fake. It's not real. Fuck you.
After Blizzard capitulated and announced it would discriminate in its hiring, which is ironic, the state walked back from the $1 billion lawsuit to a $55 million settlement and announced that all allegations were false. Can we advocate for the total destruction and eradication of the Californian state government? It is time for the federal government to finally become evil and just destroy and bomb and blow up all the state government offices. All right, it's just gotta happen. We're just gonna have to kill them, Chad. We're just gonna have to kill them. We've tried to coexist.
Travis just looks at Kim. Wow.
It's time to load a truck full of Semtex and just put the pedal to the metal. I'm joking, of course.
Have a rape room.
Listen, Czar may die in the atomic fire that consumes California, but
no, Cabal, it's not women strikes again. It's the state government strikes again.
California strikes again.
Yeah. It's not women, it's not men, it's not black people, it's not white people. It's the state government is a fucking pile of shit, is what it is. It's the local state government of California is one of the most rancid, putrid fucking things in existence.
So, Show just popped in.
And then she just...
No, Show popped in? That's very coincidental. A woman came into our BC. Maybe women are the problem.
She was I could tell she was on her phone because I saw the light up.
Oh my god, she's embarrassed.
He says, "Sorry, misclicked."
Yeah, that's a classic Show right there. She's
does
spying.
Shoblin have something to say about this? No.
Oh my god, that'd be funny because I don't think she knows anything about this.
What? They were drinking breast milk?
Show's only thing is she watches girly things and does girly stuff. I don't think she knows a damn thing about Blizzard. We could ask her.
She didn't even know about Vietnam.
She didn't even know about the Vietnam War. And then when we asked her about it, she said that's when the bad guys, you, invaded.
You.
When she sent me pictures of the Vietnam War Museum in Vietnam,
she was shocked at learning her own history.
She was shocked that her country was invaded and shocked that we had done it. Because she couldn't believe it. Because not long before that, she had screamed, "I love America," when she got her first paycheck from us. Because our money is that much more valuable.
And she was curious why everyone gave her strange looks.
Oh, America. Hold the $20 bill.
My god. Show should have her pay doc, though. What do you think, Chet? Yeah. We should blame all women for the sins of one. Or the sins of the Californian ones.
How much I bet she isn't even actually looking at she isn't even looking at the stream itself.
No, she's on her phone. She's just probably walking around, probably avoiding monkeys.
Probably in bed, slacking, not going to sleep.
Probably is. Probably not doing her job. When she should be finishing that illustration for us. Curious.
I had to do an illustration.
The bucket cast pay donkey.
Does she even know where California is? Probably not.
She might. Actually, she
Regular
might
doesn't
not.
even know where California is.
Considering how oblivious she was to her own country's history, I wouldn't be entirely surprised if she actually didn't know where California was. I don't think, and considering all the women that I've talked to, well, not all, but a good chunk, their geographical skills are usually not very good. But then again, that goes for a lot of men too, because most people are just really bad at geography.
Are you saying women can't geography, Kibbs? Are you some kind of sex ode?
I'm just saying that Paradox really did provide me one form of good education in that regard. I know where a lot of countries are, and countries that nobody gives two fucks about, like Andorra. Ooh. But yeah. Either way.
Can you place on the map Idaho? Idaho! Idaho!
You know what, Squealy? Tally up all of Harlot's donations.
Yeah.
No.
Chow Chow donates $2 and says, "I'm dumb. My funds were for a bucket fish for Shadowbringers." Thank you for the nation. Very generous. Let's maybe
His
watch the movie We
Chatfish
Were
fun
Soldiers.
was
It's
a
about
bucket
first
fish.
major battle between U.S. and NBA forces. Let's not. All right. As much as I joke about it, remember that she's still from that country, so we're not going to do that. None of that.
Also, there's 4 highlight donations.
We're not going to be watching any Vietnam era war movies with Show because we're not going to get Show in any sort of trouble. You
Look,
goobers.
Sheldon. War crimes against your people. Okay.
Okay.
She's not watching it. She's playing
She
fucking.
didn't even
never-
watch the movie she made us watch.
Yeah. The last watch along, she chose the movie and she didn't even watch it. She was just sitting there.
She watched it and ended with, haha, you are cursed. I'm not, because I didn't watch.
Yeah, she made us watch a bad fucking movie. Last time I let her choose a movie. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. At least I choose something kind of interesting, right? I chose Oblivion with Tom Cruise. It's a silly but interesting little sci-fi movie.
Last Samurai.
That Samurai's probably pretty good.
Best Tom Cruise movie.
What's one of them, yeah.
Which movie was it where Tom Cruise plays a guy on the Great Wall?
I don't want to watch that.
It's just called Great Wall.
I don't want to watch.
I think it's funny.
All right, so before we move on past this subject, yeah. So honestly, this is horrific. What occurred here? We shouldn't actually get too muddied in our own like silliness. What happened here is terrible. Like I am still kind of angry about it, and you should be too. You should be angry. The problem with this is that not only did they do this, but they got away with it because the breast milk thing is what people constantly talk to Blizzard. They've actually done defamation to a company that didn't deserve it, and people lost their jobs. And you know, it's awful because that's basically what opened the door for more like woke hiring and stuff like that. I mean, that was at the turning point with Overwatch, right? Things were kind of going downhill already, but that was to force out the last vestiges of like resistance from Blizzard, finally. And that was the final act of the death of Blizzard. You could argue that it began with Activision's acquisition, but there were still holdouts. And there's still holdouts today, but they're so small and scattered that they can't do anything.
Like the executives in Blizzard were also behind this, I think.
Yes, well, yeah. Remember, this is post Activision acquisition, meaning Activision was not only complicit in this, but also participated in it rather than fighting. A real company would have fought this tooth and nail to the bitter end. Because that's what they should have done. Because at the end of the day, they would have won. They would have defeated California. Well,
they would have defeated the state of California.
I don't know if it's in their own courts, but yeah, like because the courts in California are corrupt, and everyone's corrupt in California. I wouldn't trust a police officer from Cali. No, I wouldn't trust anybody from Cali. No,
I wouldn't trust a cow from California.
California is truly a putrid state. People lost their jobs so they could be replaced, removing the sticks in the mud, slowing the flow of the river. Yeah, like, it's just one of those cases of, like, it's honestly disturbing. It's disturbing because they got away with it. It's also disturbing that they got away with it for years. Like, how long ago was that story that happened? It was 2018, wasn't it? 2019. Like, for almost 10 years, they've gotten away with it. People need to pay. There needs to be justice. And the people who have done this need to be punished. Their lives need to be utterly destroyed, in my opinion. And I'm not just saying that because I'm angry, but because they've destroyed a lot. I know, but this is the thing. They've destroyed so many livelihoods, destroyed so much, that the only justice can be, you know, the same thing. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a nail for a nail. Like, what they have done goes far beyond just like a fine or a slap on the wrist. Like, this needs to see prison time. They need to have their stuff seized, and they need to have, like, everything ripped from them. Like, this is terrible what they did here. Absolutely. And then justice needs to be given to those who were affected, who were fired. They need to be given some form of financial compensation and reparation from the state. The state needs to be made to pay reparation to the employees of Blizzard. They need to pay. They need to pay in full. They should not be allowed to get away with this. And this means the federal government and the federal courts should come in and actually drag them through the fucking burning coals. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it's what, in my opinion, should happen. This is the this
It
is
won't. Nope.
this
They'll
is
get
the
away with it and
moment.
they'll do it again.
I know. This is the moment in which the federal government is now needed to do something. Feds aren't needed for a lot of things, but when the state oversteps its bounds, it's somebody's got to put the hurt on them. So goddamn glowies, do your thing. Come on, attack somebody who needs
Are you
it.
sure they weren't
half the
responsible
glowies
for
are
it,
from
Gibbs?
California, Gibbs?
Yeah. That's usually the case. The glowies were also responsible for it.
No, those are state level glowies.
Well,
Talking about
what
federal
I've
level
learned
glowies.
is we need to beat Bucky because he made up the breast milk story.
Death to Bucky.
I wish that was. It would be so much fucking funnier if it was real.
But yeah, that's my opinion. I think the people who lost their jobs need to be compensated for all the years they took from them and then some. And the state needs to be made to suffer. And then the state should be dragged over the coals and made to make it a public apology. And the people who did this and were complicit in this should have their names dropped. It should be public knowledge. So that any company can know in advance who they will never trust again. Because the damage they incurred was so great. They took one of the greatest companies in America, and this is actually a major crime. It's not just a little thing. Like, it's one of our companies. It's an American company producing American product that helps us be a cultural hegemon. They destroyed one of our pillars, one of our American pillars, which Blizzard was one of our cultural hegemon. Blizzard was renowned. It's like on the level of Coca-Cola for video games. All right? Like, this isn't just a little crime. This is a huge crime that cannot be understated. And the punishment cannot be severe enough to the perpetrators of this, because it's borderline an attack on the entire nation, as far as I'm concerned. Because it is. Blizzard was huge. It's not only a huge company that employs tons of Americans, but it exports our culture. Like, I can't tell you how many Europeans I've met that love Blizzard games. Especially like StarCraft or Warcraft and stuff like that.
The entire country of Korea?
Yeah, pretty much. Like,
South Korea?
Yeah, South
Even
Korea
North
specifically. No, I don't know about North Korea.
North Korea doesn't know it exists, let's be honest.
But if they did, they would be consuming StarCraft rapidly.
They don't have video games in North Korea.
I don't think they have electricity. Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like
They have TVs.
I feel like we need something bad to happen to these people by the law. YouTube.
By the law.
Yeah. Like, the law needs to do something, not an individual, not a vigilante, but by the law, because what they did here is heinous. It's so honestly, I know you guys know what it is. Like, you all know it. I feel like it cannot be stated enough how awful what this is, because this basically confirms what people were suspecting all along, and it's worse than what we thought, because they were complicit in it and they actively engaged in it on both the state level and the executive level inside Blizzard. The executives need to be punished along with the state. The executives specifically of this incident, of this time. But yeah. Because I think many of these executives have actually golden parachuted away from Blizzard, haven't they?
Yep.
Which means that they did this intentionally to sabotage the company, took the money, and then fucking ran.
Probably shorted the stock as well on the way out.
Sick little shits. Seriously, they really need to fucking drag him over the coals. Oh my god. Because
I suggest the new law, Chatfish, where if a CEO quits, or like right before they quit, the company's stock, whatever, plummets, they should be held accountable.
They should be responsible.
Instead of getting a pay raise, which, by the way,
they're gonna pay raise in the form of lead
Let me see.
From a firing squad.
Let me see if I can find it, but apparently, so the CEO of EA or whatever, they fired a massive chunk of the Battlefield 6 devs, and he's getting a like 38 million bonus.
Wait, hold on. Repeat that. What?
The CEO of like EA, let me find it.
Get it now. I'm gonna
Bonus.
fucking scream.
Why are you taking our paychecks? You already took our paychecks.
There we go. It's being the stream room in a second.
Breaking. EA CEO Andrew Wilson received a total of $38 million, almost $39 million, in stocks awards and bonus payments after laying off Battlefield 6 devs, thanks to the game's success across all milestones.
So
Other
the game did
senior
well.
EA executives also received big sums across both bonuses. These rancid human beings, these sick fucks, what they did here is these developers worked hard. This happened to Assassin's Creed, I think, as well, didn't it? With the Barcelona team, but I don't know what's happening with that.
Well,
Yeah.
they got laid off right after.
The Spanish Barcelona team, which I don't like, Spain, Barcelona, but either way, they got laid off as well after the game did incredibly successful because the new Black Flag game did great and is doing very good. Oh my god, that's actually fucking rancid. These people need to be. What are they going to do to these people? What's going to happen to these people? They need to be.
They're going to move on to another company.
Other senior EA executives also include.
Nothing's going to happen, and they're gonna keep doing it. And that's what they're gonna do.
So, president of EA, Laura Mile, $13.7 million. Chief Financial Officer Stuart Canfield, $11.3 million. Chief Legal Officer Jake Schatz, $8.4 million. Chief People Officer Mala Singh, $8.3 million. These people stole money. They stole money from both EA, they stole from the actual company itself, and they stole money from the developers at DICE and all the other developers.
I need to point out, the woman in the pink thing looks like she's wearing a trash bag.
She does, and I honestly don't care. I want them to see them in prison suits instead, orange jumpsuits. Orange jumpsuits for all five of these fuckers.
That won't happen.
Because what they did is they stole money. It's what they did.
Well, eventually having kids, they'll get caught for tax evasion, and then they'll get ripped in prison. But otherwise, nothing's going to happen to them kids.
Is our only hope the IRS? My God.
Yes.
IRS, please do something. Fuck.
That's how they caught Al Capone, wasn't it? Tax evasion?
Yes.
Or something?
They couldn't get him on anything else because technically speaking was clean hand. But until they realized, wait a second, you're not paying your tax. Now we can kill you. That's what they did. They killed him.
Kill them.
They took away the one medicine that would allow him to fucking avoid his fucking delirium. Drugged him during his trial and prevented him from actually going anywhere but prison for the rest of his life, which he died in.
Beautiful.
He deserved it. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah,
but
did. I mean, justice works in mysterious ways, but that's what it takes for the law to do the right thing. Then okay, weird though.
Think when the government finds out, wait a second, I'm not getting money.
Where's my share? It's okay. The government always gets their share from Kibbs.
Kibbs sad and poor? Yes. That's all great artists should be.
56 Heroes from Red Dot Zebra says, what are they going to do to these people? They're going to pay them, and other companies are going to offer them jobs. That's how it goes. I know that's how it goes, but like these people should not be in the industry more. Why do you think when I started my little indie company, Battle Image Studios, why do you think I didn't want a publisher? Because, okay, you choose a publisher, and it'll be run by these fucking assholes. And you know what happened with Ensemble Studios? I told you guys the story, right? Yeah, you already know. Like, Microsoft set them up with, like, so much success. They had so much success. They were the kings of the world. They made Age of Empires, one of the literal kings. And Microsoft looked at them and was like, I can't control you. You have too much autonomy. Pulls their power plug. And tried to do it without giving them fucking goddamn, like, any sort of care packages on the way out. So that they would all be landed on their feet. Like, these corporations are fucking vile. They're not just evil, they are fucking rancid. They are so greedy, so heartless, that you can be the best employee, work your hardest, produce golden eggs for them, like Bungie did for Microsoft, and they'll still treat you like shit. they'll still treat you like shit because they don't care. They don't care. They want to maximize profits. And if that means fucking you over, even on top of the fact that you're already making them profits, they'll fuck you over on top of that. You cannot trust these corporations and these executives. These people are not to be trusted. They're not human. Like, they're not. They're genuinely, literally blood-sucking parasites that have somehow human shapes. Like, they are rancid. Oh my god. Hating them is not only okay, it's acceptable. Oh my god. I can't hate them enough, honestly. Fuck. Their smug little smiles as fucking people who just lost their jobs, who work day and night to try to make something, only to get fucked over by fucking management. My god, guys, this is it's infuriating. The reason why we don't have good games, we have great devs everywhere. We have terrible, terrible executives who are just crushing them underfoot anytime they do anything right. Like Black Flag Resynced does something right, gets fucking curb stomped. Battlefield 6 starts recovering, fucking curb stomped. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. It does not matter. It does not matter how good you are. It doesn't matter how successful you are. They will crush you into the ground, and they will destroy everything you make, and they will wring every dollar they can from you, and then they will throw you away, and they'll burn it all down. And then they'll go, and they'll move like the leeches they are to the next fucking company, and they'll do the same thing there. It's what happened with Unity. Unity is the same way. Blood-sucking leech came in, started draining the talent. But Unity as an engine is no longer as optimal as it once was. It's just kind of like there. Like, it's still relevant, but like it wasn't pushing the forefront. Now it's not, because they're draining it out there, bringing all their other blood-sucking parasite friends and family members over to just drain it dry with cushy positions, not doing a damn thing, and then they squeeze the life out, and they move to the next victim. And greatness dies overnight with fucking greed. Holy shit. I hate this. Chatfish, this is awful.
Speaking of business stuff, hi Fuzzy.
There's Fuzzy.
Hello. What do you need me to explain?
Nothing.
Kicking your legs.
There's nothing to
Kick your legs
explain.
over.
We already know everything about this. I want you to explain why the government hasn't fucking strung these people up yet. Like, explain that to me.
Because they're a part of it already, kids.
You're referring to Blizzard or this?
EA, Blizzard execs, like, why are they not strung up, dude? Like, explain.
Well, in Blizzard's case, the people that suffered need to file a class action lawsuit. That will force an involvement, and they have definitively the case now.
They have the case.
As
They
to
better file for class action. Jesus.
Yeah, because what needs to happen is, honestly, I was listening on the way home. The people that got the money, honestly, take it away from them and give it to the people give it to the actual innocent people, the ones that got falsely accused. They need to lose all of their settlement money, and then some.
Yeah, and here's the thing.
And if they go bankrupt in the middle of it, good.
Yeah, so be it. That's justice. Like, that, you get what you fucking deserve. The other thing I want to mention real quickly is not only that, right? But, goddamn, excuse me. But they
keep dying.
They need to give it to not just the victims, but also the victims that they accused, but also the people that they also fired and let go. Because
yes,
honestly, I think it should extenuate further. They have records of all the people who have applied. All the white people who didn't get accepted to that job should also receive compensation. Like, the assets of these people should be liquidated. It should be liquidated. Their assets liquidated. They should be put in prison, and the liquidated assets should be used to pay all the people they wronged. And then they can spend 30 years in prison. Fuck.
Honestly, I'd look at a lot. I'd definitely look at the legal grounds of the stakes. You have, off the top of my head, false accusation, conspiracy, abuse of government power, accusations of sexual harassment, and just the list goes on. There could be where, on top of just bankruptcy, you could actually see serious jail time for a lot of people. As to EA, well, let's face it, EA overall has actually done very well over time, so that's why they get the bonus. Battlefield isn't. Yeah, it's an important IP, but let's face it, it's not what's driving the line go up right now. It had a good year during its initial release, so it's a frustrating case, as in terms of public records of, yes, technically they did do their job, a line went up. Even though a
So-
lot of the long-term decisions is entirely EA's leadership's fault. So it's one of those frustrating cases.
Yep. Anytime
I
they
have
produce
found-
something good, they get fucked by their own
I
leadership.
found a news thing that's not. It's about a new drone. It's not really game related, but I want Chatfish to see it.
Yeah,
Let's take a
boy.
look.
It's not a drone delivery service, is
Push
it?
in the stream room. Oh my god, I hate it. It's a centaur. U.S. company Satris is developing 3 halves, a centaur-style robot designed for dangerous environments such as wildfires, rubble, searches, toxic areas, and confined spaces. The system combines a humanoid upper body with a quadruped mobility platform. They gave it a fucking...
What? I see several air reservoirs with pictures of knives and pistols.
Why did they give it that head? That's absolutely demonic.
There's a reason for that if you scroll down to the comments,
What the
which some of the comments are beautiful.
Why did they give it the head like that? Like, I'm gonna see that and I'm gonna think like it's a demon
look at
coming
the
to...
comments.
Why a
Like, hold on.
Comments.
Before I look at the comments, like, I want to point out that, like, you're like a little kid, right? And you see that coming, like, don't be alarmed. Like, fuck. Like, you're just gonna run into the fire.
Be not afraid as the
You
chainsaw
see
starts revving.
the bald golem coming towards you. Yeah.
Don't worry, you are saved as the chainsaw revs up.
So apparently
Lord,
the horns
I'm
have a
begging you,
camera
please
in
let
them.
let me get into a firefight in these woods with these things. Please let me hold a position that's going to be
So-
overrun with limited ammunition.
So apparently the horns serve an actual purpose of a cameras in them to see behind the thing. I don't know why you had to make them shaped like a horn, but
A robot, but we make it look as demonic as possible. POV, you're being rescued from a forest fire.
That's my favorite one.
You're like, nobody's gonna, like, I'm sorry, but, like, nobody's gonna,
you're saved.
like, that's not
The
gonna happen.
effigy of Ball is here to help you.
I don't know. Yeah, that's dumb. All right.
Oh.
Moving on back to gaming stuff. We have the Helldivers news finally. So, Hellspunkers 2 has news. Not exciting news, but it has it.
But I wanted Chatfish to see some man-made horrors.
I like how they got the bland effects too.
Hey look, they're referencing Space Marine.
Melt-A-Gun. They can never figure out what it looks like or what it does in any goddamn game.
It's always different.
Yep.
It's anti-tank, right? Well, Nick it destroy tank. Okay.
So, oh, what was that?
I already see one problem.
They chose the most boring goddamn things from 40K and slapped it into... Where's the picture? What the fuck?
I posted it.
Look in the VC
I'll
cable.
go get
It's all
it.
there.
No.
And you clicked the wrong thing again. We're not on that yet.
I know.
There
This
you
is,
go.
they did this. They chose boring ass like guardsman, like Cadian style, and they chose boring ass whatever the hell this is.
Yeah, I don't even know what the fuck that's
I
supposed to
don't
be.
even
How about some
recognize it.
Steel Legion? Steel Legion would be great.
They
for
chose
this.
nothing
do Steel Legion.
interesting.
Drop troopers,
They chose a hotshot marksman rifle. Meh.
which doesn't look like even a las gun, mind you.
Yeah.
It's not
Also,
a
they
las
use
gun.
this. They use a stupid.
They
modern
chose the
recon
basic
of-
40k bolt pistol. The most interesting thing they have is the melt-a-gun, and then the melt-a-mine, and then that's it. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all they did. It's so lame.
Do you get a fancy buff? No, you get better handling and faster reload. Great. That's totally worth an
Color
expensive
is just the
warbond.
green for the armor for the vehicles.
It's just green.
Yeah, of all of the interesting guard regiments they could have picked from, we get nothing.
You
Generic.
get nothing. You get the most boring option possible.
No backpack
You
loader.
like
Hold on.
green?
Yeah,
Yeah. Helgan was the most interesting one easily. Halo was aesthetically, I like the armors.
Now-
Definitely were nice, but
There usually is a superstore item accompanying these things. Wait, no, there wasn't for the Halo one, was there?
No.
no.
Yeah, never mind. This is
Helgan
it.
was
Or
unique
Hellgas.
because yeah,
This is it, actually. Holy crap, this sucks.
yeah, this is
$15
the hot
Catfish.
shot one.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna post like just armors they could have used and just decided not to in the fucking VC
Like,
chat.
before, okay, go ahead and post that.
Yeah, drop
look at
troopers.
this picture, all right? No, hold on. Look,
What?
this is what we're getting.
Or scions.
No, shh. This is what we're getting. This is what we're getting, all right? This is what we could have gotten. Okay, we could have gotten that. We could have gotten that, all right?
look at that.
But we didn't.
I don't want to just grab Krieg because there's a different thing going on for Krieg right now.
I
What
mean,
they
Steel
doing to
Legion
my
looks
Krieg?
better in my opinion.
And Rust.
Ew.
And also, like, look at this. This is what we could have gotten, chat.
This is oxy.
This is what we could have gotten. But that's not. We got the most boring possible outcome.
It's like,
We got the worst timeline.
Not even a
Look-
chainsword, mind you. They could have gotten a chainsword. But no.
would've been
no,
awesome.
nothing interesting. Just a fucking maybe a melted gun, I guess.
So how about
on
the
top
drop
of that,
troopers?
the last gun is not even a last gun.
I like how that's just a Merida, by the way,
They
from Starship.
look lean.
Uh,
I don't like that design. I think that's dumb.
They could have done anything. Anything. But they chose the weakest, lamest possible choice. And I'm just sad about
The
it.
laser's not even red, Chatfish. It's yellow still.
It's
It's
yellow.
not even a las gun. It's a fucking marksman rifle.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
ju-
projectile
it's-
weapon. It's not even a laser.
It's not even a hot shot like sniper. It's just like a rifle. It's some abomination of a las gun and a hot shot.
Spider Pick Donatello says, "Can I play? No, it's optimized. No, fuck Arrowhead. Yeah, they won't even fix the bugs. Like there are several dozens, or no, there are thousands of people who can't even get the game to run anymore because it's so unoptimized and can't even boot it up. And they will never fix that. They will never patch it. They will continue to ignore it, and they'll just make war bonds instead.
Well, it's because they don't actually care. They've straight up told us that there isn't really active development on the game. They don't care.
Yeah, they don't.
They've
So
taken the money and they're gonna just milk it now.
they're gonna run with it. We invested into them, and they do not invest into us. Like
So now
that's
they're
the
gonna
issue.
make a new IP with it, with the money.
I'm just mad, chat. I'm fucking molding. Oh, I still love Helldivers too. Like the gameplay is fun. It's a lot of fun to play, but like the fact that the game doesn't have a future is what makes me mad. Because the game I love is never going to be given a chance. Because the people who are stewards of it are fucking idiots. They're fucking idiots.
Or
And-
actively seem to.
And I
hate.
want Sony, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I want Sony to take it away from them. Because I think Sony would do a better job than Arrowhead, and that's sad. It's so
Red Dot Teamer says, "Is Dark Tide optimized?" Yes, it is actually. It actually runs pretty
Yes,
well.
you can play Dark Tide.
Most of the community can at least play it. You can't say
Yes.
that about Helldivers anymore.
So, the plan for Helldivers 2 going forward is that we will do more Helldivers 2, but we will not be playing it on stream. I will be doing it after stream to get the medals so that we can see the war bond. Who knows? Maybe the game has changed in the months that it's been since I played it.
Or maybe it won't even run.
Or maybe it won't even run. Yeah, it's a good point.
And Kiv gets to skip that part.
Yeah, entirely possible. It might not even boot up. It might not even work. Or maybe it's worse. Like, I don't know. We'll find out. Tonight, after stream, I will play it in the Discord server. And I will start getting the medals ready for the stream of the Warbond. And then we'll see if it's better. And if it's not, well, and it's not, and it's still shit. Oh well. But yeah, so that's the plan for tonight. So we'll be doing that as a bonus stream in Discord after the regular stream. Grinding metals. Woohoo. Boo-hoo. I had to reinstall that pile of crap. At least it's only 20 gigs. But yes. Also, Spider Pig, for your own sake, you need to be... No, do not fucking ban him. You gotta stop saying stuff like that. You're gonna get the channel in trouble, and you're gonna get us all fucking taken like off the updubs. You gotta control yourself.
Don't use that kind of language; you'll get in trouble.
Yes, that is.
Or that imagery in general.
Yep. Relax, relax. It's fine to be upset, but be careful what you say. Your anger is justified. I'm not trying to say that you're not justified being angry. But yeah. Next up we have is Final Fantasy thing. No fun allowed. So, staff comment. This is a character concept from Final Fantasy thingy. I don't really know what Final Fantasy VII really is, but we'll talk about it.
No one does, kid.
Okay.
Final Fantasy VII Remake is whatever the fuck they feel like right now. So.
Gotcha.
I think this is like a beach episode, fucking part of the
HBK Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, but this is just like some design notes that were written down for each outfit that was given to the characters.
Character artwork: Roberto Ferrari. The swimsuits worn by Cloud and other characters were drawn in a way that didn't overly emphasize their figures. This was done in accordance with ethical guidelines and internal feedback. What? For this version, says Taiju Hayasaka, for this version of Cloud, we doubled the polygon count for things like his hair, giving him a much more detailed look that said pushing the quality that high put us right up against our data limits, and we had to work with almost no room to spare. Ichio Takami says, I remember making the request that Cloud wears shorts as a nod to Zack's appearance in Costa del Sol from Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII. Okay. Just for the record, I still appreciate the designs they picked, particularly with Cloud. I have no idea what I'm looking at, to be honest with you. This one we have is another staff comment by Roberto Ferrari. The swimsuit design was drawn in response to a request to conceal her feminine curves as much as possible.
There you go, Gibbs. Now you know why you're reading this.
Yep.
Oh my god. Put her in a burqa. That's what they did.
We want a swimsuit, but I want you to conceal all of her curves.
Very much.
Jesus Christ. I mean, Japan being woke is nothing new, though. Taiju Hayasaka says, although the back of Era's hair is styled differently when compared to her usual look, both swimsuits use the same hairstyle and hair accessories. I mean, yeah, this is just more further proof that Japan's wokeification has already been completed. I mean, it was happening even before the wokeification in the West, because of the feminist movements in the East are incredibly hostile. If you know anything about the feminist movements in China, for example, holy shit. You think we have it bad? They got it worse. And it's going to get a lot worse for them before it gets better, because they have the second wave that's hitting them now. So, R.I.P.
They're
Japan.
almost like 10 years behind us.
Yup.
They're going through what we went through in 2016, so.
They're enjoying the sunset.
Not
And
on
you can
TV.
argue, yeah, and theirs is arguably, as we said. Oof.
Theirs is already worse than what we're going through, but yeah. Because the government is not only like funding and supporting it, but is actually on board with it. Now, in the case of us, we still have problems too. Our state government, California, did it too. Like our state governments are
And
just as bad.
Minnesota.
Minnesota
yeah.
doesn't have a game development sector.
I'm talking about like.
Yeah, that's R6. Silence.
Yeah, I know.
We don't deal with that.
All right.
Next. Final
Nope.
Fantasy 14, the Evercold extended teaser. So if you know anything about the last Final Fantasy 14, is I've almost heard universally bad things about Dawn Trail, but it's mostly explicitly in regards to a character that's voice acted by a trans character that was just kind of like a self-insert thing, and there was all sorts
In
of complaints
English.
about the plot just kind of resetting itself and not really developing. Dawn Trail was kind of considered a weak expansion by people who have played it, from the people I have talked to, which is about a dozen or so chatfishes. Seems like the consensus was people were not very happy with Dawn Trail. They still enjoyed the game, but Dawn Trail was kind of a wet fart. So, let's look at the new one. The new expansion is called Evercold. See what it's about.
One more time? It's my favorite story.
Oh, you know it better than me by now. But if you insist.
Yes! All right, I'm ready. Tell me about the Promised Land.
Long, long ago, in a time few yet recall, life prospered, for the world was rich in plenty. Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end. From towering peaks sprang rivers, flowing into and feeding great seas. And noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught. But then came the relentless ice. The world grew cold, cold and still. Men succumbed to bitter sorrow. And as we struggled to survive, they marched, and all was lost. We had no choice but to flee to the skies.
Then what happened?
The land below became a frozen waste. But everything changed when they arrived.
The traveler. The one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days, we knew them as far wanderer.
Well, that comes out next year.
When she said Traveler,
I'm so far
I
behind
immediately
the
expected a
expansions. I have
moon to
no idea what
appear.
this one's going to be about.
When I heard Traveler when I watched this, I thought of the fucking Destiny Traveler.
Yeah, I was just like, oh no, it's a moon.
Shut the fuck up.
So I'm interested in this because if this expansion's also bad, FF14 is gonna die.
I don't.
Because no one's.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
Two bad expansions back to back would actively kill the game entirely.
I mean, well, you can
I'm
say
sorry,
that,
but that won't make WoW any
hold
better.
on. Like World of Warcraft, like, look at that. Tried like
Yeah, but those
tried to,
people have
fly.
tied their souls to that game, Kiv. So they're gonna keep playing until they die.
Yeah, but that goes for every MMO. There's always going to be the diehard people who will
That goes
play.
for Squealy.
There will be people who will play Final Fantasy 14 even if it gets worse, and they will continue to play it. And it's not because they don't. It's not because they're not aware that it's getting bad or things like that. Maybe some are in denial, or whatever. But it's because that the guilds they have, the community they have, the social like friends they have, the stuff they do. FF14 is much smaller than WoW. That is true. But yeah, I think they'll pull it back. I hope.
I
Dawn
feel
Trail,
that
I haven't played Dawn Trail, but all my friends who played it did not say nice things about it.
I feel that every MMO community is either one of two things: close knit friends that will stay together regardless of the game's quality and what happens with the game, and people who will immediately disappear if they no longer have interest in the game. They'll just disappear and never come back. You'll never see them again.
Red Dot Zebra doing 26 euros and says, Wook Lamont already ruined the game for me. Yeah, see, the issue is like when we get to the expansion for Dawn Trail with like the trans character thing, like I don't know how to handle that as a streamer. Like, what the fuck do I do?
Lamont,
what the fuck do I do?
it was voiced by a trans person.
Yeah, which is
in the English dub, and that's it.
Which is terrible.
In the Japanese dub, it's one. So.
Yeah, but the issue is if I switch to a Japanese dubbing, like the issue is that
you're gonna have to read everything,
chat,
and there's a lot of fucking reading.
Well, that's not possible because like there is a lot of reading, but like, and that's not the issue. I can read more than anyone I know because I've practiced.
The issue is
so
you're gonna have to read
much.
over the characters talking.
But if there are cutscenes where they talk and then the cutscene just plays and I don't get to stop it, that's what I mean. Like there's like I'm just kind of fucked. If I'm a little bit behind, I'm just gonna miss the dialogue. So the only thing I can think of is like we just skip Dawn Trail if it's that bad. If it truly is that bad, I'll just play it off stream and then I'll just skip it, and then I'll just like skim through the dialogue and just go as fast as possible to get to Evercold. You Chatfishes are already at the latest game, so you tell me if Evercold is worth it. I mean, from what it sounds like from what people told me, Dawn Trail doesn't have anything that happens in it. Like it's kind of just like a wet noodle. Like nothing really happens. Like there's some stuff.
It's a beach episode. Wow.
It's basically kind of just like padding, is what it felt like. It didn't advance the plot at all. So if that's true,
well, the plot was Wook Lamont, and no one liked her. So
yeah. No. And I'm not really interested in listening to a trans person, to be honest with you. Like I don't. Not to be mean, but I find listening to that stuff like it just makes me cringe. It's like when I put on a fake girly voice, like it just sounds like it's because I can do the exact same thing with the exact same low effort that you can. So like because of that, like I hear that and I'm like, oh my god. Versus the other VAs, like the VAs sound great. I don't want to listen to it. Like I'm sorry, I'm not interested. And if it upsets you, sorry that you're upset, but I'm not sorry that I'm not going to listen to it. That's it. I'm not gonna put up with that crap because I find it disgusting. It makes me feel ill. I lose my appetite. Like right now, I haven't had breakfast or lunch, and I'm fucking hungry. And now I'm not hungry anymore. Just thinking about
I
it.
am. I have lost my appetite
Like I
thinking
could,
about you.
if I want to starve to death, if I want to get myself to kill myself, starvation, what I'll do is I'll just think about trans voice acting, and I think that will effectively kill me as a human being. Like I'll be like, yep, I'm just withered husk. I'm like, I'm not hungry, not hungry.
So just an FF14 expansion. Not thought it would have been a new game. To be fair, they're pretty big expansions whenever they are released.
Because the other expansions are pretty
The
good.
game is so fucking long.
We're on Stormblood. Stormblood is a weaker expansion to Heavensward. Heavensward was really good. Like the writing was really good in Heavensward. Stormblood is good. There's good parts. But Stormblood is
funny.
weaker. Stormblood is not as strong. Mostly
I
because
like seeing Lise do nothing the entire story. Yeah.
it's about Lisa's character arc, and the issue with Lisa as a character is that she's not interesting, and the writers also don't know how to make her interesting. I have never seen writers struggle more with a character than I have with Lise. Not that she's like a terrible character, she's just a boring character. Like the writers don't know what to do with her. And it's like, oh my god, like why did you make this expansion about her? She's like a background character. Like it's okay to have characters that are less interesting, but what in my opinion, it's not a good idea to have because what's funny about Lise and the latest expansion, or well, the expansion I'm playing in Stormblood, is that she's just sidelined in every story arc, even the one about Alamiga. like it's about other characters, or it's about the girl who defected to join the Garlean Empire and sold out her own people. More than
She's
it's about
far more
Lise.
interesting than Lise. She's far more interesting.
It's more about her. It's more about the bad guys, and it's more about like the other rebels and stuff like that than Lise is. Lise is just sort of there. Are they playing that
She gets to sit
emo
and
music in the
twiddle her
background? It's Final Fantasy stuff, Richard. So one thing is that so what I will say that the cutscene, I looked at it for the narrative because I saw some characters I recognized. I saw Alphino. I saw the Dark Dragonite dude. The music for the trailers,
Dragonite.
their music choice or whatever the guy's called, I can't remember. But like either way, go ahead.
They like to do a lot of J-rock with their
it's J-rocky
with their trailers.
And I'm not a big fan of the music choice, but at least it's not rap, so
It's very anime.
Yeah. The trailer just usually are loosely tangentially related. Like Stormblood trailer, there was like the Alamigan Resistance, and there's a couple other places, but like you can kind of insinuate like some of the locales you'll be visiting in each expansion from them. The trailers themselves are very loosely based around the plot. And I think that the animation quality is very good. I think the trailers can be misleading because they make it look generic and uninteresting. Actually, in my opinion.
No. I disagree. I think the trailers often do a better job of representing the setting and a lot of the
but the
design of the things much better than the actual game.
Oh yeah, in terms of like graphical fidelity. Yeah.
Like if you looked at the like, let me go find the if you want to watch the trailer for fucking what's it called again? The fucking dragon one. I mean, we just said it. I forgot immediately.
Heavensward? Dark Arisen?
No. The first expansion for FF14.
Heavensward.
Heavensward, yeah. Where they have all the dragons flying around during an actual war going on in Heavensward.
I've also posted.
You never see any of
Chatfish have posted.
You never see it happen. I mean, the plot alludes to it, but what I'm trying to say is that the writing, because the writing for Final Fantasy 14 is pretty good when it wants to be. But there are always bad parts. Like the biggest problems I have with the writing is usually they do the over dramatization, which becomes comedic. Like the death of Gosetsu. Well, I don't think he's dead, and don't spoil it if he's not dead. But the alluded death of Gosetsu and the evil Japanese bitch, I can't remember her name. They're both not dead. I'm calling it now. But either way, like it's one of those cases of like the way they allude to it with this long like, my lord, thank you for serving with me. Oh, you were such a good warrior and stuff like that. It's like, all right, dude, like he's like holding up like a falling building. Like having this conversation drag out for like 15 minutes while he's holding up a building that's going to crush him. And then you have him get shot. And it's like, okay, he gets shot like 6 times while holding a building that's falling. And then it's like, okay, come on, dude. Like, just kill the poor dude.
They keep going.
Because I like Gosetsu's character. Gosetsu is just a funny, big, burly warrior man. And like, it is sad that he died there. Well, potentially. He didn't die. But yeah, because like the big thing is that it's annoying because the execution
Okay.
falls apart with the weebification crap. What?
In the entirety of FF14 so far that you've watched, I think one character has actually died.
Yeah, not that many. I mean, some of the bad guys died. The bad guys.
The
usually
bad guys
die.
are irrelevant. The bad guys are kind of irrelevant to the fact. One character that you know and actually came to care about actually died.
Oh, what was their name again? I forget.
It's the fucking friend character in Going Through Heaven's Ward.
Yeah, they I will say, in my opinion, I think I think it's okay to kill characters off. I think it's actually good because it shows the death. And when they killed off the character in Heaven's Word, it was good. It was a good way to do it because if you felt
What about
sad.
What about with
No,
how
Elfman,
DB with Dragon Ball handles death?
Oh, no. Yeah, I like Dragon Ball's handling.
See, what I
death.
like
There's
about
2 characters that died actually.
what I like about the death of
Papalima
your-
also died.
Yeah, Papalima. Papalima also dies, and it's like, God damn it, why'd they kill Papalima when they should have killed off fucking Lies? Lies is boring.
The funny potato guy was funny.
The funny potato guy dies, and it's like, fuck. You killed off the good one. Why did you kill off the boring one? Lies. Fuck. But she's part Alamegan, and like that's a big like. I don't care. I don't.
That's relevant to the plot of the next expansion.
Alamegans are just desert people, as far as I'm concerned.
They're taller, a little bit uglier on the male side for humans. That's what they are.
Yeah, pretty much. But either
They
way,
don't have eyebrows.
let's move on to the next subject because we've lingered here long enough.
Lingered.
So next up we have is an announcement. What is this? Let's sell everything. Close that. Celebrating
Age of
age
Empires 2.
in 2026. Where we're at and where we're going. Age of Mythology. So they're talking about upcoming things for Age of Mythology here. So the first 6 months. Hold on. Oh no, this isn't. This is the expansions. There we go.
Yeah. I also
There we
I think the thing just opened already. That you already have a link open for.
Age of Empires Mobile? Okay, I saw this cover and I'm like, oh, that looks kind of cool. Like, oh, look, they even made Joan of Arc, like, kind of cute there. What the hell? The fuck? Okay.
There also is a new thing for you to grab in the stream room, Gibbs.
They're releasing the phone... I will. They're releasing the phone version of Age of Empires on PC.
Is always
I'm not too interested, but why does Joan of Arc look attractive? Curious.
Through victory.
I mean, historical Joan of Arc was pretty plain looking, but you know.
Yeah, I don't care if they cute her up a little bit.
Yeah.
Also, those Romans and their shields were so inaccurate, that hurt me. What the hell am I looking at gameplay-wise?
And thrive.
Something for mobile audiences to enjoy, kids. Not for you.
The muscles on those guys look like they're wearing shirts. I was just curious. I had to look at it. Don't you have phones?
Defend and expand.
Defend your kingdom.
Those Romans are wearing Corinthian-style helmets. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Maybe they're Corinthian kids. You don't know.
That helmet fell out of
mobile
use
audiences.
during the Iron Age.
Stories of strength and conquest.
And that shield, what the fuck? It's Bronze Age.
It's mobile slot, that's what it is.
I know, it's
It
just
says that.
amazing.
Does this look AI to you at all?
It does. Goddamn. Alright.
I would be surprised if it
I'm
was
not
fitly
interested in the
made.
mobile thing. I feel bad because I showed that off and I'm almost embarrassed that I looked at that.
I was about to say, Kibbs, why?
I'm sorry.
You have all
Chat.
this good stuff right in front of
I
you.
know, there's a lot of good stuff, but I had to look at it because I was curious, and now I'm sad. I'm sorry, Chad. I shouldn't have clicked on that. She's like, It's just... I got gaslit
Before
by
you
the...
play that,
Oh, Hippo Gemini gets 5 memberships. Very generous. Thank you very much, Hippo Fishy.
And Chumba is leaving. He's abandoning us for work time.
Very generous Chumpa. Good luck at work, buddy. And put Kim's choice. Oh, let's put Hippo Gemini on a thumbnail. What are we funding? What's going on with the funding things?
Torment.
Torment? Yeah, let's put Hippo on Torment. That's fun. Put him on Torment.
But
Slap
Gibbs, you can also fund the Crash Team Racing. PS1.
Yeah, we are going to. Oh wait, no, that's on a timer. No, yeah, switch
It
it
isn't
to
time. By the way, today's the final day for Anonymous Agony, and Crash Team Racing has 8 days left.
okay. Crash Team Racing needs help, chat. We're not gonna make it if we don't put money towards it.
Okay, I'll add the 25 to Crash Team
Yeah,
Racing.
CTR. Anonymous Agony I can live without. All right, that wasn't my idea. That wasn't my. But CTR, like I will be very devastated if that dies.
Make
Anonymous
sure
Agony,
to
I will
put him on the
be
thumbnail.
low-key breathing a
Squealy.
sigh of relief when it dies.
What was it?
Put him on the thumbnail as a pocket fish.
Yeah, pocketfish. Hippo. Because remember, he's
Never mind, I got it.
I got it? Okay. Remember,
I'm searching it up, you piece of shit.
Oh, he's getting mad. It's okay. You'll have to fix everything that Squealy does when you leave anyways, right? Right, Squealy? See how I posture like that? See how there's like a little bit of anger there? Beautiful, isn't it? Delicious.
Don't worry, I'll get back at you.
We've got some Age of Empires expansions. All the Age of Empires, well, not all of them, but a lot of them are getting expansions. They look really interesting. So we're going to take a look at them.
Hopefully they turn out well, because a lot of the previous ones looked interesting, and,
Yeah, the Three Kingdoms one looked cute, but turned out it was a bit silly.
I mean,
Alright,
Three
see
Kingdoms
ya,
is supposed to be a
Chatfish.
bit silly, kids.
Good luck at work, buddy. We'll
See ya,
see you after
Ray.
work. God damn. All right, so the first expansion we'll be taking a look at is Empires, or well, no, Age of Empires 4, Raiders of the North.
The frozen north. We know only one way of life. We know the thunderous crash of the waves against our ships. We know the bite of cold steel. The roar of fires that consume our enemies. And that the moment of peace is only temporary. Because Valhalla opens its gates only to the worthy. And the next proving ground awaits just beyond the horizon.
That's the sound effect they make when they're screaming at each other. So, it adds more Crucible stuff, which is like the co-op game mode thing that they added with PvE stuff, new maps, 2 new civilizations, the Vikings and the Scottish. I know, a weird pairing, isn't it? But I guess they're both Nordic, or not Nordic, sorry, Northern.
They're not.
The Scots aren't Nordic.
They're both North. No,
I would say
not.
Northern, as in Northern Hemisphere. So yeah, the Scots and the Vikings are being added with different playstyles, so it sounds really interesting. So let's read the Vikings. The Vikings arrive as a relentless power shaped by raids, mobile and adaptable infantry, and the promise of glory that will echo through the ages. Fast melee infantry, early naval dominance, and a resilient economy built around the Longhouse defines their early strength. As time progresses, their society transforms. Pagan traditions give way to emerging kingdoms and Christianity, if you remember right. And their armies adapt with knights and trained militias, while their legacy is carried forward through heroic sagas that grant lasting powers. Whoa.
Wow, Jesus.
Now,
yes, check it.
For my
Jesus.
ancestors, the Scots, the Vikings. Oh, no, I'm retarded. My eyeball stopped working. I was like, wait, what? My eyeballs like reset upwards.
I am now Norwegian kid.
Oh, my Viking ancestors. the Scots.
My Viking ancestors.
The Scots stand firm as a resilient and defensive civilization. Their strength lies in disciplined infantry, fortified defenses, and a unique food economy driven by highland cattle and fish ponds. Little bucketfishes. From tower houses to grand castles, their presence on the battlefield reflects a nation forged through conflict. The mustering hall allows players to shape their forces between highland and lowland strengths, creating tactical flexibility in every match. The Crucible expands. Raiders of the North introduces 4 new Crucible missions with fresh challenges like Seaborn Raiders and Civil War. And Civil War among Scottish clans, now playable solo or in 2-player co-op. The mode expands with new objectives, boons, perks, mutators, and civilization-specific talent tracks, delivering meaningful variety and replayability. New worlds to conquer. 2 brand new biomes, inspired in land shaped by Vikings and Scots, bring the atmosphere of the North to life. Sounds like a cute little expansion. I've been meaning to revisit Age of Empires 4, as one of our artists, our little art director man, Car Little, absolutely loves this game. And I've seen him play competitively and get so sweaty. It's impressive when he's doing his like break time drawings or break time gaming in between drawings. In the dev server, he just like gets super little sweaty man, like sweating over there while we're doing stuff. It's like, what the fuck? Just hear him wheezing in the background. Red Dot Zebra donates a generous 50 Sekiros and says, for Valhalla, openar endast sina portar for die Vardiga. I don't know how to pronounce any of what you just said, you Swedish little monkey, but thank you for the very generous donation. Who can translate that? Big thankies. Google Translate, come here.
It's called Google.
Chat, put in the Google Translate for me. I'm fat and lazy, and my hands are holding each other's finkies. I don't wish to
I think somebody did it for us in chat.
It's for Valhalla opens its gates only for Yawadi in Swedish.
Alright, attack the Swedish people.
No. You have another donation from Von. I'm going to
Holy
use
crap, Kim,
use restroom.
that was pretty good, was it? Oh, okay, thank you. I've gotten slightly better at emulating fake languages.
Oof.
Not as in your language. I just realized what I said afterwards because I've been practicing. So I've been practicing a lot of narration for Echoes of the Second Age, and they have silly words because I wrote silly languages that are slightly based in our own languages, but are inspired, is not necessarily based. That'd be an inaccurate way to describe them, I think. And so I've learned how to make sounds that I wouldn't normally make as a human being. But thank you. Thank you. All right, let's see. Von Felsenbrot donates 5 British pounds and says, adding the Scots as an independent nation, I thought we had Age of Mythology for fantasy settings. Damn. Take CT off. Very generous. Very generous. Thank you for the donation. But yeah, this expansion looks interesting. I think I'll probably check this out when it comes up. Because I'm trying to get back into Age of Empires
4 another shot because it
apparently
has been a while.
Apparently they're bringing it kind of in a better direction. Because launch they went with like a sort of like let's go for a documentary approach, but people didn't really care for that, and so they've been basically bringing it back to AOE 2. 4 is like a different take on AOE 2, and I kind of like some things it does better, specifically walls and fortifications. I like how they treat like castles and stuff.
There's a lot more uniqueness between the factions, especially with the economy systems. There is so much I like over 2.
But 2 is still fun. 2 is a classic. All right, so let's see.
It's just that a lot of the DLCs after the Sultan's 1 have been subpar and way overpriced.
Next up, we have another Age of Empires thing. Like I said, Age of Empires. Like, for whatever reason, Forgotten Empires and World's Edge are putting out a lot of stuff. Forgotten Empires.
Yep.
Hold on, take it.
They have a bunch of support studios under World's Edge.
Okay, yeah.
Those are the list of them.
So
yes, probably one of the support studios.
So I know what you're thinking, chat. What? Why are we looking at Age of Empires 3 Definitive? I thought they pulled support from it. So did I. I'm not really sure, but apparently, despite having claimed that they were ceasing development of Age of Empires 3, they have either lied to us or something. I'm not sure. But
probably a change of heart.
Maybe a change of heart. But yeah, they've announced a new expansion that's coming out for Age of Empires 3 and announced that they'd be continuing developing it. And it's called the Baltic Powers. It adds 2 new nations to the game. Basically, it adds the Danes and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is an interesting choice. So we'll take a little squeak peek at it and we'll read it because I do like AoE 3. I know it's a bit of a divisive one, but I really like the feeling of AoE 3, especially with how cannons play. Command the Baltic and master your strategy. Lead the Baltic powers in Age of Empires 3 Definitive, an exciting expansion that brings new strategic depth across land and sea. Dominate with 2 new civilizations, the Danes and Poles. Test your strategy in new high-stakes challenge scenarios, and the new game modes and battles from the Baltic Sea to the North America and Arctic, across more than 25 new thematic maps, donned in the ultimate wardrobe with the Hero Cosmetic Pack Volume 2. New civilizations to dominate on land and sea, the Danes, the Kingdom of Denmark and Norway, at this point, by the way, Shape your economy and military presence from the outset with economic intelligence and naval control. Leverage shipments from other players from the start through your customs house and save your resources as you advance through the ages. Defend your territory with the Schnapphain gunboat levies, or shelter your villagers in round churches to ward off marauding mercenaries. The Poles. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth built a massive agricultural empire to feed the hungry horses of war. Lower building costs to specialize your full-work economy and enrich the Sem parliament as your populations boom. Choose your path through history by leading early Cossack uprisings or the resurrection of the Teutonic Knights. Command your mounted hetman to lead devastating charges with fearsome winged hussars. Yes, they got the iconic winged hussar there, chat. 2 new challenge scenarios to push your tactical skill. Take on new high-stakes historical trials designed to test precision and strategy. Defend the Polish-Lithuanian realm against relentless invaders and Commonwealth charge with perfectly timed winged hussars strikes. Secure the controls surrounding the villages to expand resources and population in a fight to survive. Or lead a desperate Spanish defense against the British assault and Havana heat. Race against the clock and to inflict 1,000 casualties while defending your town center. Control key beaches to prevent enemy artillery from coming online. Master both bold new missions and prove your tactical skill to push the highest score possible. Some more tactical mission modes. New game modes to change the rules. They added Regicide. Eliminate the enemy regents for an instant win in Regicide with no option to hide in buildings. The regent must either face their enemy head-on or find a way to evade their pursuers. Independence. Abandon the safety net of your home city in independence mode and prove that you can win games purely through strategy and real skill. Rediscover your favorite civilizations in a new way. Adjusted civilization bonuses. So I think you can't use the home stuff, like calling stuff from the homeland. So it's sort of like when you do the revolution mechanic and you break away. I think. Over 25 brand new maps. New thematic maps expand your battlefield experience with 20 new thematic maps featuring Arctic map pack stretching from Svalbard to Nunavut. Traverse the frozen tundra by a Inuit dog sled or brave ice abroad. A lot of northern themed things here. A lot of these expansions. A grim whaling ship disembark further south in Nova Scotia to the Shetlands to enlist Scottish clansmen loyal to the House of Stuart. New historical maps: Livonian War, the Dano-Swedish Wars, and the Wars of the Three Kingdoms. Bonus maps, in addition to the Baltic Powers, also grants access to select maps from previous DLC so you can play in the homelands of historical battlefields of the new main and minor civilizations. 14 random maps: Baltic, Danish Straits, Pomerania, Vistula Basin, Lithuania, Kurland, Scandinavia, Pipit Marshes, Dnieper Basin, Scotland, Ireland, England, Wales, and Finland. And 4 historical maps: the Deluge, the Great Northern War, the Great Turkish War, the 30 Years' War. Plus 50 new hero customizations. Personalize your explorer, war chief, monk, hetman, or prince with the new Heroes Cosmetic Pack Volume 2. So yeah, a slew of stuff for AoE 3. It's nice to see it get love. Not a full-blown campaign, but it is nice to see that it's getting more civilization support, which is good. Shame about that they're just not going to add new campaigns, but the campaigns are pretty costly, so probably going to do that for AoE 2 if I had to guess. Next up we have is a AoE 2 expansion, and again, those fucking northern-themed expansions just keep coming. Seems like everybody over there has a very Viking feel right now. They want to play with Vikings. So, another Viking-themed expansion coming up for Age of Empires 2 called Viking Sagas. The 3 realms, 1 Viking warlord, your adventure. Unleash the fury of the North like you've never done before with the latest expansion of Age of Empires 2 Definitive. The Viking Saga. Set sail to embark on daring adventures and ruthless raids in an epic 3-part campaign. Command the Danes, Saxons, and the Varangians, each with unique units, technologies, and tactical strengths to open new strategies in campaign or multiplayer. So the Varangians being their own civilization is very interesting because the Varangians are the Vikings under the employ of the Byzantine Emperor. So is it going to be let's find out actually. I'm sure they'll tell us. So let's see. The Danes. Pressure opponents early with swift longships to strike without warning. The unique Danish unit, the Jomsviking, is ideal for these raids, as nimble and hardy infantrymen that hurls flaming torches to devastate enemy building ships. Saxons construct mighty fortified towns to lock down territory and stand firm against relentless invasions. The Saxons' unique unit is Hearth Troops, a heavy infantryman that opens fight with a ranged javelin before closing in intense melee combat. And then finally we have the Varangians. Fearless master waterways, ride down your foes, and leverage mercenary-style flexibility. The Jarl, the Varangian unique unit, is a fearsome axe-hurling cavalryman whose attacks tear through enemy infantry. Leverage the 6 unique units across these new civilizations, including 3 shared units, the Varangian Guard, deadly shock infantry, who generate gold while fighting and excel at raiding and melee combat. That sounds pretty powerful, the ability that they can generate gold while fighting. Mounted crossbowmen.
Yeah, they're pillaging.
Yeah. Mounted crossbowmen, hard-hitting but slow-firing range cavalry who strike fear into our infantry armies. Longships, swift warships that combine potency and versatility. 3 new campaigns, Tracing an Exile's Rise to Legend. Is this the guy I'm thinking of? The guy that... I can't remember his name. Let's find out. Anyway. Experience the epic saga of Haralda Harada. Yeah, that's his name. Across 3 interconnected campaigns. From his cunning exploits across the Mediterranean, his brutal raids along the Danish coast, to his daring invasion of England, earn renown through Scald's Tales, and fight your way from Scandinavia to the Kievan Rus and the Byzantine Empire, before staking everything on England's shores. The exiled prince, Viking, and Varangians cast out from Norway, Harold must seek wealth and prestige in foreign lands, but this fierce ambition to reclaim his crown is tested under the shadow of the increasingly despotic Empress Zoe. The hard ruler, Danes and Vikings, with immense wealth at his command, Harold wages a bitter war for thrones of Denmark and Norway, even if it demands a hard-handed rule. But in his pursuit of control, he risks losing the loyalty of his people and becoming the very tyrant he is fighting to overcome. The last Viking and Saxons, or Saxons and Vikings. As omens set the heavens ablaze, Harold fixes his gaze toward England's throne. Can he forge the empire of his dreams, or will his ambition falter before he rises to become the greatest Viking of them all? If I remember historically, didn't he die? I can't remember. In England? Like to the Saxons? Chatfishes. Do you any fishes remember? Viking is a very broad term, since a lot of civilizations in the north weren't exactly happy with each other. Yes. The Danes, the Utes, the Geats, a lot of them were Vikings. Danes raided the English and the French, the Swedes, and the Russia, and the Baltics, and Norway raided everyone, and I mean everyone, even the other Norwegians. That's because those Norwegians don't like each other. They're very antisocial creatures. They start just lashing out like, eep. Remember, 1066 says Spitter Spiggy. Spitter Spiggles. But yeah, this expansion looks pretty quaint, pretty cute. Adding the Vikings, or adding more Viking sub-factions.
Hopefully, at least in 2, they learn their lessons. Because 2 has been just a roller coaster of up and down, up and down. I wanted to stay at least up.
Yes, because the Greek and Alexander expansions, those were well received, were they not?
Yes, they were fantastic.
Yeah, they were on their A game.
Previous one,
the Three Kingdoms.
Yeah,
was
Three
kind
Kingdoms.
Of a miss.
Yeah, because they. And then we have The Last Chieftains was the latest one in 2, if I remember right, and that was meh.
I heard it was okay.
Yeah, it was okay, but it wasn't exactly great. So I think it's all mixed on Steam for a reason.
Yup.
Now, as for 3, that was a bit surprising, and as for 4, I mean, maybe I'll actually give Crucible a chance, but it's not exactly what I want. Maybe it's fun.
Only one way to find out.
But my problem is so many of the expansions after the first one was stuff that was just overpriced, where One of them was the War of the Roses, and it was just sub factions, if I remember right.
Yes,
It
they
was a
started
Knights
adding sub
Templar.
factions, and people were a little disappointed because they wanted more civilizations, not sub factions underneath base factions.
Yeah, and we didn't really get any meaningful single player and campaign content on top of that. Because think about Age of Empires, it satisfies all parties. You have your single player content, you have your multiplayer content, everybody is happy. And with 4, they've just been struggling. It's not like the framework for expansions is that complicated. They can still do stuff like crucibles and stuff like that, but you gotta satisfy the core first if you're gonna charge the prices they were charging.
Yeah. Next up,
this looks like on the upside.
We have is Planetary Annihilation news. So, Planetary Annihilation is a game that came out many years ago, but the game is getting development again, and it's basically been taken over by a new company because the previous company left, and they're continuing development of it, actual development of it. And the first thing they added was cooperative campaigns, where you can now do campaigns or galactic conquests with your friends from anywhere up to 1 to 12 players, which is quite nice. It actually adds a nice level of procedural, not procedurality, but that's not even a word. That's not even, but adds a nice layer of depth to the Galactic War, in the sense that you can actually play it with friends. Because before in single player, it was just not that. There's not that much. You get bored because you're just by yourself. But Galactic War with friends is insane, and it's basically re-excited my interest in the game. And because there's also people taking over development of it, and they're actually going to continue development of it, I actually kind of have hope that they will do stuff. Now, they did also mention that the player count can go technically above 12. It can go up to 64, apparently. But performance might completely shit itself into oblivion. It wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, so Planetary Annihilation Titans is getting continued development again, which is nice. So it's been unabandoned, and it's pretty interesting. We'll have to see what happens with it. But yeah, so let's say this is a big one. Galactic War, the roguelike campaign at the heart of Titans, has been a single-player experience since day one. Today that changes. You can now take on the galaxy together with up to 12 players, sharing a single campaign from the first landing to the final boss. This update has been a long time coming, and the community has asked for it again and again. Thank you for sticking with us and keeping the Galactic War alive all these years later. We can't wait to see your Omega battleships tear across the stars. 1 galaxy, 1 team. Up to 12 players, shared campaign, 1 shared galactic map. Explore the same procedurally generated galaxy together with shared progression across every star system, shared win/loss conditions. You take down the faction bosses as a team, and you live and die as a team. Players cap can be increased, as I talked about earlier. Play it your way. So there's other options here too. Co-op ships with 2 control modes, so you can run the campaign however your group likes. Shared control, everyone commands the same army together, perfect for coordinated all-hands team play. As long as at least 1 commander lives, all of you control the battlefield. Or separate armies. Each player fields their own allied army with its own color, fight side by side, but command your own forces. If the host dies, everyone dies. If anyone dies, only they lose while the fight continues. Loadouts and tech together or separate. Turn on per player tech for individual tech card inventories, which is like the unlocks you get in the game. Every player picks their own commanders, starting loadout and tech cards. Want everyone to run the same build? Leave it off and share a single tech inventory and loadout across the whole team. I'd recommend to turn that off personally. I found it more fun that way. Galaxy fights back even harder. The enemy doesn't just sit there while you bring friends. The AI scales to match your team, plus 20% AI economy per extra player. So a bigger team means a tougher fight. And holy shit, did we find that out, chat. Oh my god, we had this huge war that went on for fucking eons. And it wasn't until Tauber fucking built this massive battleship fleet that we sniped their commanders from orbit. It was absolutely insane. Oh gosh, my eyeball. There we go. Running per player tech, enemy scaling ramps up further. to keep the challenge honest. Want to add friends without cranking the difficulty? Allow extra players later to let people drop in without affecting the campaign scaling. That's true. The game also supports drop in, drop out co-op. You can also now start a campaign and enable it with the call to reinforcements button. So you can allow friends to come whenever. You can also save your progress and stuff like that and resume later. And so you can turn your single player campaign into a multiplayer campaign at a whim. And they can leave and drop out at a whim too. The drop in, drop out campaign co-op thing is something that Total War needs to learn from. Actually insane. Oh, it was pretty good. But yeah. So that's a really cool feature. Wanted to show it off to Chatfishes. So the Chatfish might give the game a second chance. I know I did, and I wasn't disappointed. I'm actually glad I did. Now, oh god.
Halo campaign evolved.
It's time to talk about something bad. Alright, let's get this over with. So, we played Halo Campaign Evolved. I made a review. Most people seem to like it. Some people really were mad at me and think I'm a fake person. But that's okay. You know, they're all entitled to their opinion. Basically, I think Halo Campaign Evolved is a fucking walking dumpster fire. So let's talk about it real quickly. I'll run through story, gameplay, and level design, and just music and sound effects in that order. So firstly, the story. Holy shit, did they fuck it up. Not only the prequel mission is bad because they introduce a a girl boss. Mary Sue would imply something else. Who basically just fucking mocks Chief at every conceivable turn and is just quite frankly unlikable, and then does a heroic sacrifice to be like, I'm better than you because I'm the true hero, you never were. That was fucking terrible. It was awful. So the prequel missions were bad. And the prequel missions, as far as their level design, was bad as well. Not just to the story, because the story was just like a pointless story about like Chief going with Johnson on some clandestine mission, or not clandestine mission, but some mission to go aboard a secret prophet ship of a new prophet called Prophet of Mercy, and he's building their own Master Chiefs, their own elite brute Master Chiefs that they're making. And it's like, what is the story of this? And that they're actually much scarier and more powerful than anything ever. The classic Halo Studios. Secretly, there was actually something more interesting and more dangerous than the Halo rings kind of plot. The usual crap. And he just monologues at you, and Chief doesn't shut the fuck up. Chief talks way too much in this. Johnson's voice actor is, holy shit, is fucking terrible. Like, his deliveries they're absolutely lacking the charisma that the original VA did. And what's insane to me is that Cursed Halo, a mod for Halo 1, has a sound-alike guy who does Johnson in a 15-minute like dialogues where he just rambles at you when he's driving you, chauffeuring you around in Two Betrayals, and it's fucking hilarious. Not Two Betrayals, the one before that, I can't remember the name of it. The snowy one. But he's like driving you around, and like he's just rambling at you, and he sounds very convincingly like Johnson. Like almost like I couldn't tell that it wasn't him. Like he did such a great job. The fact that they didn't hire a sound-alike who sounded like him, and instead chose to hire somebody else who just, the line deliveries were just so bad. Like they just had no charisma. And so the prequel missions also just have like this lack of charisma, this girl boss thing, and the level design is just corridor followed by arena fight, followed by corridor, followed by arena fight. It basically copies Doom Eternal level design, and it's fucking abysmal. Corridor, arena, and it's just not fun. It's incredibly bad. And that was the prequel missions in a nutshell. Oh, yeah, and the music and sound. We almost forgot. The music is abysmal. They rehash all the tracks from Marty O'Donnell, and they're just terrible. And the weapon balance, they fucked with everything. They've made the assault rifle only 32 bullets instead of 60. They've added weird visual effects that aren't good. The ragdoll physics are terrible. The sound effects sound mixed, and weapons vary from either effective or not effective. The only really combat effective thing was the needler. The shotgun was okay, but it was missing some of its animations that gave it its charm. Like, genuinely, it's just terrible. And that was the prequel missions. And then we get to the remake, right? The remake campaign. The remake campaign is so if you're remaking a game, you should be faithful to what the developers were doing, but you should build on top of it. You should build something new, right? It should be like, okay, this is something that's going to be doing what the technical limitations the previous game couldn't do. And they fail so bad. Not only do they rehash the same claustrophobic like levels without actually expanding the scale of the conflict, because you have the same amount of Marines, if not fewer in some sections, is what it feels like, but the combat itself feels worse. And like the scale is like the big thing why the battles were tiny in Halo 1, like saying cartographer like that, was because they couldn't get the engine to handle more than that. They wanted to go bigger and have larger scale battles, but they couldn't. And so instead of actually going for that and being ambitious and having these larger scaled conflicts, they're the exact same size. And anytime there's a section, a level that was fine, they change it for no reason or add things that are not relevant. And so you have random changes in levels that didn't really need changes. And then you have entire, like the majority level, which is just the copy paste of the original level without actually doing anything new at all with it. So it's like you did the exact same levels, but you didn't do anything with it. You didn't take advantage of the new tech or hardware. You didn't take advantage of making these levels more expansive. You didn't take advantage of the new tech. Like the silent cartographer should have been bigger. Like the battles, when there's a mission where you're like crossing a bridge on this ice map, right? And below is like humans are fighting. It's supposed to be this big battle. Well, it's tiny in Halo 1, and it was not very big. You think they would expand that, but they didn't. It's actually the same size. Nothing was expanded. Nothing was made bigger. Everything was operating as if it had the same Halo 1 constraints. And don't even get me started on the AI. The enemy AI does this awful thing where they shoot and then run at you, and elites have no personality, and so does the enemy in general. And the Flood has literally only one death animation. Like they did tune up the Flood. They're better than like the Flood feeling in Halo 2, but the Flood cannot infest or infect people. They can't do anything from Halo 3. Like, it's one of those things, like, the only level that was changed slightly for the better is honestly the library. And I'll be fucking honest with you. It's not that it's actually that much better. It's that they made it a little smaller and shorter, and then they made it have twists and turns. And it's only compounded by more problems because literally there are sections where Cortana will just tell you how to play the game, and she'll just narrate at you like, oh, there's an elite and he's invisible. By the way, don't forget to check your motion tracker. And it's like, holy shit, dude, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to play this goddamn game. Like, the game just blabbers at you. And the new dialogue they added was terrible. And the line deliveries for all the remake levels are fucking awful. Like, they're all missing the mark. The tone is off. Like, it's just bad. It's just a bad, ugly thing. And that's all I have to say on it. And honestly, I hope to God I never have to talk about this game again. I spent 10 hours in it, and I wish I hadn't. And that's it. The last thing we have to mention about Halo Campaign Evolved is this. It's bombing hard. It launched, its early launch access had 19,000 with a gradual fall off, but a pretty sharp fall off every day, actually, when you actually think about it. And its big launch day peaked at 25,000 players when it was estimated to be like 250,000. All right, like nobody cares. 25,000. It dropped sharply by a third the next day, and it's looking like it's doing even worse today. So I don't know what to say for you boys, other than I think
the only reason,
dead.
the only reason the reviews are not mostly negative right now is because so many people are just extremely apathetic.
Most people didn't even buy it. Like the reason why the reviews are as positive as they are is because they are the sycophants, they are the blinded, they are the people who, not to be mean, but like you're literally blind if you're praising this game. Like if you don't, and I keep seeing this rhetoric regurgitated time and time again, Halo fans just are the worst. They don't deserve anything. It's because of that rhetoric that we are in the situation we are in. It is because you think Halo fans don't deserve anything. The fans who bought this game, despite Halo 4, despite Halo 5, despite Halo Infinite, that are still here now, and you spit on them yet again. Like, they keep doing this. And each time, the amount of people who buy gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Until eventually, the only people left are going to be the people leaving positive reviews. And I'm surprised it flipped mixed, honestly. I'm surprised it's flipping downwards. It means more people who were skeptical bought it than I thought they would. More people were willing to give it a second chance than the sycophants.
It's people that were already pre-ordered games that are now getting the access to the game.
I know, that's the thing, though. I would have thought the pre-orders, though, would have been mostly people who would be kind of blindly optimistic. But as it turns out, I was actually wrong on that, as it's now trending downwards and it's also flatlining. If the weekend doesn't improve, if this weekend arrives and we reach Friday and Saturday and this doesn't improve, this should die, like for good. And I'll be real with you, this might sound mean, this might even sound callous. I hope it does. I hope this game flatlines so hard, and I hope this game not only flatlines hard, but I hope to God they shut down Halo Studios. I am sad about the ground floor staff, but because I met people who worked for 343 and / Halo Studios, I know the truth. I know that they can't be saved. And the people that work there felt that way too. It's better to cut them loose and let them go. Cut us loose! God
Fucking
damn.
immediately, it's the same shit going through our head.
Yeah,
We
this
will not
needs to
be
flop
back.
as
No.
as needs to flop to de-incentivize Halo Studios and
Like,
well,
the thing-
Microsoft more to
Halo
make the other two
Studios
remakes because
is-
they already hinted 2 other remakes and
They wanted
they
to,
not
yes.
do it.
Apparently,
Yeah,
I heard rumors that they're going to be canceling those, apparently. I'm not sure if that's true.
So Halo Studios only exists because the name of 343 is so tarnished by Halo 5 and Infinite that they can't recover that name anymore. So they made a new name with all the same staff. By same staff, I mean all the people that were already there and making it shit. The people that were on the ground floor making the fucking game get cycled out every couple of years because they don't
Yes.
want to fucking pay them more.
They'll fire them immediately. And so they have
Them
cycling
moving to
coders
Unreal
and
was
team
to make
members.
that easier.
And they still couldn't do it.
Yep. Well, that's the issue. You need to retain people. Like, you have to fight tooth and nail. And it means taking fewer money, right? Like, look at Battle Damage Studios. Look at our little tiny studio, right? I live a relatively simple little kid life. I have bottles of water. I sometimes have spaghetti. And if I'm lucky, I might have something nice in the fridge. Who knows, right? Mystery. But because of that, I invest a lot into the team. But the problem is the executives here don't invest at all. They don't risk anything. They don't sacrifice anything. They're not sacrificing anything at all. And because of that, they're living the high life. Meanwhile, while their team members are suffering. Nobody in the team cares about the project. Nobody is passionate. Nobody wants it to succeed. There's not fucking arguments happening behind closed doors. You know why? Because the minute an argument happens, they tell them to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Stay in your fucking lane. Be quiet. There are no arguments. Sometimes, in the older days, the best idea wins because it's the coolest idea. And that's how old games kind of work. That's how games should work. And you still see it in indies, and you sometimes still see it in AA's. But you should be able to argue. Sometimes there are fights. I've been in them in my team, whereas like people are like, no, we need this, and like somebody throws their fucking pen. Say, oh, I'm throwing your pen. What the hell? Throwing your pen.
That's funny though. It's funny when he does that.
But like, it's one of those cases of like, it's not because they're doing it because they hate it or something. It's because they care. And I appreciate those fights. And even afterwards, because they matter. Because I'm grateful for them. Because they happen. Because the team may have a different opinion. But people care. And they want the best product. We all do. That's what it's all about. And the fact that studios like this don't have that anymore. There is no fighting. There's only peace. And that peace is instilled because they're like, be quiet, don't talk. Like, your opinion doesn't matter. I think this is bad, but it doesn't matter. Shut the fuck up. Be quiet. Don't you dare. Don't you dare question my decision making. And that's the issue we have. The issue we have is that people aren't asking questions anymore. People don't care because there's no reason to care. They're going to get let go in a few weeks. They're going to get let go in a quarter. Like, they're not going to put in their best. They're not going to get invested. You need to give them a reason to be invested.
Yeah. And I hate to be a doomer here, but I have serious doubts it'll ever get better. As
no, it won't.
This run at Microsoft was there from the very beginning, and has over the past 20, 30 years showed zero signs of improvement.
The only things that are doing slightly okay under Microsoft is like Age of Empires, and that's only because they're kind of compartmentalized, and so they're kind of shielded, because they're not big enough to care about too much. The reason why Halo isn't is because it's not compartmentalized. It's very big. It's a prominent launch thing. It saved the OG Xbox. So they're going to get their fingies in its pie all the time. But what they need to do is they need to shut down Halo Studios, and the leadership needs to be gutted. Gutted. Absolutely gutted, because the leadership is what's failed. It's not the programmers that failed us here. It's not the artists that failed us here. It is the leadership that failed us. And it's been the leadership that has failed us time and time again. The leadership has been responsible for Halo's decline from the very beginning, from since 4 and onwards. The leadership needs to change. They need to gut it. Completely uproot it. All of it. And they need to gut this DEI crap they keep mandating in there. The same thing that happened to Blizzard that we talked about earlier. It has to be ripped out, because the only way this is ever going to get better. And until they do that, like Fuzzy said, it's never going to get better. Not until they do it. This isn't depressing, chat. I'm glad we're done with the fucking stupid Halo stuff for a while. Ugh. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Fuzzy.
and this is one of Microsoft's biggest divisions, and it's just pissing money down the toilet. No, not even. It's hard to get an acronym to describe how much money Xbox overall, the entire umbrella. Halo Studios obviously one of the biggest violators, but just the entire umbrella of Xbox is just embarrassing. They spent tens of billions, well over 100 billion on just acquisitions. Probably 80 to 100 billion acquisitions. A stupid amount more, billions more on all these studios they acquired, and now when Phil Spencer gets out and Nasha gets in, and they brought in this other person that does a lot of funny enough data analysis on the state of the industry, Matthew Ball, if I pronounce that right. And they just give us the cold hard truth in the numbers of what we already knew, but actually have executives actually telling us the details. Xbox is an utter embarrassment of a business. It is a shadow of its former self. It was successful in spite of itself. And now some of these, frankly, the only two people that seem to be telling us anything, and the one person that seems that actually understands the industry, Matthew Ball, is just going, yeah, we have an utter shit show of a business to fix, and we have very little short-term to mid-term solutions to fix anything, as most of the games coming out, or virtually all of the games coming out over probably the next few years, are already set in stone. There's very little that can be done. Fable being the clearest example that if you want to do any change of course, well, good luck.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, because this is going to be at least 4 to 8 year project those two are going to have to do to try and fix things. And it's a very low probability that they will, even if they have good intentions. As intentions, frankly, none of us care about the intentions anymore. I think it's safe to say.
Yep.
It's like, I'm not dead. As we need cold, hard results, and to actually see something actually happen meaningful.
But
nothing less will.
As far as I'm concerned, Halo is dead, and we should probably get away from its rotting carcass. So
I would love for that to happen.
Good news for a change. Space Marine 2 might actually be worth reinstalling. Oh my god. See, maybe. Because apparently, Steam Workshop got added to Space Marine 2. I'm probably going to give it another shot. My biggest problem with Space Marine 2 is its replay value was kind of crap. Mostly because the biggest issue Space Marine 2 had is that the campaign wasn't compatible with the extraction stuff. So any of the unlocks you make in the PvE thing, you couldn't do it in the PvE single player campaign, which would have increased the playtime massively because you could replay the campaign with bonuses and different classes and stuff, but they kept them separate. And I get why, but it's one of those cases of okay, it just doesn't have replay value because there wasn't a lot of levels or maps. Well, apparently they're continuing to put out stuff. Now, I will urge caution here because this is coming from the same studio that wanted to abandon Space Marines 2 development for Space Marine 3 immediately. So,
Saber doesn't really abandon. The way Saber works when this came out and people did some research into their development history, it's always a steady stream of content. It will not get to content completion overnight. It will be a steady stream.
Yes, but the way they announced stuff, they mentioned that they were we're going to move on to 3. Yep. And people dropped it.
Yeah, they already planned 3, and people suspected
the content support that Space Marine 2 has gotten has been abysmally poor. is a reality. And that's just kind of a fact. The maps are like, they come out sparsely. It's like, it's very clear they're not putting much money into it, which is again annoying because it feels like we're going to have to deal with the same thing with Space Marine 3. It's why I caution optimism here, because I feel like getting optimistic about a company that usually just drip feeds like the bare minimum is not something to be super excited about. And I have a feeling that the workshop was actually done more so to deal with the fact that they are very bad at producing content. They're just going to make the community do it for them rather than do their jobs, you know, potentially. Kind of my suspicion there. But regardless, the workshop support is nice because the mods for the extraction PvE mode thingy are quite cool. And now I might actually give it a shot. So we might check that out later in the upcoming weeks. I'll wait till they get some mods up there. There's only like a couple right now. There's even one that adds more player count, 12-player co-op mode thingy, which is kind of cool. But I question the balance of that because levels are usually designed for a certain player count, but we'll have to see. Who knows? Who can say for certain, little chatfishes? Who can say? Next up we have is Night Dive Studios is busy working on something.
Kid, no parents. That's what I'm excited for.
Atari's publishing stuff, by the way.
Something valuable, so
again.
I snuck up on him and made a grab.
What was that noise?
Now this is worth the price of admission.
Did you hear something?
Got it. Just keep looking the other way. What have we here?
So yes, Thief is getting... Oh,
Not so secret anymore, is it?
there we go. Thief is getting a remaster by
No,
Night Dive Studios.
I don't think Thief necessarily needs a remaster. A remake would be nice, but if they do a good job, they do a good job.
Yeah, no. Just
no,
like System
indeed,
Shock
yes.
2 needed a remaster. Like,
No, I would say would prefer a remake.
I would say a remaster first, then a remake. Because the reason why you make a remake is, okay, so what is the purpose of a remake versus a remaster? This is a question that seemingly is very hard for some developers to answer because they're bad. In the case of the Halo one, that's a bad one. In the case of Resident Evil 4, it's slightly better, or Dead Space, it's slightly better. Because, again, you're supposed to be, okay, what was the vision that the developers had? What couldn't they do? What was holding back Halo 1? The maps weren't able to be as big, and they weren't able to have the big battles because they couldn't get it to run. So theoretically, you'd want to expand that, and the AI should be better. Except the AI in Halo 1 is fucking awful for the remaster. So you want to be building on top of that. So a remake should be doing things and expanding things in ways that the original developers couldn't do due to technological limits of the time. That's the difference. A remaster is more faithful in that regard because in the original make, because it should be just uplifting the original to the qualities of what is the current era. So, better control interface, better user interface, patchwork, cleaned up textures, and removal of some bugs and stuff like that, and just performance improvements. But everything should remain the same. Everything should be down to a letter the same. Like, down to the layout of the level shouldn't change at all. A remake, on the other hand, should be a complete reimagination of the levels, doing what the levels were trying to do but couldn't succeed at doing due to the limitations of the tech they had, and should be building on top of the foundation of what the original made. It should be a step of new things above it that the game didn't do. In the case of the Dead Space remake, the peeling system and the ripping off of flesh is a new mechanic that adds another layer to the game. It was really cool. By blowing off the layer of flesh, it weakens their overall bodies and their parts. And so you have to rip apart the flesh in order to tear away the bone so that the pieces of them fall apart for the necromorphs. And the ability to explore the Ishimura was a thing that the original devs wanted to do but couldn't do. And so that was good. And then the reimagining of the boss fights was an attempt to make the bosses more interesting because the bosses in Dead Space 1 were panned as boring. And so they were trying to do different things there to try to do what the original devs did, but still keep it the same. It's still the same game, same story, same beats, just trying to do what the devs couldn't do originally. And that's what that should be. A remake should be trying to achieve what the devs set out to do but couldn't. A remaster should be as faithful to the original as possible without changing the least amount of things, but bringing it to a way that you can just play it and it has the nice quality of life and the knowledge we have of today. Because remember, video games are technology. As we learn how to develop them, they get better. We get better at making them. Better controls, better user interface, better AI. That should be something that the remaster project should do. It should make the AI a little bit smarter. If the AI had some problems or bugs, it should fix that. Stuff like that. It's what Night Dive did with System Shock 2 Enhanced, and they did a great job. It preserves the original vision, just like when they did System Shock the remake. It was a reimagining in as faithful a way as possible. Because reimagining is not a bad thing. It has bad names now, because when you think reimagining, you're like, oh, okay, everyone's going to be black and Hispanic now, and there's going to be none of the major characters will remain the same, and that's bad. A true reimagining is trying to achieve what the original devs set out to do, but couldn't. That make sense, Queely?
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that I preferred.
I know that might be what you want.
With the remake they made of System Shock 1 than they did of.
I don't think they'll do it again, because the System Shock 1 thing, after speaking with some of the developers from Night Dive, they mentioned how it was scary. I think they bit off more than they could chew with it.
There was some
really good,
documentaries that came out about the history of that development, and it was very rough.
Yeah, because remember, Night Dive Studio specializes in their name. Night Dive is because they're diving down into a wreck to recover it and pull it back up. That's the entire thing. Their entire stick for their studio is they go and restore old video games. They're a restoration company. Them making a remake was very ambitious, and I think they pushed themselves too hard with System Shock 1. I think they might be a while before they do that again. I do hope that you're right, Squill, and they do something like that in the future. But I think what Night Dive should focus on doing is focus more on being what they are, a restoration company. I think they should restore. I think they should get their little fingies on Arcanum, and give it a widescreen patch and all sorts of stuff and restore that.
No, that game also needs a remake because the original software on that game is fucking dog shit.
No. Restore it first. Restore it
well,
first.
Yeah, first.
Remakes too ambitious, because you're thinking logistics and resources, right? You're asking them to recreate entire things with nothing from scratch. That's far more expensive than having a foundation to work with. As somebody,
I get that, kid.
We're building our own engine.
I'm saying what certain games actually need.
It takes a lot of money.
I know it takes a lot of money. It's not relevant.
A lot of money.
Doesn't matter what the fucking money is, kids.
Building from
I'm saying what the game needs.
But yeah. I think Night Dive's doing a good job. I think they should just focus on being a restoration company. I do think a remake company should be formed with the idea of doing that, because I think one of the issues is that there isn't a dedicated company that does remakes like Night Dive. But the reason why I believe that a dedicated company should be made, I know what people can say, remakes, remasters, we're sick of them. But the reality is you're not necessarily sick of them. You're tired of getting bad ones. I want to be able to play, that's a great one, Vampire the Masquerade, Bloodlines. I want to be able to play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. A stable version of that has all of its features complete and stuff like that. That's what the KOTOR remake should have been for KOTOR 2. Or KOTOR 1, was it? I think it was KOTOR.
I think it was what?
But they had to abandon it.
So long.
Because they couldn't figure out how to do it. The reason why they couldn't do it is because they didn't have the resources to do it. They didn't have the finances, or they weren't willing to spend the money to invest into it. But the idea that it's impossible, as somebody who's worked on game stuff and worked with other people who've done a lot more than I have for sure, I know that's not true anymore. Everything is possible. It's just a question, do you have the time and the resources and the money to make it happen?
Yeah, and when it comes to Thief, if you do a remake, a lot of the Thief crowd is going to be raising their eyebrows and going, yeah.
That's why I think a remaster should come first, because you should honor the original fans first with a remaster, and then you earn the remake. But just doing a remake flat up and then leaving the other one just kind of dilapidated is that's kind of mean. Look at it.
Well, don't do that.
Steve just looks up, missing an arm,
Ideally, they can do both, kids. I'm just saying.
I mean, both is
that
expensive. That's the thing, right? Like,
I know.
That's what I'm insinuating, though, Squealing, because it's just so goddamn.
I get that.
Cost expensive, billions of dollar dues. And
Billions of dollar dues. I know.
Dollar dues don't grow on trees. I wish they did, but I think that would affect inflation a little bit.
Yeah, I doubt Night Dive has the resources to do another remake like that right now. It's not in their interests.
Yeah, I think they pushed themselves pretty hard. Take care, Prime McPepe. Thanks for hanging, buddy. But yes. So this looks cool.
And we
definitely gonna have to pick this up for sure.
It's been on my wish list ever since it came on my radar. And let's face it, Idols Montreal also desperately needs a cheap win like this, as they sure as hell don't have the money right now for a proper Thief
Is
sequel
Eidos
or
Montreal
anything.
even around? Eidos Interactive is considered a publisher in partnership with Atari.
They're under Embracer Group.
I believe Atari is the real publisher here, though.
Atari is probably providing the funding, and they have like
as
this is just
Atari's
my
logo
understanding.
is, if you look at the beginning,
I was a kid.
Atari's front and center. So they're honoring Atari in that. So strange. Atari has been making a lot of things with Atari have been coming out lately. Like they've got the upcoming this, and they're also doing the Sin Reloaded. They're also doing the Toy Story re-release of the Toy Story games, which I'm actually
it's a
quite excited about.
collaboration. That's probably some business deal where Eidos Montreal, where Atari had the idea, they had the money, there's the studio, and they just needed Eidos Montreal to rubber stamp it.
Yeah, because Atari has been weirdly coming back and publishing a lot of titles out of the blue. So somebody's acquired Atari. I don't know if it's the same man who was running Atari into the ground a few years back, or if it's actually a new guy, but it seems like Atari's making moves in the industry again, which is strange. We'll have to see if it's going to lead to anything interesting this time, as Atari really spited people last time. But yeah, we shall see, won't we, Chatfish? Space Monkey donates a generous $2, says Black Mesa, perfect remake. I will disagree with you there, respectfully. I think Black Mesa was really good until the Zen level. Oh my god.
But that could be said about the original Half-Life.
I know, but the Zen levels in the remake are terrible. They're just as bad as the original, except worse because they're longer.
But that also to note, Thief 2 also does a lot of things that Thief 1 doesn't. So I would kind of like to see like some of the ideas meshed together and come up with a better idea, with a even better game.
Yeah, Thief 2 is what most Thief fans think of as the gold standard of Thief, because it innovated so much off 1. Because 1
Thief
was
1 has a lot of really good story beats, whereas 2 actually has like a really good level design.
Chatfish also mentioned I wanted Defender 2002 sequel. Defender 2002 is actually super underrated. It came out, I played on the Xbox OG, and it was really good. It was a game in which it was Defender, like the old arcade game, right? But it was 3D, and they had a sci-fi twist where humanity lost Earth, and humanity was pushed to the edge of our solar system. And you basically have to fly around, rescue like people, put them into factories, and like they build tanks, and then you can like deliver tanks to defensive points and stuff like that, and like fight back against like the alien menace. Defender was crazy cool, genuinely, like the 2002 Defender. One of the most underrated Xbox OG games I've ever played, and one of my all-time favorites. I have entire drawings, that I had drawn as a kid, just based on Defender. And like my own dreamed up maps I had, that like if I could make maps, if I had a map editor. Like, oh my god, pretty cool. Speaking of Atari, you've also got Neverwinter Nights 2 to look forward to as well. Yeah, chat's fun today. Atari owns Neverwinter Nights 2? You're making that up. Oh, it's on Steam. Oh, it is. Enhanced Edition is not very well received. Asper is in charge of this. We're probably doing the regular one if I had to guess, not Enhanced.
Asper, the laziest fucking company in the world.
Asper. They're in charge. They're much like Night Dive Studios. They do the same job. They did a better job with this, but they were kind of lazy with Jedi Soul power battles. They did Soul Reaver, they did Bounty Hunter. They do sometimes an okay-ish job, but the biggest problem with Asper is they're incredibly lazy. Like the Star Wars Battlefront.
It's mostly AI upscaling. That's what it is.
Fucking lazy. They did a good job with like zombies, and again, mixed bag with these fellows. Very mixed bag. Asper is a crapshoot. They're the guys who currently fucked up the KOTOR remake that was being made. That basically is, I think, in development hell or canned by now. Unfortunate. One of the creative directors from Westwood is the reason Defender is similar to CNC and used full motion video. That explains that. Yeah, because it, like, what's weird about Defender 2002 is it's actually an action strategy game, and it's surprisingly good. Like, it's very good, and I'm not surprised. Good job on the Westwood boys. Westwood boys are... they're all old dinosaurs now, but may God rest their souls. Sometimes I wish I could be, like, reborn again and experience my childhood one more time. Just to experience those games again. That wonder, you know? Knowing that there's like, the dreams you have of things to come. Only to find out that 2010's The Dark Age would begin. Around 2000, like, well, it's more like 2012, actually. 2013-12 was when the Dark Age of gaming kind of began. It started around 10s, though. Things were getting lazy then. Beskar donates $5 and says, the amount of remakes, enhanced, and releases is just a sign of how incompetent the current generation of devs compared to the retired ones. Yes and no. A lot of the current generation devs are actually just making current generation games. The restoration of old games is actually not necessarily the same because technically there's only 2 companies I'm aware of that do this, which means that they employ less than like probably a fucking single % of the games industry as a whole. It's just companies that should be restoring old titles. There should be remasters. We need more remasters. A lot more. But we need good remasters. Because there's a lot of games that I played and a lot of games that are just stuck in this limbo because they're just never going to get the love they deserve to be like made to work properly on modern systems. They're in bad ways. And games that could use remastering, like a lot of the OG Xbox titles could use it desperately. Like Defender could use a nice proper remaster and a PC re-release, or well, not re-release, a PC release, as it didn't have one. Like exclusive titles are in desperate needs of it.
Blanks.
Yeah, there's so many games that need remasters. It's not even funny, but they never get them. It's the games that never need them that get them. And it's always the most infuriating thing. Like, Arcanum
games that are
needs
already
it.
good looking.
Arcanum
Buy
needs
Skyrim one
help.
more damn time.
Arcanum's like looking at me. He's like, "Help! I'm a little sad." And it's like, I can't do anything to help you, dude. You're just a little fucking guy. You're just a little. We never get remasters of things we need, and we get fewer remakes of things that actually need it. But yes, I understand why people hate remasters and remakes, but I think they are an actual good when done correctly. No, Beskar. I wouldn't read into the, try to interpret what I'm saying. I'd rather just look at what I'm saying. Yeah, so you're saying the quality of games since the 90s have remained the same beyond originals? That's not at all what I said. I'd recommend you open
simply
your
gone
ears.
higher.
Yeah. But thank you for your donation. Because we actually have better... Some games have actually exceeded the 90s easily, and it would be foolhardy to say that we haven't. Now, if we're talking about AAAs, then yes. But to deal in absolutes, only a Sith does that. It's like, oh my god, nerd!
Hey, you're such a fucking nerd!
We have some games that are modern that are actually better than anything we had before. Like Project Zomboid is probably one of my all-time favorites. Nothing quite compares, and we had nothing like it before. Same goes for Barotrauma. Barotrauma is awesome. One of my also favorites. But
well, like those are like the types of games that wouldn't be.
They couldn't have been made back then. It's not possible.
They wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
They couldn't exist.
But yes, the thing I'm talking about isn't that. And again, we can't deal with it's foolish to say all games are bad. All modern games are bad. Like, what does that mean? Well, that means that all the good games that do come out every year, because we do get good games, are now bad. Because we're just dealing in an absolute. everything is bad because ergo after this flat point, everything that came after has to be bad by rule. And that's not judging case by case. When we look at video games, we need to judge on a case by case basis. Now, there are certain constants that do permeate between both things. In the case of AAA, all AAA things do seem to, well, not all, but a majority of AAA content seems to be bad. I think we can all come to that consensus, right? But to say all games are bad, also, the best games didn't come during the 90s, actually. I very much disagree. I just realized what games came out in the 90s. The 90s had some okay games post 1995 and 6, but like anything before that's way too crunchy for me. Oh, I can't touch them. But games like 2000s to 2012 is like, for me, is the golden era of gaming. 2000 to 2012, around that ballpark. Not everything, but it's around that ballpark. If I want to be honest and extend it, it should be 1997-ish, I would say. 1997 to 2012 was like a nice period in gaming in which everything was good. And before that kind of sucked, and after that kind of sucked.
Everything. There's a lot of shovelware that people forget about.
Well, yeah,
but,
everyone's got rose-tinted glasses. Nobody remembers the disaster of the 90s gaming scene. That all the bad fucking movie games, which is funny because the 2000s movie games were almost, for early 2000s like 1999 to 2005-ish, a lot of movie tie-in games were surprisingly of an incredibly high quality. And then after
I like
that,
to
it started
remind
fading out. But yeah.
If you want an example, I would remind all of you, dig into your memory banks. Remember how THQ started out? It did not start out the best. Most of the time, it started out with terrible, I think it started in the 90s, ironically, Kibbs, terrible adaptations of beloved IPs. This is during the cartoon era, golden age of cartoons in the 90s and 2000s. And it was only into the 2000s they finally started getting some licenses that actually that parents wanted to pay for. So there's truth to that.
I think social media doesn't really have an impact, Beskar, personally. I think the issue is much deeper than that. That's too surface and shallow. I think the issue with development isn't that, because I've met other developers and I've spoken to them, both old and young. And a lot of them always want to make good games, the best games possible. But it's not the developers that are the issue here. We're focusing on developers when we should actually be focusing on the real source of the problem. The beating heart of corruption isn't developers. It's executive management and CEO level like management. Like the issue we're having in the industry, because whenever we get a good game from the AAA, it's always ramshackled by the executive branch. And it's because either forced mandatory DEI, forced mandatory this or that, and it's meddling of upper management. Upper management people aren't developers. They don't make games, and quite frankly, they don't like video games. Investors maybe, but I would say executives are a big problem because they don't let developers breathe. They suffocate them and strangle them. Now, that's not always the case, by the way. In the case of Midway versus Rise and Fall Civilization, it was the actual inverse. The developers executives schizoed out, and Midway was trying to help them, and they freaked out and thought Midway was trying to stab them in the back when Midway was just trying to help. And then Midway ended up having to shut their funding down, and then they died. And they died because they were schizo. There are rare cases of that happening. In the case of Midway with Rise and Fall Civilization. But that's not a norm. Fun fact, Midway actually finished development of that game and then published it. Because the game wasn't remotely near done. Good job on Midway for actually filling through their promises there. I don't remember what happened to Midway. I think they're dead now, as far as I remember. Don't know if they were always good or squeaky clean. But yeah. I heard they were one of the better publishers during that era, though, the 2000s. But yeah, they're in heaven now. Just like, whoa. Mortal Kombat is the best game. Woe unto the disbelievers. But yeah, I think the issue is actually internally, and it's actually a leadership problem from my theory. Just on when talking to developers, because developers don't have the ability to have freedom like they could before. Because, and that wasn't always true back then either, by the way. But like, because it is case by case basis, but I think generally developers in the 90s and early 2000s had more creative freedom than they do now. And I think that creative freedom has been stifled. And sometimes it should be. And some of them were stifled for a good reason, right? Lionhead Studios with Peter Molyneux. Come on, guys. You all know it. Fucking Peter boy. Fucking always biting off way more than he can chew and under-delivering on his promises. It was Peter at every turn.
I think he's pretty trustworthy, kids.
Peter boy was definitely an example of that. And so you can see cases where it's back and forth, right? Where a creative has too much power and the publisher should be stepping on them a little bit, because the problem is why Black and White fell apart, why Fable fell apart, was because Peter Molyneux was allowed to run rampant, unrestrained. And because he was, we then had to suffer for it. And then when they finally clamped down on Peter, it was already, the damage was already done.
You want to know another modern day example of this? We know some of the development history of Metroid Prime 4. A large part of it is the director that had dictatorial reigns of Metroid at the time. Well, a lot of those bad decisions were his and his alone.
Yes, it is a balance thing, and it's down. We do have to look at it as a case-by-case basis. And the reason why I believe that is because the more I've learned from working on like covering games and news and stuff like that, the more I've realized that, because originally when I first started, I was of the opinion that I was like, okay, it's kind of like everything just sucks. And it's like, okay, but why? Why does it suck? There's usually a stem root cause. It's not just because younger developers don't know how to make video games. They do. Because I look at the industry and I see indies all the time who are young putting out games that are bangers. And so it's not the issue. People haven't really changed. People stay the same. What has changed is the industry has become one of the most profitable industries in the world. And because there's all that money, what does that attract? It attracts lots of big types, big executives, people who manage things, middle management, things that weren't present before. And this new factor into this equation has caused more issues than it has helped. Not always, but in my opinion, it seems like it's overall been bad. Now, in the case of not always, I would say, like, for example, Hooded Horse, as a publisher, seems to be doing exactly what a publisher should. But I also think that there are certain cases where that's not the case, when you have things like Electronic Arts or Ubisoft, right? Ubisoft. They publish a game called Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced. Surprisingly, it's not terrible. Surprisingly, it's also doing really well financially. What does Ubisoft do? They look at the studio that did that. They don't give them a pat on the back or anything. They fire them. They fire them for doing a good job. That is an issue. Anytime we have a success in the AAA industry, it's met with scorn. Dead Space Remake sells well, sells 2 million copies, pushes good numbers for a Dead Space game. Dead Space doesn't push a lot of copies. It's kind of niche, right? I love it to death, but it's niche. It does a good job, it succeeds. It sells at a profit. EA cancels any thoughts on Dead Space 2 or any further development into Dead Space because it wasn't enough. Because a success isn't good enough. Because profit isn't good enough. They want, like, box office, like, bombs is what they want. Like,
they want Resident Evil, and they're never going to get that.
Blowing up with, like, huge success. They want to have huge pies, but they're not willing to invest to get there. And it's,
well, they did invest in Dead Space, though.
I mean, in the case of Dead Space, yes. EA originally invested into them because they believed they could. And then when Dead Space 2 reached about the same numbers Dead Space 1 did, EA then started to constrain them because, like, I don't understand. Why is this not getting more popular? The reality is, Dead Space has a market capacity where there's only so many people on this little blue spinning ball hurtling through space that are remotely interested in Dead Space or willing to play the game. There's only so many people. There's only so many people who are going to eat cheesecake and like cheesecake. And it reached its market capacity that at that time that we could have. They couldn't get any higher than that. And because it reached market capacity, they don't understand that. They're not happy with just that. They keep investing and pouring more into it, but they can't get more out of it. Well, because it's doing as good as it can do. So just put in what it needs to keep going, and then just leave it be, is what you should be doing, and be happy with the profit you get from there. NVIDIA and AI. I mean, well, okay, so to talk about the AI issue is AI sucks and is honestly inflated because the illusion that it's profitable, right? Because people are investing into data centers, they're not getting returns. And the
You have any
investors
idea how much
investing in
debt?
is why Nvidia is getting the profit. That's why they're putting it in there. But the reality is that it's what we call a bubble. The bubble, the idea of what is like, oh, it's going to be so much money. It's the same bubble for Dead Space, by the way. Like, oh, it's going to be like billions of people who want to use AI in everything, and they're like, what the hell? Like, nobody's using AI for anything. Like, what the hell? And also, it's illegal to even use AI to profit from it. So, like, what do we? As it turns
Yeah,
out,
I have to interject a number here just to give you
yeah,
a
go for it.
scale of. In 2026, Goldman Sachs estimated, keeping that in mind,
Yeah.
that 489 billion of AI-related debt has been issued, exceeding the 322 billion estimates for 2025. Now, these are what's called bonds, and if you know the trend of where a lot of this AI-related debt, this is not just data centers, this includes your OpenAIs, your Anthropics, etc., are going to junk bond level. What is a junk bond? High interest rate. It is literally, if you're a top A rated bond, you get a lower interest rate. You go lower to F, and the lowest is junk. High interest rate. What does that mean? The financiers are looking and going, we have very low confidence you're going to pay us back. High interest rate. So you better know what you're doing.
Yes. And so the ultimate issue here is that the reason why AI or gaming only takes up 6% is because they're getting shit tons of money from investors to build these things. But these things don't exist. AI data centers ultimately aren't going to succeed. But the issue is the AI issue is going to continue to get worse and worse. And we're going to see setbacks. Already, they're trying to say that humans should get used to 4 gigabytes. We should go back to 4 gigabyte video cards, and you shouldn't have anything more than that ever. This is the reality. But AI being bad is nothing new, and that's honestly just to be expected. Down with the AI overlords. God, with the Butlerian jihad cannot happen soon enough. Driving trucks loaded with semtex into AI data centers isn't just a virtue; it's a noble calling. Jokes aside.
Hey, don't do that.
Yeah, jokes aside.
Terrorism.
Boom. But yes, it is good to be negative about AI, and it is good to propagate negative feelings towards AI whenever possible. Because getting this rhetoric to be more excited is good. We need to constantly have a negative connotation towards AI and AI data centers and people who work on them. The reason why is because we need a shift away from that, because it's ultimately going to harm the consumers longer and long term.
Don't attack verbally or physically attack anyone that works on those things because they're just doing their job. But yeah.
Yeah, I will tell you
It's a
another
bad
trend I've been seeing,
No,
kids.
Squilly. Burn them at the stake.
In Minecraft, of course.
Salem Witch Trials Witch Hunt. Start dancing around those platforms. But yeah, what you're seeing now is the business leaders are catching on. The costs are adding up as they're looking for cheaper AI models to use. As if you understand how they're trying to monetize this, it's called AI tokens. You enter a prompt, you run the model through the data center or whatever company you use for your neural network models. That uses up a token. That token has a cost. Those tokens are horrifically expensive and they're not getting better. Companies are starting to look at things and going, what's the return on investment now? Are we even getting a return on investment? And they're finding that, So, why are we paying for this?
Yes. The big problem is that it's proven time and time again that there is no return on investment on these AI things. Now, AI has a place, but like the issue is that calling it
It's
AI
blown
is
up to high
not true.
heavens. It's, as I keep saying, because I
It's not
actually
even an
know about this
AI.
math.
It's just
It's a
fucking
model. It's a
algorithm.
mathematical model. Yes, literally.
We don't have the AI technology yet because we're too stupid.
A lot of this field of mathematics grew out of data analytics and statistics. That's to give you an example of what these models were originally meant to do. It was meant to inform. a lot of this math being used to say generate images and video and all this other stuff, you're seeing efficiencies and stuff like that, like animation and lip sync and stuff like that. But that's hyper-specific cases where you can actually constrain it to, you're only supposed to train it to do one thing. You're not training it to do a billion things like OpenAI believes it can do. You're training it to do one thing. Lip sync or make arm do this. That is doable. But what a lot of these AI companies are selling
Genghis
is
says,
not that.
AI has a place. The dumpster. Damn, Genghis so mean.
Hold on, I have to post this meme.
Hold
this,
on.
Sorry,
I
this
will
GIF.
a second. L-Dog says, again, the peril of the publicly traded company execs overpromising to investors. But yes, we're going to drop the AI subject also because I don't really want to talk about it right now. We've already talked about it earlier.
We have other good news.
And I want
to talk about.
Yeah, I want to move on because we don't want to get muddled here. But yeah, either way, next subject. All right, I'll finish reading L-Dog's thing. Company execs overpromising to investors. Well, yeah, because they want to get lots of money. Not being smart enough to do their own research, realize they're being lied to. Yeah, there's money in it, but just like the dot-com bubble, it's the same thing repeating again. They are feeding into a bubble because everyone thinks they can make money out of it, but only a select few people will actually be able to profit from this. And the vast majority of people will not be able to profit from it. And just like the dot-com bubble, once that bubble bursts, all those companies are going to immediately realize that they're going to go default, and then the ones that make it will rise to the surface, and the ones that don't will fall to the bottom.
It was a dot-com bubble, then it was the MMO boom, then it was AI.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things. Yeah. It's just like everybody thinks they can get in on the piece of pie, but the reality is the people who are already in it already have the pie. You missed your chance. You're going to have to look for a different pie to go bite, you know?
It's my pie. Fuck off.
No rackberry charge. All right, so next up we have is... I don't want to open that. Next up we have is... There we go. That's the video. We have 1240K, which looks like it's more mechanically complex than the actual upcoming game. I'm going to mute it because I've already listened to it. And honestly, the dialogue is really bad, mostly because it's the same fucking guy making up lies and shit. But so
yeah.
What's interesting here is that you can actually customize the loadouts on your actual units. Like what kind of weapons they have and stuff like that. And you can't do that in Dawn of War 4. Which honestly has already put a point towards Warhammer 40k Total War more. Also, they borrowed another mechanic that I thought was interesting from BattleTech. Evasion. Units that move generate evasion points or pips or something like that. Kind of like in this game. And so evasion is a mechanic. So you can have
even put moving and firing.
Yeah.
Because one thing you see later in the video is you can AFK. You can actually retreat and fire at the same time. Obviously, that won't be as accurate, but there is some positives here. Now, it is worth noting the people doing this gameplay are not very good at the game. They make some very elementary level little mistakes, such as using your ranged units to charge a melee mob, when you should be setting yourself up for a range for them charging you. But that aside, there's also some other silly things, such as Ogrins not being able to vault over cover and just destroy everything they walk into. That is silly. That should be a setting of, hey, charge through this or go over this.
Now, one thing I'm not a big fan of is you're going to notice in a second here that terrain and stuff is destructible, but it's also too destructible. Like, it's already just gone.
Yes.
And the buildings also crumbled because they're all attached to a same health pool. And so the building is gone now. That is not good, in my opinion. Look at how it also devastated that unit because of that.
Yeah, there's also another negative here, and this has to do with the map system.
Oh,
why can't I set up my own cover, my own sandbags, and my own cover points?
So the developers talked about this in the actual stream, like, oh yeah, they're just charging ahead. Oh yeah, they're just very aggressive. No, they're not. The AI is in a very bad state as a actual Total War veteran. The units, the enemy AI is just like moving, and it doesn't actually like have anything taking formation. It's funneling and blobbing in the background. You can see it. So they gotta work on the AI, and people need to be calling them out for that because that needs to be worked on sooner than later. Like I played recently to refresh myself on Total War. I reinstalled Pharaoh's Dynasties and was playing the Bulgarian Studios Total War. Pharaoh's Dynasties has way better siege AI than Total Warhammer Fantasy. I did a siege battle in a city, and I had battles in multiple streets, taking multiple sections of the city, and it was actually kind of fun. And I compared that to Total Warhammer 40k, where there was a battle that happened on a wall, and that was it. That's it. Nothing else happened. The player playing is actually doing a really bad job here. Like, he's just kind of
Yeah, as I said, when I said that he charges into a melee mob, I am not joking. It's like, why did he send those into those positions? You're not going to get into position in time. And it was.
I'm thinking just to make it look like it's more difficult than it actually is, but
yes, yeah, it's literally it. It could also be they're just bad at the game. Let's be honest here, but
possible. I mean, a developer being bad at their own game is actually not surprising. It's nothing new. Some of the best games, the developers are really bad at it. So that's not too surprising. But they should have chosen somebody for this demo reveal who was a little bit more skilled at the game, so that we could see it in a more competent style. As like I'm watching the tanks just be ignored despite the enemy being right on top of them for like 5 minutes there.
Now, yeah, it's like saying that Baneblade right there. Just come on.
Now I will say this though. Total Warhammer 40k is shaping up to be what looks like not terribly uninteresting, because they also have this reinforcement mechanic. So battles do last longer because you do call in strategic reserves like he's doing now, which are going to order in new troops to come in onto the battlefield. So you basically buy units and onto the battlefield. I think they're deployed via orbit. I don't remember.
Now I consider that a minor one, but still a definitive one, because that's just, hey, instead of you don't choose what your reinforcements is, you choose what your reinforcements are.
Yes. Now unit cards, army sizes. I have yet to see the armies be bigger. Also, the GUI needs to be scaled the fuck down. It's a little too big.
Part of me worries that that's because they're preparing this for a console port. So
yes, so this is being released for console because PlayStation's mark has been seen on it. I don't know if Xbox's has, but that means
it's it's Xbox and PlayStation, if I remember right.
This isn't the new engine, which is being made for consoles as well as PC.
Yeah.
Now, this is, again, our first glimpse at the new Total War engine to see how it's going to be. Right? Now, this is new, right? Yeah, this is the new engine.
Yeah, this is Warcore. This is all Warcore. From the ground up. I'm assuming that part. We don't know. Because it'd be very silly to have any legacy stuff from Warscape in there, especially for something like this. But there are definite positives here. I still have overall.
So, in regards to Beskar's comedies, I'm calling it now. 40k Total War will have future DLC packs to unlock grimdark feels. So, the only bit of good news I have for you is that the blood and gore stuff is apparently going to be baked into the game, and they're not going to blood and gore DLC anymore.
They're getting rid of it. They've said that multiple times because people do keep asking them because they want that constant assurance. I don't blame them for that.
That's the only good news I have there. But I can almost assure you that this game will be DLC hell.
Yeah.
Because
one thing I will...
They're going to sell, like, look at it. We have Cadian style, like, guardsmen. You bet your cheeks there's going to be a Steel Legion guardsman. There's going to be fucking, Death Corps
Where's my
guardsman.
Krieg?
There's going to be everybody.
Krieg?
I mean, to be honest, I like the idea that we'll actually be able to play as the different types of guardsmen. It's like the first time we'll be able to do that since Dawn of War 2 had that cosmetic pack.
Yeah.
So that's nice, but like, how much is this going to cost me, dude? Like, am I going to end up paying $20 for a faction pack that's glorified skins? Like, come on.
You will. You'll have to, Kips, for stream.
Now, my other question is, what's the unit scale for this? I'm assuming this is more normal to large, because
they do display. So if I rewind a second here, watch. That guards unit has 100 models.
Has 100.
29 unit models in that. 115, 90. Yeah, so humans don't seem to be the most numerical. I assume they're saving that for the Tyranids, which would be like 300 per unit, if I had to guess. Is what I would expect to see. 100 is not a lot, because I will point out that Rome 1 had 160 as its default.
Yes, and...
But they might not be playing on the ultra settings.
That's my question. Now, I'm still very pessimistic because...
Yes, as you should be.
Because a lot of it, there is, yes, we pointed out some good. There is definitive good. Being able to customize your regiments.
Yeah, choose their
sure.
equipment and weapons. That is a nice
Choose
thing.
their equipment and weapons. Now, granted, I expected that as a base.
True.
If you ask me, good. My other questions are, or well, I'm really going to reserve final judgment. Also, for the record, I am not holding the las guns against them. That is a GW mandate. Just for disclaimer.
What?
But then that's retarded.
Yes, it looks. Those look like guns, not lasers. But
Wait,
that's not
so
a creative
GW
assembly decision.
Yeah, so when it comes to certain art things, well, Creative Assembly has made mistakes, and we're going to be sure to crap on them the minute they do anything bad. Some of the artistic decisions, because GW is overwatching all their games, the artistic stuff is entirely not the choice of CA. Apparently, GW is going to be doing things. So if you have any complaints about the certain visual adaptation of like the las guns, like I did, I think the las guns look awful, and they've looked awful in like all the 40K games lately. Well, as apparently that is because GW is meddling and ensuring that they look terrible. Also, cool generals feature here, but you can drag the laser around with your mouse from orbit. That's very much like you could do that in generals. It reminded me of generals.
Yeah, because as a guard, let's just say I'm going to take Krieg as an example. As a special, or just honestly any guard regiment, I want to be able to set my fortifications, my trench lines. I want to be able to set up fortified basilisk positions. I want to be able to make it a forward deploy, my entire deployment zone. I want to be able to fortify that if I'm on defense. Or say, on a planet, I want to be able to say, I choose to fortify this line or this section. Or make a fort here, or make a trench line here. Or because that's what the guard is. That is one of my main concerns, and with their map system, I have serious doubts as to if we get that, because this would have been the time to show that. Now, for final judgment, to whether I will be pessimistic or cautiously optimistic, will be the closed beta, as depending on if I don't know when we're getting that. I'm gonna throw a complete guess here, and assuming fall or holiday, sometime during the holiday season. August, maybe earliest, maybe.
I mean, the way they're showing these trailers almost makes me expect a Christmas launch. Almost. At earliest, if I had to wager a guess, but I doubt it. I imagine we'll see this probably spring, summertime next year.
That's my release date take. As
if we reach October and there's no news of a launch date still, then it's probably next year it's definitively next year. It's very unlikely to be this year.
Yeah, because there are two key points to convince me to change my extreme pessimism. One is the result of the closed beta and they're showing, and two, and this is the more important part, how do they take the feedback from the closed beta? As the fantasy team, I am more pessimistic about them than the historical team, and whether there is good here. One, those Napoleon-style lines, I am not the biggest fan of.
Those look absolutely ridiculous. Like, it looks like Battle of Geonosis silly with, like, armies marching in fucking columns.
I expect that silliness from the orcs, not from the guard. Yeah, you see
the guard kind of do charge blind as a tactic.
Yeah, but like, okay, they do, but they don't. It's like this is like they're moving in neat columns as if they're Napoleonic. Like that's the weird part. The orcs there, that's
the silliness from the orcs. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Not from the guard. Also, the Ogrins you saw just right there, just smashing through terrain.
Welcome to Stream Belisari. And honestly, the VOD action was filled with mostly good things. We had a couple of stinker things to talk about today, but I think this fireside had a lot of positive...
suspects, really.
Yeah, we had a lot of positive things in gaming news. A lot of things to look forward to. Yeah. If you don't want to worry about the bad stuff, just skim over the Halo section. It'll save you some time.
Yeah. As for the model quality of the guard and orcs... Oh, sorry. I'm just commenting again.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I
honestly have no complaints.
My biggest issue I have right now is the filter. There is a visual color filter over the game, and I much detest it.
I wonder if that's because if they do it for the biomes, or is that just because they do it or a general artistic decision? That's my question.
I'm just not a big fan of color filters. I think they look bad.
Agreed.
Like when I go outside, there's
Yeah.
never a filter over the world. Like the world just looks what the world looks like.
But Kibbs, have you never been to Mexico? It's
Like,
just yellow.
if there's clouds, yeah, it's shady and stuff, but like that's it. Yeah, I've been to Mexico actually. It looks just like the United States of America in terms of color.
Brit Bongistan is like it's just gray
yellowish
all the way.
in terms of the sand, but yeah, in terms of the sand. They're like, whoa,
Okay.
reinforcements. Oh my god, tankos.
Also, if they let a bunch of people into the closed beta, they should let people share footage of it.
I believe there's an NDA as somebody who's already signed up for the closed beta. Yeah, but I don't remember.
Yeah. I don't remember, but
I don't remember if
they should at least let
mentioned
it. I don't remember. They'll probably remind us again, but they.
Oh yeah, this is the
should-
Chinese gameplay, by the way. So what's funny is that what leaked first was like this Chinese footage. So they're gonna try to sell this in China apparently, which is funny because I thought Creative Assembly was banned in China. But then again, most Chinese players circumnavigate these bans anyways and play these games anyways.
I do find that funny, like, the Chinese player base. We're gonna risk life and limb just to play Total War.
Well, the government's super corrupt. So we had a
Yeah.
friend who had this, what's the word? He was basically a son of a well-up Chinese government official, right? And essentially, this guy, they can play whatever they want. It doesn't really matter. It rules for thee, not for me kind of situation. Nobility.
Yeah. I get that part.
And I say friend loosely because it was my friend's quote-unquote
He's-
friend. And by friend,
he
it's
was
more
a,
like acquaintance. Acquaint.
You were acquainted at best.
They're related to Company Hero stuff, if I remember right. But yeah, that was a long time ago. But yeah, they'll set laws and stuff, but like at the same time, like they'll find loopholes. Just like that timer thing. Because if I remember right, most Chinese players don't even play on Chinese servers, but I don't remember %. And that's part of the problem. And that's part of
Yeah.
the problem.
Yeah. Any final thoughts?
I think it looks, this like reveal was a little bit more meaty. It looks interesting.
It was our best showing so far.
But beyond that, like 40K Total War is going to be down to a lot of things, really. It's going to be down to how expensive is the game going to be, how expensive is the fucking faction going to be. Like if I want to play Necrons, because they're going to add Necrons at some point, how much am I going to have to pay for Necrons? And are we going to see like sub-faction DLC like we saw with Total Warhammer Fantasy? Am I going to buy the Guardsmen? Oh, cool, I have the Guardsmen. But you don't have the Guardsman Sub-Commander pack that adds the rest of the units. Oh my god, $20. It's like, oh.
Okay, so Kibbs, the answer to all your question is yes.
Yes, I know.
They're gonna do that.
But I still have to say it for the sake of saying it. God damn it, it's my job. It's what streamers do. We talk and make noises. So they're probably gonna do that. It's probably gonna suck. Yeah, they're gonna deal. It's gonna be DLC ridden. The question is, will the DLC nightmarish hell fuel that this will be worth it, or will this be like Total Warhammer Fantasy, where it sits uninstalled on my PC to this day? But for God's sake, I installed Pharaoh Dynasties the other day to see it, just to get a feel for it before talking about this stream, so I could see what a modern Total War felt like, but under the direction of the Bulgarian team. And the fact that I played it and I was like, wow, the Pharaoh Dynasties is, it's got all the problems a modern Total War has. It's in no way worth the asking price. It's probably like $15. But all things considered, it didn't hate my time playing with it as Troy. And it's like one of those cases of like, oh my god. And I asked myself, okay, should I play Total War Fantasy as well to get a feel for it? And I couldn't. I couldn't bring myself to install it because I thought about it. I'm like, I remember it so vividly. I know how bad it is. I don't need to play it again. That's sad. That's depressing. We'll find out. We're going to stream the shit out of this when it comes out. And if it's terrible, then it'll be hopefully a short stream. But like, oh my god. If they drop the ball like they did with Total Warhammer Fantasy 1, 2, and 3, like I'll be very upset. The Total Warhammer 1 was just such a... Total Warhammer was just a Fucking awful thing. And they haven't announced that stupid trilogy plan. We're gonna sell three pieces of a puzzle that they'll fit together. 3 pieces where we can milk you a nickel and dime you for everything. $60 per piece of puzzle, you son of a bitch.
If you're selling me
Son of
1/3
a-
of a game, I want to pay 1/3 the price of the game. I'll be honest.
Yeah, well, they certainly didn't do that
Sure.
with Total War and Fantasy, let me tell you. Oh my god. Yeah, notice how they didn't do that this time around. Yeah, that part, the kick to their nuts that Total Armor 3's fucking flop of a launch was probably really hit them in the testicles. I mean, it sold well, but like the reception was not good. And honestly, I'm glad that the Warhammer fans are finally either being overshadowed by the people who are annoyed by the low effort, or maybe they pulled their heads out of their ass and realized that Games Workshop is not only trash, but maybe it's okay to just be loud and vocally negative when it's bad.
The answer is no, they didn't.
Yeah, they probably didn't. But the good thing is that enough regular people have finally realized that CA is not doing their best and are finally complaining about it. And the power of vocality cannot be understated. Because they're vocal and loud enough, it will make Sega act. And if Sega acts by squishing their testicles, you know, fucking Creative Assembly will be like, and that's what happened. That's what happened to them. Now Creative Assembly isn't making random MOBAs anymore, or whatever they were doing, hero shooters or whatever. Now they're only making Total Wars because they got stepped on a little bit. Sometimes this is when a publisher needs to step on people. When a developer oversteps their bounds. In the case of CA, they have overstepped their bounds tenfold. They need to be punished. And they've been punished. The question is, did they learn from their punishment? And that's what we're about to find out with both Total War Warhammer, or not Total Warhammer. Yeah, Total War Warhammer 40K. Fuck it, we'll just call it Total 40K or some shit. I don't know. It's too big of a name. And then
40K Total War.
Yeah, and then we'll learn from Medieval 3. If both of those turn out to be good, then what Sega did by stepping on them actually improved them. If 40K turns out to be bad, but Medieval 3 turns out to be good, then that means the fantasy team is just bad. And if they both turn out to be bad, then, well, it didn't matter, did it? Either way, we're going to learn something about CA. And it's either going to be good, slightly good, or just bad. A lot of shows probably lost a lot of their money. Yeah, I mean that and the fact that they also apparently cut the shill money for the shill YouTubers. So 40K or Warhammer Fantasy Total War and Creative Assembly apparently had YouTubers on their payroll who were collecting money, I think, or something like that. And like early access and like letting YouTubers work on their shit. And yeah, that's been a net fucking disaster, all things considered.
It destroyed a lot of trust.
Anytime a company like flies out a YouTuber to a location, yeah, they're being paid off.
The YouTuber that flied out is a shill. Like that. I'm sorry, but you are. Like if you're being flied out to play a game, like no, don't fucking fly me out. Just send me the fucking key and let me download the beta and I'll see if it's shit or not. If it's shit,
no, we want to gas you up as much as possible to say that our game is good and
I
you
don't
should
need
buy
to
it.
be flied out, have wined and dined, to get fucked to figure out that whether it's good or not.
But kids, they'll suck your pee-pee. They'll suck your
That's
pee-pee if you say the
basically
game's
what they
good.
did. They flew people out for Total Warhammer, like 40K or Fantasy or whatever, wined and dined and fucked them, and then all of them reported that it was good. And then only after did they make whingy noises. And like, oh my god. Like, no, none of this fucking cloak shit. No fucking shit like that. If we have to sign an NDA, then we're just not going to talk about it. And that's the end of story. It's because it's not ready to be talked about. Fair enough. NDA. I understand that because I use NDAs too. But it's not under NDA, then don't do this whole like, oh, well, you can't talk about that. Like, no. If we're going to talk about this, let's talk about the game. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Not the good and what we're pretending is good. And what we're pretending isn't ugly. Because when I look at the 40K trailer for the gameplay, it looks not terrible. But I notice units evaporate too quickly. Seems like units just kind of wither away into nothing. So battles will probably like 5 minutes. And I also noticed unit blobbing and the enemy AI just fucking just moving towards you. Because not only did they go like, oh, in that video we just watched, like, oh, because I remember listening to it, like, oh, the truck looks like the orcs are getting mighty brave. They're going to go and try to get us by themselves. No, they're not. They're not doing that. It's just the unit moves faster than the other units. And because of that, instead of waiting for the other units to catch up, the AI is so bad that it just drove and killed itself without the support of any friendlies, because it's not thinking about that. Because each individual unit is moving as fast as it can. That's what's happening. And that's what I saw in this trailer. So the AI looks abysmal. Like, when I look at it, like, I don't see the AI doing anything interesting. I see the orcs just throwing themselves. But that's shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your goddamn fucking mouth about lore. I don't want to fucking hear. It's got the fucking lore. Shut the fuck up. Is it fun? Fuck your lore. Your lore can go to hell. Because they use that same excuse in Total War Fantasy. It's like, yeah, but it's lore accurate that the orcs just don't. Yeah, but okay, but is it lore accurate that the humans do the exact same thing? No. Yeah, exactly. Because what we're seeing isn't that each faction has a unique AI. We're seeing the base game's combat AI. And the base game's combat AI tells me fast vehicle fast. Fast vehicle drive faster, therefore it explodes first because it's the first thing that'll get there. It doesn't wait for the other units to attack. It doesn't skirmish, because there was no skirmishing that happened here. And I know you can say, but the Lord, I don't care. I want to see the skirmishing. I want to see orc gameplay. I want to see you play as the orcs, and I want to see the orcs in the same map, and I want to see a mirror match of this, and I want to see what the orcs do. Like, or what the guardsmen do, because I guarantee you the guardsmen are gonna do the exact same thing the orcs did. Oh my god, the bane blade exploded first because it got there first. Oh my fucking
Bane blade,
the bane blade. Like, and then hear the guy go like, oh, it looks like he's taking it upon himself to get his own. Shut the fuck up. He's not taking it upon himself to do anything. The AI's vehicle moves slightly faster, and so it reached the front line faster. Shut your fucking mouth. With this, it's not role playing. The game isn't role playing. The game is badly coded. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. We're pretending. This is what I did as a little kid when I played video games by myself. But I'm not a little kid anymore. I'm a big adult man. I'm a grown-ass man, as they say. You know, that use the usual thing. They say, here's a grown-ass man complaining about a video game. Like, that, they'll use that shit, right? To, like, try to be like, don't criticize things. But, like, I swear to God, though, that's my complaint, chat. I want to see comprehensive AI. I want to see the orcs being clever, because you know what they said in Dawn of War 1? I played the game. Gilbert Angelos is like, they're like, oh, the orcs, you know, they'll just attack us. No, they're much more clever than that. That's where they're cunning. They're dangerous. They will outmaneuver. They will outflank. They will outdo you in certain things. Orcs may charge and do lots of crumping, right? But orcs are clever. They're clever clods, and they're dangerous. They will maneuver around. They will flank. They will attack from different positions. Orcs like a good fight. Doesn't mean orcs just throw away their lives. They sometimes do, but orcs want to win. So show me them trying to win.
I want to note, by the way, right? The big meme of the orcs, like, they love the big shouty bits, the big booms and shit. But then they show orcs that are actually trying to win a fight, and then they aren't just willy-nilly shooting in the air, they're actively, like, taking aim.
Yeah, they're taking aim because they gotta win. Like, you can't just fucking shoot randomly.
Yeah.
So it's like, which is it? Do they enjoy the sounds of shooting just in general, or do they are they actively trying to win the fight?
Yeah, if we're going off the lore, they actually try to win. And a lot of orc tactics are, yeah, we may think that is suicidal and they will never do it. Orcs will go, we just did it.
Yep. And that's what I want to see. That's why when I watch this gameplay, I don't really see orcs flanking. Like, I see some orc units on the left there. I see them moving around, but like, I don't really see them. It's more like their army went across the bridge because their army was going straight and some of them so happened to go across it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that, there's no flanking because the enemy army isn't actually flanking any of the guardsmen positions in any of these shots. In fact, the guardsmen are actually flanking them. And they're moving as kind of a blob. The same problem that I see in Medieval 2's engine, where they priority target the general unit, and then the army just moves towards the general army, or sorry. Having a hard time here, getting a little twisted in my tongue. The enemy army targets your general, and will move towards that general, but will not adjust or send a detachment to deal with any of your flanking units. They beeline it or only face one group. They need to actually send detachments if you send a detachment to attack in the flank, or try to counter it, or try to block it. It's really annoying if I just like have a center line that's kind of tough to hold, and then just have basically the horn strategy of moving around the left and the right, and then I just pincer that, and then they're dead. And that's how Total War Fantasy is. You just repeat that same maneuver over and over and over and over again. And that's why preset maps suck, because the maps have no soul. We need to bring back world generation. No more handcrafted maps. You fucked up. You can't handcraft these maps. But they're not going to, because the more I talk about this, there's so many things that they're just not going to do, because they're goddamn lazy. It's going to be preset ground map with different environment, like we complained about last time. So my optimism isn't very high. It's that this looks better than Dawn of War 4 so far, and that's like, a low bar.
Not a high bar. Because the funny thing is, they have a planet generator, but not a map generator.
The fuck? They have a planet generator? That's actually pointless. Why the hell would you do that? Just handcraft the planets and then let the maps be generated.
It's why not just have a generator for maps, for procedurally generated planets and maps? If you want to do a special planet handcrafted in certain segments,
okay, yeah, sure,
fine.
like Armageddon or Arcadia and shit like that.
Armageddon or any special. If you're going to do any special story campaigns, you can put that in, but that should be some. The majority should still be procedural. We should have 20 years of innovation off that. You build an entire new engine. You should have the. There is no excuse to not have the tech foundation to be able to do good things with that. You want an example? I'll take an orc tactic that should show on the campaign and battle map. We'll take a story from Armageddon. I should be able to take a giant meteor, fling it into the continent, and it should absolutely wreck the continent, and I have a forward base.
Yeah, I want a map generator. I want an actual map generator like they had in Medieval 2 and Rome 1, because the maps haven't been good since then. All the handcrafted maps suck.
What about a map builder?
Sure. Medieval 2 has that. You can
players make their own maps, and that's disconcerting.
Yeah, Medieval 2 has that.
Yeah, let's do that.
It was great.
Have the players solve your shitty fucking map.
Oh, no, don't make the players do all the work, though, because even the players that are working on the GCCM project have only done some of the cities. It's been like several years. They'll never finish it. It'll be decades before it's done.
I know, I'm just saying, like put the effort onto the player. The joke.
Do what Paradox does. Modders will fix our stuff.
Yeah.
No, this is not the way.
Bethesda land.
Modders accentuate a game. Modders should not have to fix a game. That's not the way this works. The game should be able to stand on its own two legs and with its pride and be like, yeah, I'm still fun. Command & Conquer's that way. Red Alert 2, it's fun. You can mod it and like twist it around and like do things with it and stuff like that, and you can do lots of different fun things. But the base game's still fun. I want the base game to be good, so that it has a solid foundation for mods to build on top of, not a foundation that needs to be built up. That's the wrong way. That's why Total Warhammer Fantasy's modding scene is so disastrous. Because the modders are trying to fix the fucking non-existent foundation that doesn't exist.
Yes. Because the game is one of the most horribly... It's so horrible to mod because the tech foundation is so garbage. It's a nightmare. And you don't need just one mod, you need a dozen mods to make it fun. That is pathetic.
I think you're just Chud.
Good, but
yeah,
you should eat the slop you're given, Chud.
Yeah, just so we're not.
You should appreciate the slop you're given, Chud. Shut the fuck up,
If I want slop that's good, I'll go to a good burger joint. Way more worth my money.
Good goy.
Good goy slop. Oh, it's really Paydocky. Paydocky's upon you.
Hands would appreciate
Get it in the cannon, you're going to the moon.
God damn. All right.
But yeah.
That concludes, I think, the 40k stuff for that. We have another 40k thing. Dawn of War 4. This is the Necron announcement trailer.
Ancient, immortal, unstoppable. On Cronus, the Necrons rise once more. Driven back long ago, their tombs left in ruin, they return from the stars to reclaim what was always theirs. On the march, the Necrons are a phalanx of relentless mechanical certainty. Endless ranks of Necron warriors advance in perfect synchronicity, their Gauss volleys flaying the living atom by atom. Blitzguard form an impenetrable shield wall of living metal, pushing forward with cold precision. Alongside them, the elite immortals unleash disciplined volleys that overwhelm infantry and armor alike. And from distant dimensional oubliettes, Deathmarks take aim at enemy commanders and elite forces. Where the legions march, their constructs obey. Canoptek scarabs surge ahead of the advance, swarming strategic positions and harrying enemy forces until heavier Necron units arrive. Canoptek wraiths phase through solid matter to strike from impossible angles, while Canoptek Doomstalker engines anchor the battlefield with searing blasts from their doomsday weaponry. Canoptek spider constructs reinforce the assault, fabricating additional scarabs mid-conflict. And shackled by Canoptek constructs, the shattered fragments of the Catan star gods serve as enslaved weapons of cosmic power. The Shard of the Void Dragon is but one such horror, its power barely contained, yet devastating. Those consumed by the Destroyer curse crave only the annihilation of all life. Scorpek destroyers tear through enemy lines in whirling storms of hyperphase blades, while Locust heavy destroyer units obliterate armored targets from afar. The Necrons slowly spread their dominion across Cronus, extending their power matrix with every structure they restore. As their influence grows, so too does their dominion resource, strengthening their hold on the battlefield. Through living metal, damaged Necron forms regenerate even far from battle, their restoration accelerated within the expanding power matrix. And the Necrons do not stay fallen. Through resurrection galleries, destroyed units are restored over time. Through powerful stratagems born from ancient technologies, enemies are undone. Through blinding solar pulses, enemies lose their defenses. Through crushing gravity pulses, resistance collapses. Through ancient translocation science, Necron forces redeploy in an instant. Players command two ancient powers. Thothmek, the Chronomancer, is a master of time, bending it to his will as a weapon. He can slow enemies to a crawl, confound projectiles, causing them to miss, and accelerate reanimation protocols for destroyed Necrons within his ranks. And Amnok, once ruler of Cronus, now consumed by the Destroyer curse, who once the carnage begins, cannot retreat, all but absorbed by his hunger for nihilistic butchery. Necron strongholds are not built, they are restored. Each structure extends their dominion across Cronus. At the center of their growing empire stands the Tomb Citadel, from which the Necrons awaken ever greater horrors of war. Among them, the Monolith descends, a super-heavy war engine capable of deploying reserves directly into combat and phasing across the battlefield through translocation matrices. The Necrons have returned. And when their dominion spreads across Cronus once more, the galaxy will remember its true masters.
I don't like the art direction of modern 40K. That's all. I was looking at the Necrons and I'm like, I miss the old Necrons. They used to look cool. Now they got,
like currently speaking, I'm thinking about I'm thinking about the old narratives of Dawn of War 1 and 2 and how well they're and how pretty decent they were.
They're pretty goddamn good. I'm curious. We'll
especially 2's story, with the fucking Fall to Chaos set bit. That was really good. Fuck.
My favorite's
They're
still
just
the
not gonna
first
do that
game.
shit.
First game with Gabriel Angelos, and when he has to kill fucking Numbnuts Big Vein Man on his forehead.
Big vein man.
I don't
The,
remember. I forget
the
his name.
stereotypical chaos follower.
That
Big
isn't
vein
the
man.
destroyer curse. The curse turns them into flayed ones when they want to be flesh again. They are quarantined sect of diseased shock troops.
No, I think that
even a Necron Lord under the curse would not be in command anymore. Listen,
yeah.
this is called retcons, Cassie. Like, GW doesn't care about the lore. Speaking of, now that we're talking about Warhammer 40k, I have to talk about the fact that Games Workshop got caught now using AI in their own artwork now. Not only a few months after the death of one of the greatest artists who ever worked on their project, and they've already switched to using AI.
They probably can't get anybody worthwhile to work for them after how they keep stabbing creators in the back, or anybody that has artistic talent.
Anytime someone has actually gone to actually work for GW because like they want to work on the thing they love so fucking much, like fucking Warhammer, either fantasy or 40k, they get their ass stabbed in the fucking back. Because all they really want to do is control what's being released. They don't actually care about the product.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now about the trailer and all those fancy new toys you saw in the skirmish battle reports or skirmish gameplay that the two devs showed. Yeah, we saw not a lot of that from the Necron player who wasn't that good.
I mean, skill level disparity is, not surprising. But the big thing is that, I don't know. It's one of those cases of, I saw vehicles clipping through each other, and it was a bit jarring. We'll have to see if they fix that. Because they could look tacky. It's one thing that even bothers me about Planetary Annihilation is the fact that aircraft clip through each other, and I don't like that. I'm spoiled now. When I see, air units, I want to see them, not clipping through each other anymore. Individual models have physical unit density, and they cannot clip through each other. But that might just be a Kib thing.
Overall, I still see Dawn of War 3 in most of this.
Just we'll have to see. It looks better than Dawn of War 3, but yeah.
Yes.
We'll find out, because we will be streaming this on September 17th. We'll find out about this before we find about Total 40k, so... Buckle up, buttercups. Buttercups.
Have we talked about speaking of fuzzy, you brought it up a while ago. Have we actually talked about Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen 2?
I think in a previous bunch cast.
No, we haven't. Put in Discord.
No? Okay.
Put in Discord chat, kitten. No.
Let me go.
No, kitten.
It might have just been a ramble on stream then.
And while you do that, I'll read the final article here. Sony prepares...
Oh, wait, do you want the Steam page or do you want the YouTube video?
I don't want to watch a YouTuber, if that's what you're asking.
No, like a YouTube video as in the YouTube trailer.
The trailer?
Yeah, sure.
Or do you want the Steam page?
Yeah, but it's an official thing. I don't like using other people's content if at all possible, because I think it's lazy.
I'll get a Steam page.
As Sony prepares to end game discs production, GOG jumps up to remind PC gamers that you can just make your own. GOG never misses a shot. When you purchase through links on our site, we may earn an affiliate commission. Oh, shut the fuck up. Wrong thing. GOG is very good at two things: bringing old games to modern PCs and telling everyone that its games are DRM free, so you can do whatever you want with them. So I was not terribly shocked when GOG weighed in on the Sony decision to stop producing game discs in 2028. With a little note reminding its followers on X they can just DIY this stuff if they want. Download the offline installer of any of your games on GOG. Save it to a disc, and it's yours forever, it wrote. You don't need a storefront's permission to play what you bought. Beautiful.
It's like, hey, you bought it, right? Just download it and make a physical disc.
Burn it to a disc. There you go. Put it in a box. Slap a fucking sticker on it.
Fuck them. Oh, I like GOG. They're funny.
GOG is funny. Now that they're separate, I hope that they start investing into the website, because their app runs like ass. It lags and crashes a lot. But despite that, they have their heart in the right place and are trying to do a good thing. So I'm willing to be patient with them. Unlike Origin, who was the exact same problems, except they didn't have their heart in, they had their heart in hell, actually, or didn't have a heart to begin with, probably.
They were just Ubisoft, and Ubisoft was evil and
Origin
gay.
wasn't Ubisoft.
Mainly
Origin was
gay.
EA. Uplay still.
No, Uplays. Ah, fuck. I mixed up the two because I both shit. Oh, speaking of shit, I need to feed my
Psycho Dad
dogs.
says, I have my entire GOG library on my external HD. I just like GOG. GOG is good. GOG is good. DRM free is good. The active war against DRM is a good thing. We can fight piracy in a ethical and peaceful way by simply pricing our games at reasonable prices and regional pricing and not having DRM in the game. Fighting piracy requires you to win the hearts and minds of the gamer, not fight against them. Whatever. Alright, you found the article, you little chunky boy? But yeah, GOG's doing good work because they're trying to do game preservation. Video game preservation is a good thing. Video games should be preserved to all video games, even the shitty ones, I know. Even Halo Campaign Evolved should be up for all eternity so that people may never forget what they have done. So this is an expansion that Squealy Beely wants to share with Chatfishes. It's called Dragon Age Dogma Dark Arisen 2. So let's take a look at it. Capcom? Oh my god, it's a company.
You shall not harm the Arisen. I will finish this here and now. Over here, Master. I can help you out.
The truth behind Norgan's downfall is at hand. I can feel it.
Looks pretty quaint.
So,
Arisen. 'Tis a burden I alone must shoulder.
flying into free. Yeah, besides that. Okay. So Dark Arisen, the original expansion, Dragon's Dogma 1, actually made the game really fucking good. Because it added a completely external factor that wasn't the shitty open world and made it a really good dungeon crawl instead. And unironically, Dragon's Dogma better fits a dungeon crawler than it does an open world game.
Yeah,
and
it was awful
I'm hoping
after playing it.
I'm hoping that this expansion will lean back into the dungeon crawling elements of Dark Arisen 1 and actually make a really good, solid like gameplay loop that the main game is always missing with these games, with these two games anyway.
I really wish they would actually just add co-op though to this game because it would probably be better.
They should.
The
There's
pawns are
I think there's modders working out.
good because the pawns are cute, but like I'll be real, I would gladly throw them away immediately for a friend because the game I think would actually play really good in co-op, but for whatever reason,
It does.
they don't have co-op in the game because the director is a fucking moron. And he's like, use the pawns, but yeah, but the pawns are like they're okay, but they're kind of stupid AIs and they piss me off more than they help me.
But they are funny. They are very funny.
Like
that being said,
pawns are just
this
NPC
expansion isn't being made by the creator of both Dragon's Dogma 1 or 2. It's made by the same people who made Dark Arisen 1. So
odds are it's going to be better.
The people that actually made the part of the game I liked about the first one are making this one. So I want to set. I wanted to see how good this can be, or what it will.
I have hopes, and if Capcom has any brains, give all future projects to this team because they clearly are more willing to listen.
Yeah,
Good like, lord.
I'll try it again once this expansion launches. But yeah, because Dragon's Dogma 2 sucks. And what the hell is that cooking thing? Like, what the hell is that
Dragon's
cooking
Dogma
thing?
1 sucks. It's a darker reason that I liked about the first game.
How can it be bad if it had Ryan Gosling on it?
Yeah, Ryan Gosling was your pawn, kids. How could you say that? He's literally me.
Ryan Gosling was useless. Just like all my pawns. All my pawns were useless. They'd never do anything I needed them to. They'd always fucking be idiots. And like the pawns are a cool idea, but it's like, oh my god, I would rather them be a co-op partner. Like my pawns are potatoes. They look at me like, oh, it's like, yep, he's not all there, dudes. He fell down a few times.
Yeah. Oh, why does your eyes look a little purple? Into the river you go.
Into the river you go.
But yeah, the Dragon's Dogma expansion will actually make me try it again because the base game's mixed, and honestly, it should remain as such for probably ever, all things considered.
$70 for the bad experience.
Is it $70 still? What the fuck?
Yeah, it better not be
So,
bad. Now it's $70 at release.
thankfully, they are actually improving the game.
Thank God.
The last time I played it, the game was fully functional. I wasn't shitting the bed constantly.
Did they have field of view finally?
I don't think so. Oh no, I think there's like a smaller one, but not everything that you'd want in field of view. They do have a title update overview saying that they're going to be working on more system adjustments, UI improvements, fixes.
Good. Give me that field of view slider and fucking max that shit out.
A lot of gameplay adjustments as well by the end of August. If they add multiple saves, that would be the best thing they could possibly fucking do. Holy shit!
Oh my
Having
God,
to restart the fucking game every time you want to start from a fresh character instead of like you have to delete your old character. What the fuck?
What the hell? This is 2020 fucking 6, dude. Like we're not in NES era.
It was that way in DD1. Fuck you! I don't want to play DD1. I'm playing the sequel.
They should have done that even then. Memory cards since PS1 meant you could have multiple save files. For God's sake.
Again, the director that initially made the game is a bloody idiot.
They added multiple saves with an August update. Yeah, we're waiting on that. That's next week.
I'm not touching this until this expansion comes out, though. But the minute it does, I will.
You don't need to. You don't need to.
Yeah, I know.
It's running better now, but that's not worthy of actually.
Yes, because it's still the base game. I want to play Dark Arisen 2 because Dark Arisen was fun, except for the fact that it controlled like ass and crashed all the time. Control the game.
Yeah, you didn't get to actually play the Dark Arisen content though. You played the base game content.
Yeah, it was a bit potatoey. All right, chat. I think that wraps up the entire bunch fireside chat.
Fire Chatfish.
There was a lot of things to talk about, chat. And now it's time for me to schedule the second stream of the day, you chubby boys.
What are we gonna do here?
Head out, so.
Take
I'm going fuzzy.
Trader.
Yeah, trader. I'm in the state.
Said the guy who left halfway through.
Yes.
Yes.
I think we'll do some Pal World. As the Pal World thing is not gonna last forever.
I'm gonna Pal World.
You mean Chat World? Let's see. Set it towards. I need to make something to eat because I'm hungry. I'm a hungry kid, but I haven't eaten anything.
Kip should have eaten before stream.
YouTube stream chat is disconnecting and reconnecting like rapidly between like each.
For you.
It's happening to me as well.
Yeah, it's
Mine's
having
good.
lots of issues. Regional issues. Good. It disconnected again. Chatfish, come back.
Chatfishes come back to us.
All right, chat. Thank you for your incredibly generous Chatfishy donations. We will see you guys in the next stream. See you shortly, chat. And for those who don't follow us there, have a fantastic day.
Have a good one.